Yeah. Look, it's early. It's 9:43. Why not? Christopher Scott kicking it off with a $5 super chat for Jortlandia. Thank you so much, Christopher. Thank you so much. Here we go. What do you got? So, look, I know we've been focusing on evolution. It's been a hot topic here. And you guys all saw the debate. Did a tiny pseudo review of the debate, but breakfast tacos, boy, did they have a cope stream. They invited Dr. Greg on their panel, and they just coped. They were like, you'll see, they were like trying to like coach him. Clearly, they thought he didn't do well against me. And they try to reduce it all to tactics, right? That's what they do. They try to reduce it just to tactics, which is silly. Totally silly. Because it wasn't just tactics. Yeah, it's partially tactics. Partially. But you'd be lying, totally lying, to say it was purely tactics. Bunch of liars. But we'll take a look. Have some fake homosexual currency. Thank you for that. Yeah, appreciate that. It's the good stuff. Thank you for your membership. 5 new memberships. Love it. Another super chat coming in here. Thank you. Really appreciate that. You guys like my new effects that I made? So, we might as well start early on this. There's nothing much else going on in the world that I care about. Some freakish goblin doctor got shot because he had a gun. People being stupid in the street. People gonna die. People gonna die. People dying. Whatever. If you're gonna be stupid and you're gonna put yourself in a position where you're probably gonna die, well, you're probably gonna die. I don't have much to say about it. Oh, let's look at it from a different angle. Look at what from a different... Look, it's like... I look at it this way. ICE, currently, ICE is just doing a war that we all kind of want to just do. They're just doing They're fighting a war that we wish was just legal to fight right now. We're watching like, a piecemeal war. Thanks for keeping us company during this ice. It is so freezing here. I can't imagine what it's like closer to the storm location. But yeah, stay warm out there. All right. So this is about the time where they bring Dr. Greg on, okay? And they kind of pretend to do a recap of the... let me put this on a higher speed, in fact. And they go through and they're trying to coach him. They're coaching him about debate. And really what they're not saying is he didn't have good explanations for anything. That's the truth. This is why atheism sucks, is because they're never honest with each other. They fluff each other up and they never just say what's true. You didn't give good explanations. I'm going to. We're becoming Superman.
My people that I'm trying to like talk to in this scenario is actually not Jimbob. It's actually kind of like, it's people that are in Jimbob's community that are like evolution curious.
Yeah.
They're kind of like, who is this in my
evolution curious? Oh man. Are you guys evolution curious or what? See, in Montana, probably, perhaps, if it all works out, It's on my schedule, that's for sure. Thank you.
Exactly.
And people that
Congratulations again to Snagglebees for his baptism.
are evolution agreeers, that agree it exists, but like are interested in more like the process and like how it works. And so when I try to communicate science, I do actually try to use jargon, but explain the jargon. That's like my goal, is to try to like give words like phenotypic elasticity, and it's like, well, what is that?
Oh wow.
And it's like, oh, it's this process that does this, and it's like, oh, now you can have like a word that you can use to look up, and you can educate yourself if you wanted to. And then but it also shows to that person that's kind of on the fence that it's like, oh, okay, this person like has expertise in this area, and Jimbob's not offering any of that. So my goal is to kind of like raise the science of discourse, not necessarily like give my spiel to the lowest common denominator. Does that make sense?
This is such a cope. Your job should be defend the thing called evolution. I mean, this is such a cop-out cope. It's disgusting. It's like, well, my goal really isn't actually to defend my crazy views about, Hindu materialism. It's actually just to be a science communicator,
Sense?
Absolutely. Yeah.
100%.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Dr.
that-
Greg, can I ask you a question that
I get what
might...
I get what you're saying completely.
Geez, breakfast tacos.
I just think it makes it harder to get through to these people.
Yeah, for Jimbob, for sure.
Much
He's not,
harder.
because he's not engaged like with the conversation. Like he's just repeating the same things like that in every other debate. He's kind of like in the.
Really, I'm repeating the same things. That's ironic. That's rich. No, I'm asking a question, and it's the evolution proponent who's repeating the same things and not answering the question.
This mind loop that he doesn't understand the subject, so he's rambling on something to try to like deal with that insecurity.
Oh my gosh, really? That's it? Is that really it? Look, these atheists, right? What a disservice. That's not logical, first of all. That's fallacious, and it's irrelevant to the topic. And look, breakfast tacos and family, they just let this go. That's a cope. That's fallacious. That's psychologizing. That doesn't get to the core of the questions that were asked. You pathetic morons.
And I did see the video, the VOD after the fact. And I learned a lot about this. This is my first like official, debate kind of thing. I debate people all on TikTok every night, but like this is my first.
Yeah, I could tell it's just on TikTok.
Like modern day official debate kind of thing. And after in the green room, he was talking. He was like, "Oh man, that was such a great conversation. Like you're the only person that's ever been able to explain these processes and actually."
I did not say that. You liar. What are you talking about? I did not say that. What? This dude's a straight up liar. You didn't explain the processes? What the fuck?
Actually, like this was the best one by far. And
no, I said it was the better debate as far as composure is concerned. And I'm glad that you interacted and with the debate one-on-one, right? You didn't answer any questions. You didn't explain anything.
Really enjoyed it. You're a great guy, blah, blah, blah. And then I freaking go onto his stream afterwards and I'm looking at it and he's freaking playing the violin noise after all of my answers. He's like giving freaking sound effects, making me look like an idiot. And I'm just like,
I didn't make you look like an idiot.
Jimbob, half Justin Black here. I always hold to the principle that if someone understands something that they can explain it to those who don't.
Yep.
So this is just cope if a doctor cannot explain it to Jimbob.
Well, they always make it about you. It's like the teacher gaslighting the student. The student says, "Wait. How do you get to how do you assume that there's a group of ape-like creatures who then transition into what you call a human creature? How do you know when that is if you're making that claim?" And they go, "You're just don't understand. This is your own insecurity. This is your own insecurity."
Yeah.
Always be recording, guys. Always be recording.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called entertainment.
Yeah.
look, me playing the violin music over your spiel doesn't change the fact that your spiel included zero explanation and more just assertions. That's the reality of evolution. Assertions.
I mean, we're watching on his, and that's the one comment I have because I host debates here, and
Okay.
Jimbob does some debates here, and that's one of the things that I commented on. Like, I wanted to see what he's doing on his, and just curious to see how he's engaging, because I try to have somewhat fair debates, and that's something that's going on. It's like, really? Because that disengages the audience from what you're saying.
It does not disengage the audience. What are you guys talking about? It's the opposite. It's literally the opposite. You guys could learn something from me. They're not learning. What do you think? Look. When you look at your channel or anyone else's channel, even channels that have like 100,000 people, look at the audience that maintains in my chat in viewership over time, over 5 hours. And Breakfast Tacos is going to be telling me what causes disengagement versus engagement? Are you kidding me? No, it has the audience engaged. He's saying that if I play violin music over a story, my audience somehow is like not listening to the story. No, my audience is already smart enough to know that he's telling a story. Why? Because we've been covering this topic for about 2 years. And it's always the same theme. You tell a story post hoc about what happened, and I ask how it happened, and you respond with that it happened.
Because it goes over what you're saying, and then all of a sudden you zone into the violin noises, and your brain gets disrupted, and you have this train of thought going on. I think it's and it could be an intentional. I don't know.
It's duplicitous.
I like Jimbob mostly. I think he's funny, right? But there's some stuff I see that I'm like, oh, come on, bro.
He's being a duplicitous coward. You know that. I mean, it's actually
a duplicitous coward. Excuse me. Look, you didn't hear the violin music. I didn't disrupt you. I didn't disrupt modern day debate. They didn't hear it. How could I be duplicitous? How could it be cowardice? I'm literally debating an evolutionary biologist on a main stage. Do you know how much I could lose in this situation? Debating a big smarty pants, right?
Yeah, I got to toss in my vote here.
You guys are not addressing any of the debate. Nothing, Breakfast Tacos. This is you get this guy on, and the first thing you go to is meta commentary about me or tactics, as opposed to let's get into the actual meat of the arguments. Let's get into the meat of the claims of evolution. Let's get into what Jimbob asked. Can you answer these questions? Maybe there's a better way to answer these questions. Hey, Dr. Greg, do you think that debate went well for you? How about that? That for a question. Unbelievable. Skit where a bunch of atheists are losing a fight discussing changing tactics. One of them wises up and asks questions. Yeah, they just ask questions. That would be smart of them, actually. They didn't evolve past the sound. This is such cope. This is all excuse making. This is all post hoc reasoning of why it didn't go well. This is like, dude, you didn't hear any of the music I was playing. That's for my audience. That's for my audience, not yours.
I'm gonna back out. I'm not trying to I have a working relationship there, but I understand your frustration.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean,
I really got to toss my vote.
Yeah, toss your vote in.
Here under Dr. Greg, when Dr. Greg is trying to explain science and being methodical about it, and then Jimbob is being rhetorical and just shouting down their points without actually any knowledge on the subject, it's really, to anyone who has a basic understanding of science, it's so disingenuous.
It's not disingenuous. Notice how you're not actually dealing with my questions. What are you guys talking about?
That we all just immediately tossed Jimbob aside because he's so clearly lying and full of shit.
Tell me where I lied. You can't just call someone liar and then you can't just call people liars.
That it's not even it's not even something most of us consider because they're just so blatant in their lying and
where
their
I don't know.
misrepresentation.
I don't know
What are you talking about, dude?
I don't know that he's consciously lying or even subconsciously lying. I think.
Oh no, Jimbob 100%. No, bullshit.
When he does that,
Jimbob
Lying about what, dude? What the hell? What the hell, dude? Oh my gosh. I mean, this is how atheists think, apparently. Like, this is what it's like being over there, is like you bring the opponent on to get a view or a take on the debate, get their take on it, their experience, maybe get into some details of the debate, maybe get into some topics. No. You immediately start off with this pile on and calling me a liar. Dude, first of all, what if I was a liar? How it wouldn't even be relevant to the debate. Let's say the biggest, craziest liar ever was the biggest liar of all liars, and then he had a debate. It would be irrelevant to the debate unless you're pointing to something in the debate where he's lying.
Bob is
signaling
100%
to his audience.
Nope. Jimbob is
signaling to
100%
his
smart
audience.
enough.
He's saying,
He
"Look at
knows
this
when
dumb
he's manipulated.
expert who actually spent all this time looking at the evidence and investigating it and reading textbooks."
Oh, this is Austin Sims, the guy who swears by evolution but requires other people to defend it. He can't defend it himself. By the way, Austin Sims is the one who jumped
when the
on,
Bible already tells you
when he jumped on once post-debate over at Breakfast Tacos, he's the one who said he doesn't know how many scientific methods there are. He said there could be infinite scientific methods. This is the guy talking who said this.
evolution isn't true. So you
Well, no,
don't
you
really
have to
need to
take
go.
it from-
You didn't. Molecules to
No.
man didn't happen.
No,
Adam and Eve were made in the garden.
Okay. I
So,
hate
like,
to be the
there's the
person
basic-
who's sitting here defending Jimbob, but I'm going to do it. I was just as smart when I was a young Earth creationist as I am now.
Mhm.
I had
Yeah,
affinity
yeah,
fixation for a group of beliefs, and
Did I appeal to Christian doctrine at all in this debate? The answer is a giant no. Talk about liars. You guys are calling me liars, right, on a panel, right? And you bring in, I don't need creationism, dude. I don't need creationism to debunk evolution. There are atheists, secular atheists, who are looking at the problems of evolution. They're not invoking any creation paradigm as a counter.
I couldn't see the truth because the group of beliefs was bigger to me than what I was actually seeing.
I do want to say something about Jimbob as well. I have had a working relationship with Jimbob for a long time, and I have hit all of his arguments against atheism videos. And he has changed. He has taken stuff I have said and other creators have said, and he has created new argumentation for his position that is at least valid. I feel like he is somewhat listening to what people are saying, and he might take his position seriously. So I was on.
Look, I ask questions. My questions that I ask are very difficult to answer for an evolution proponent. That's just the fact. It's not because of me. I'm not special. I'm not special. Any one of us in this chat could ask the same questions. They're not even my questions. It's not even my argument. It's just a basic internal critique of evolution and what it posits. That's it. That's all it is. I'm not doing any magic. I'm not doing any manipulation. I'm asking very basic questions, one of which was, how do you determine what random is? That was a killer. How do you determine what random is? Now, that alone, I could have led with that alone. I asked another question. You have to hold that what you call the penis had to have a start point in its growth, in its development over successive generations, right? Yes. Yes. And you have to explain how random mutation produces a nub, maintains a nub, while holding traits that are just as sufficient in reproduction, for reproduction, as the nub itself. You have to explain that.
on the fence for a while if he was serious or not. I think he might be serious, actually. So, like, real talk, I think he might seriously hold this position.
I would argue back on that, and that there is a tier ladder of intelligence, and this is a horrific thing to say, but like there are people that can understand basic concepts, and then there are people that can understand what they read in a scientific paper. And Jimbob is just below the people that can understand what they read in a scientific paper.
None of this is an argument. Like, you guys should be so embarrassed by this. Breakfast Tacos, if you're listening, you should be so embarrassed by this. Like, he's just doing arbitrary psychologizing analysis of tiers of intelligence, no justification, just saying it. All you have to do is, if you atheists were actually honest with each other, you'd say, how did you determine that? How do you know what you're saying?
Because they can't move past that. They can't take that knowledge that they read in a paper and extrapolate it to things around them. They are, and yeah, it's a horrible thing to say. But it's just, that is the way the world works, is that there are people that will just never rise above that level. They have a negative D12 on their intelligence roll, and that's just how it is.
Definitely operating on a different cognitive.
Totally, dude. I mean, look, Breakfast Tacos, if you really want your channel to grow and you don't notice this, like, this is not good. Like, that's not good. Like, this isn't proper. Like, you're not properly examining the content. This is an improper examination of the content. This is low tier. You're bringing low tier people, Breakfast Tacos, on your panel, and it's actually lowering the value and the quality of your panels. You're just bringing people on, and they're just like, oh, he's low tier. He doesn't think, and he's this, and he just doesn't understand. He just doesn't understand. That's not going to make you guys better at debating me. By the way, it's going to make you worse. First of all, second of all, everything that's being said, even if all of it was true, if your worst account of Jimbob was true, your worst Yelp reviews ever were true, it still doesn't change the fact that Greg didn't do a good job and he couldn't defend his position.
Nobody on fire comments with a super chat. Yes, Tacos, JB is validly invalid. Great point. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's definitely operating on a different cognitive frequency. And I think part of that is influenced by the fact that hundreds, if not thousands of people give him attention, and positive attention even, for denying evolution.
And money.
Denying the moon
Lots
landing.
Of
Money? What are you talking about? I only got 6 out of 10 chats, and we got 5 minutes left. What are you saying? It's always about money in the end, isn't it? Isn't it always back to the money? They project their own concerns onto the world.
Being open to flat earth shit, like he gets all of them in his chat, even the Holocaust deniers and stuff.
Oh man, it's just so low tier.
Jimbob, half black again. Why do people who think they are smart always have to explain why they are smart or how other people are stupid? Tiers of intelligence. It's like listening to black people say they are street smart.
Yeah, this is basically my version of Andrew Wilson treatment. Yeah, totally. Like whoever this guy is, he was going to represent the studied, practiced 15-year vet of evolutionary biology, and he was going to finally put Jimbob in his place, right? That's what was supposed to happen, right? That didn't happen. And guess what? It wasn't actually me who didn't make that happen. It was him. He couldn't do it. He couldn't answer some basic questions about the claim itself. He stepped into so many traps that I set for him. And you guys are just, no, it's him. Jimbob's mean. Unbelievable. Jimbob, when you get your metalsmith shop back, are you able, and can you make a wedding band? Yeah, it'll be a while though, so you might have to wait or get temporary ones. But yeah, I can
JB, the atheist avatars can't correct each other about how to debate evolution better. Right. I think you did great.
Thanks.
Total domination in my opinion. But what do you think you can improve on? Anything stick out? Yeah, we should strive to improve like we always do.
Yes. What I can improve on, and I haven't needed to yet because they could never get into the basic questions, but I'm reading further into, at the granular level, some of these claims like chromosome 2 or ERVs or the operation of DNA. Why? Rhetorically, or optically, I should say, an Evo proponent could just dump a bunch of technical terms on me, right? Now, I could still figure out a way out of the morass of technical terms. Why? Because no matter what's said, I could grant it at the molecular level and still ask a basic question, which is, okay, let's say all of that's true. How do you come to the conclusion that if all of that's true at the molecular level, how did you come to the conclusion that things change at the massive universal level? And that's why he stepped in the composition fallacy trap. So he stepped in that multiple times, and he didn't even understand that he was stepping in a fallacy trap. He didn't understand it. He was like, well, yeah, essentially what microbiology does is it studies bacteria, yeast, and other things, and it watches how they adapt to things that are intruding on them. And they're amazed. They go, oh, wow, holy crap, look at that. Look what it done. You go, oh, yeah, look what it done. That's amazing, right? Yeah. Well, that must be true of the macro level. If a bacteria could alter itself to accommodate or to defend against something in the environment, then certainly a Pakicetus wolf can become a whale. That doesn't follow. Yes, since they said you're getting paid for it. Yeah, I mean, what better statements could they make for me to make some money today? You know what I mean? Thank you for it. Yeah. And the money, let's say. And the money. Let's show these guys what it looks like.
Which is one of my biggest beefs with him.
Yep.
And yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
between
100%
flat Earth
true.
and Holocaust deniers, you have the flat Earth. You can look outside and see the goddamn sunset and know that it's false. Holocaust deniers, well, the people that committed it shouldn't have done it in their own goddamn handwriting, and we wouldn't know they did it. So, like,
what are they talking about, man? What are you talking about? Look, if you guys can't even focus on an evolution debate without bringing in Holocaust, flat Earth, what is wrong with you?
Like, it's the two dumbest
focus
ideas possible. Like, if we're judging by that, we are judging by the bottom of barrel of intelligence. I'm just
well, that's not a look. Let's just say I'm the bottom of the barrel intelligence. You're admitting that the bottom of the barrel intelligence did better against this high tier guy right here. That this guy didn't do well against the lowest bottom of the barrel intelligence. What does that say?
There's nothing wrong with like Jimbob's intelligence, in my opinion. It's the lack of curiosity of actually how.
I was an evolution proponent for 10 years straight, bro. You got to be curious about it. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I thought curiosity leads to questions. Their critique is I only ask questions, and they simultaneously say I'm not curious.
Like evolution works and not actually engaging in the conversation. I mean, that's what he's guilty of. He's never asked.
Oh my gosh, dude. These people. Let me tell you, JB, academic biology and genetics is granting assumptions, granular level as well. Animal gene studies assume anthropomorphic equivocation of human behavior in animal. Yeah, there's a lot that they just say. And now I'm getting. Now the critique is what? The critique is what? The critique is I'm not curious enough, but I'm asking a lot of questions.
Asking questions to an actual expert for the first time that's actually worked with evolution directly. So it's like in the same direct argumentation that he falls back on because he's scared. He has an insecurity about it and he can't change his position.
Oh my gosh, dude. Are you serious? You're doing emotional categorization, emotional psychologizing. He's scared. He's insecure. This is look, tacos. This is the top. This is where you want to take it. Is this the panel of reason and rationality? This is your panel of reason and rationality? He's scared. He's emotionally unaware. He's intimidated. He's insecure.
Right? He has to believe, and he's even said this. There's no way that evolution is real, because then that means that God is not real. Because if you can't believe, and this.
No, I didn't say that.
I don't know where you guys are on in the debate, but he basically gives it all away when he says that things haven't gone extinct. Like, you know, he doesn't think that 99.
I didn't say things haven't gone extinct, you lying smug prick. You said most things that have ever existed went extinct. That's what you said. I said, how do you know that? I asked you how you know that. I didn't say things don't go extinct.
9% of things have gone extinct, then obviously if 99% of things have gone extinct, then things aren't.
No, that's a claim. How do you know 99% of all things that have existed went extinct? You're making the claim. I asked you, how did you determine that the claim 99% of all things that have ever existed went extinct? How did you determine that?
Intelligently designed. Yeah,
but
so
you have to consider it's not his intelligence level that we're considering here. It's the intelligence level of the dollar that he's chasing.
Yeah.
The intelligence level of the dollar he's chasing? What are you saying? What does that even mean? What kind of poetry is this? Do you think by the way, do you think there's no dollars? If I just said Dr. Greg believes in evolution because there's grant money, do you think that would be valid? I should touch some grass here. Let's ban atheist. I don't need this. Most of my day is not here, okay? Get atheist out of here.
He is
even if he's a troll, I don't even care. So look, breakfast tacos. Would it be valid for me to say, well, Dr. Greg only believes in evolution because the dollars he's chasing, because there's grant money in evolution? Would that make sense? I thought you guys were the ones who were rational.
Chasing a opinion that people need to have to verify their worldviews and give him money. He is what do you call him? A super church pastor. That's what he's doing. He's just doing it on the internet.
Yeah.
He is preaching to the lowest common denominator who have no scientific understanding.
The lowest common denominator believe in evolution, you dipshit. The lowest common denominator who believe in evolution don't understand evolution.
Who have no basis to understand what they're talking about, but he says it confidently and he says it correctly in the word of
Dr.
God.
Greg, I got it.
In the word of God, I didn't appeal to God.
Got it, Dr. Greg. So I've been brainstorming how to do this. So when I'm watching you,
I'm a pastor now.
Clowns offer God's love through the joy promised by Jesus Christ.
You're smiling, you look confident and intelligent. But what I think you need to do is, rather than saying it's this and then explaining it, go, oh, yeah, there's this really cool thing. And this is what happens, right? And so this thing does.
And today we're going to defeat evolution. And I want y'all to get your tithings out today. We're going to make this a real thing. He is mighty.
Does this, and then this thing happens, and then this stuff becomes this, or whatever, right? And it's really, really cool, right? And so it's called this, and the reason we call this is because of these features I explained in this, right? And so it's descriptive of that, right? And so this is just a.
What did you just say? Breakfast tacos? Give me my pastor money, yeah. What did you just say? Wait a second. I feel like this is me on an Ortho Thugs episode. What did he just say?
He's scared. He has an insecurity about it, and he can't change his position. Right? He has to believe, and he's even said this. There's no way that evolution is real, because then that means that God is not real.
I never said that, by the way. So that's a lie. You're a liar. You're clearly a liar.
Because if you can't believe, and this, I don't know where you guys are on in the debate, but he basically gives it all away when he says that things haven't gone extinct. Like,
when I'm watching you, you're smiling. You look confident.
Listen to this. Tell me if the transcription of this would make sense. Breakfast tacos. This dude is the saddest and bigly pathetic cope fest. This is a massive cope fest. It's wild. They even have like other people come on. They did one the other day, and they had Planet Peterson on. I mean, this is wild stuff. And what's crazy is that Breakfast Tacos actually knows something. He knows that he didn't do well. He won't say it, but he knows it. And Breakfast Tacos, you'll notice throughout this engagement that he's actually trying to guide and help Dr. Greg because he knows he didn't do well against me. But he can't say it. If you got the gout, I want you to put your tongue right in there in the Bible, in the Bible. If you got some gout, just go ahead and open the Bible and rub your nose on it.
Confident and intelligent. But what I think you need to do is, rather than saying it's this and the next...
Tacos, I don't know what you mean by this, but this... I'm guilty of saying things as incoherent as this, just so you know. I'm not picking on you, but this following statement from Breakfast Tacos is so confusing that I want it on a bumper sticker.
Explaining it? Go. Oh, yeah. There's this really cool thing, and this is what happens, right? And so this thing does this, and then this thing happens, and then this stuff becomes this, or whatever, right? And it's really, really cool, right? And so it's called this, and the reason we call this is because of these features I explained in this, right? And so it's descriptive of that, right? And so this is just a really cool feature, and I think that is a really good answer to the question that you're answering, and addresses the point, because you asked about this, and this directly addresses that.
This addresses this and that addresses this and this. If you just say it like that, then there is no this or that, because you figured out that is explained by this anyway. So I want someone transcribe that for me. I'm just going to keep posting that on X. Whatever he just said, I'm going to say that. I'm going to memorize that.
Or something like that, right? And
I'm trying to like ask questions, but the problem is that like in this
he gives gallops. He asks 40 questions.
He's rambling.
You start answering the first question, and then
they want to ask you questions.
Listen to this. They don't even let the guy talk, ironically. That's hilarious.
This directly addresses that, or something like that, right? And I think it'll be easier to receive if you sound excited about it, and you're smiling, and you're presenting like this cool thing and the way it works, and then you name it. I think that people may be a little bit more receptive to it that way.
Okay, interesting. I feel like I'm excited about science, so I wasn't expecting that. But so okay, thank you.
No, I wasn't trying to be. I think you look
that's interesting.
Confident and
handsome,
smart, and excited to talk.
And I love you
about it, but I don't know how to.
Greg,
I'd try not to tell too much about myself, but I think if you presented stuff like that and responded like that, I think that would probably, especially in debates like this, go miles for you.
Okay.
It's not so much Jimbob alone either. These like Philbro, Eastern Orthodox YouTuber Christians, they love to be in the interrogator role, and they despise when you ask them questions. Like,
well, the thing is, if you accept a debate that's called evolution on trial. Have you ever thought about that? What the prompt is? Have you guys considered that when you say X is on trial, there's an interrogator? Did it ever occur to you that when someone accepts the debate in defense, they're in defense? They're the one defending? That they're going to be defending most, if not all of the time? Did that ever occur to you? Evolution on trial.
We have one who comes on here, P. Mars, and whenever he comes,
man, more time because he just rambled so often. It was very frustrating.
So, okay, one thing I'm going to say, one thing I'm going to say before.
I've debated these preceptors for years. I 100% know what you're dealing with, and you have to build questions into the way you talk.
Mm-hmm.
That is the most important thing you can do against people like this. Is have like in your explanation, you literally just your brain goes straight into a question. I don't know how else to explain that. It's like in your head,
how would you assume that was a question
for this inquisitor? I just got to ask a question. I have to ask a question back, right? I have to ask. I cannot end until I ask a question, right? And then Skeptics and Scoundrels says it's true. Believers become very uncomfortable with questions. It's why I like street epistemology. Street epistemology is great. Not really my cup of tea, but I've watched
the Skeptics and Scoundrels. He refused to engage with me also, this guy. Unbelievable. These people, man. They're not thought out. None of it's thought out.
Probably 100 hours of Anthony Magnabosco. I love street epistemology. And then Benjamin Horowitz says, or try jingling your keys in his face. That's a great point. Thank you, Benjamin.
So, like, Dr. Greg, the problem is you're still, sorry, I'm just going to, a little bit, I've been in academia. I assume you've been through academia as Dr. Greg.
Yeah.
The problem that when you're discussing with somebody like Jimbob is that you're still trying to instruct them. And they're not coming at you with somebody that wants instruction. They're coming at you with somebody that wants to shout you down and prove you wrong.
It's a debate. You fucking idiots. When there's two people debating, the other one's not there to learn. The other one's not there to instruct. They're in a battle. Is that some sort of critique? Oh.
If you did this and then started doing that with something like that, with more of this than that, with more of this.
That's right.
I can't explain this and that, but something with that or this.
Something like that. I can't believe you want to prove him wrong in a debate. You're a mean Bob. Look, something you have to understand about Jimbob, and this is pretty much anyone who's in a debate against you, is they're not there to learn from you. Wow, wow, Eden, where are you in the hierarchy of intelligence?
Yeah. And that's like you have that instinct as a TA, as a teacher, as that like, oh no, come here, let's figure this out on the blackboard. We can work through this. Don't worry about it. But you really, like, for people like them, they don't care if they're right. They just want to be
in passing. Like, I mean, I started out like in the internet in early 2000s, YouTube, watching just creationism videos and stuff like that. So that's kind of like I've watched a lot of hours of like young earth creationism and stuff like that. But like credentials, I basically have been doing molecular biology for 17 years now. I started with an algae biofuels lab, and then I worked in a plant biotechnology company doing like robot automation, doing next generation sequencing, doing strain engineering for using CRISPR and gene editing tools and that time. And then I moved to, I got my PhD using nanotechnology techniques in order to deliver DNA to algae chloroplasts, and did that until 2023. And then
it's also cool, man.
Oh yeah, thank you, man. And then I did strain engineering of yeast in order to make proteins inside of yeast until October, and we got our whole research and development site got laid off because of Trump's tariffs and nonsense, like his attack on science. So it sucks. Yeah. So
that's infuriating. God.
Yeah.
That's so annoying.
So that's where I've been at. I've been basically.
I was just about to say that sounds absolutely based as hell. I basically want your life, man. I'm jealous. Legit jealous over here.
Thanks.
I want to be inside you. I literally want to be your sibling or your sister or your daughter or something. I want to live in your bed. You basically have the life that I want to live. Can I be you? I need you. I need you. We just hear that again.
Thousands, YouTube watching, atheism versus creationism videos and stuff like that. So that's kind of like I've watched a lot of hours of like young Earth creationism and stuff like that. But like credentials, I basically have been doing molecular biology for 17 years now. I started with an algae biofuels lab, and then I worked in a plant biotechnology company doing like robot automation, doing next generation sequencing, doing strain engineering for using CRISPR and gene editing tools. And
this is their funniest scope so far.
And then I moved in, I got my PhD using nanotechnology techniques in order to deliver DNA to algae chloroplasts, and did that until 2023.
Does he not understand it's intentional?
Cool,
yeah, it's engineering. That's what it is.
And then I did strain engineering of yeast in order to make proteins inside of yeasts until.
Oh, I want to be your grandma.
October, and we got our whole research and development site got laid off because of Trump's tariffs and nonsense.
I want to be one of your shoes. Oh, how I would love to be one of your socks.
Because attack on science. So it sucks. Yeah. So
that's infuriating. God.
Yeah.
That's so annoying.
So that's where I've been at. I've been basically.
I was just about to say that sounds absolutely based as hell. I basically want your life, man. I'm jealous.
I want to know what it's like to wear your skin on my face. Oh, man. I mean, if I believed in reincarnation, I mean, I could imagine what it's like being one of your hair follicles.
I'm jealous over here.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's been fun. Being a scientist for a living is truly a wild thing where I love it, getting paid to do it, but overcoming the necessary means in order to fend off something that's killing them, and within however many generations it takes, even if it's basically quote unquote microevolution, how phenomenal that is. That's incredible that it's able to do that. So the idea that we could somehow, like mammals from like squirrels during the dinosaur time to here, we could evolve like different forms of bats and whales and humans. It's actually not that. It's almost easier because it's just like a small percentage chance gain over.
What are you saying? You shouldn't have said, I want to be inside you, and then I want to be your brother right after. I know. Clip it. Watching this made me realize how much atheists actually looked to doctors and professors the way we look to God. Oh, yeah, it's a priesthood. But you listen to what he just said, right? He just said to think about bats turning into something that aren't bats, or something that's not a human turning into a human over time, is actually easier. It's actually less complicated than bacteria figuring out how to defend itself. No, it's not. It's not easier. You need entire body plan changes for that to happen, and you've granted yourself that the organisms already have inside of them all of these organs that do specific things. You can't even, look, forget about an animal changing into another animal. You can't even tell me how a bat got wings from an animal that didn't have wings. You can't even tell me that.
Over time versus like microbial work.
Genetically.
Dude, it keeps skipping for some reason. I'm not sure why.
But also like visibly, physically, and so you could see under a microscope prior to the introduction of the predator, they're just free floating single cells. And then once you introduce a predator, all of a sudden we're getting 1632 cell, organism looking things that have a matrix and are actually doing something. And that would be a way to get his audience at least to see that the thing he's asking for has been studied.
No, that's adaptation, dude. That actually disproves your assumption that these things are produced from random mutation, Kurt. How do these people not understand this? They keep looking at things, reacting to the environment, and they're going, look what it's doing. Yeah, that would assume it already has the code to react that way. And nothing you said, even if you granted all of the different ways in which animals react to predators, right? What's a predator? How does an organism know what a predator is? That has to be embedded. There has to be a reaction to specific inputs. Predator, prey, food, not food. There has to be some sort of coded interpretation. Not even mind-dependent interpretation, not like an evaluation. I'm saying like interpretation for the sake of language, a reaction to X. And these people keep making the same claim over and over again, and they think they're going to get better at debating evolution? Holy cow! That is a big super chat! Holy moly, Craig. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed your Dr. Greg debate. Great job. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for that guy. Huge super chat. You see that, Atheist? You see that huge super chat? Just want to make sure you see it. Just want to make sure. Okay. Thank you so much, Craig. Yeah, so they keep avoiding this problem. They're avoiding the corner that they're in. They're not getting out of the corner here. They're not getting out of this corner. They keep saying, look, animals react to the external world. Look at how they react. Okay, that doesn't get me my answer. Insofar as, how do you have the animal to begin with from not that animal? How do you have that?
Yeah. I mean,
they say the environment is the selection mechanism, but gloss over the fact that the organism has to interpret, yes, cues from the environment. Not only that, I couldn't get this dope to actually understand the difference between the environment dictating said trait, whether it's going to survive or not, versus the animal producing the trait, independent of the environment. They don't make this distinction. They kind of go back and forth with it. They're like, oh, the environment dictates. The predators dictate what's going to happen here. It's dictating it. No. From your view, a trait or a new mechanism, a new ability, superhero ability in the video game, is developed through random mutation. Then, simultaneously, the environment is crushing it. So it doesn't even make sense, because if the evolutionary process within an organism or a population starts producing at the population level some unique trait or appendage, and it doesn't do the thing it needs to do because that needs to be developed, then the environment would not favor that thing. They don't understand this, that the environment wouldn't favor the early processes of development for a said appendage or mechanism. So if that's true, if the environment wouldn't favor those things in development because they're not doing anything yet, they have to develop the capability of doing something. Well, you have much more time for research and development for said appendage or mechanism than you do using it. And they don't want to deal with this problem.
I think like him denying that 99% of organisms ever existed and just,
because
this keeps skipping. I don't know why. Maybe it's such a long stream. I think this is a 12-hour stream. Yeah, you heard that right. 12 hours. Now, of course, we're not going to watch all that. We're just watching Dr. Greg get glazed by these people.
You're doing the explanation, the word, and then the explanation of the word, and repeating the word. And like I said, so that should cement the explanation of the word, and then you immediately ask a question. Doesn't matter. And this should maintain control of the debates for you and keep the audience engaged and understanding what you're saying. Because I feel like I don't feel like I'm super smart or anything. I do think I'm probably like average to above average intelligence, and I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying in this video. But I think if you explained it like that, even somebody like me could keep up with you.
Okay.
And Dr. Greg, you're an expert in yeast physiology, so you have a huge advantage because these creationists, they can't explain trees. They don't understand trees. They don't know how trees work. So if you can just show how like the things that we think of as these big solid trees are actually dependent on these little tiny yeasts in the soil that create the necessary nutrients for them to eat.
That's not a good, dude, Kurt, you moron. Do you know that the complex communication systems of fungi underneath trees actually makes the evolutionary model harder to explain? You think that's a dig on creation? No, it doesn't. It's not a dig on creation. It's actually, every time you look at something at higher resolution for evolution, it gets harder to defend. He just admitted that trees have this interdependency on yeast and types of fungi underneath, right? It's a part of their communication system. That living organisms are also mediums for transmitting information, meaningful information. Why do you think they don't like Stephen Meyer so much? Because he focuses on meaningful information.
Jimbob Senpai, would you consider it stepping on your toes if I used your granular interrogation against avotards? The penis argument is too strong.
No, do it. And the original penis argument originated from Jay Dyer, actually. So, he developed the nubby nub.
Oh, nub. Dude, what good is like 1/8 of a nub, dude? What is it? It's like, what's the purpose, dude?
Yeah, use it, dude. So this is the problem here. He's like, oh, creation people don't understand trees. Trees are dependent on this other thing that aren't trees. Yeah, that makes it harder to explain the evolution of trees, being that if they're dependent, you have another irreducible complexity problem. That all of life is connected. There's unity in multiplicity. And what's funny, Kurt, you little weasel, is that Christianity does give an account of the unity and multiplicity we see in the world. Evolution can't because it's nominal, dude. It's nominal. You can't take a nominal position, reduce everything to particulars and say, oh, look, trees evolved. Oh, were they dependent on other things? Yes. Were those other things evolving too? Yes. Do you understand? Do you guys start to conceptualize the problem here? A multiplicity of things that are ever changing are also dependent on each other to exist. To exist is to maintain an identity. How could you say this identity, which is changing in flux, is dependent on this identity that's changing in flux? It's incoherent. That's like saying the platform is dependent on the post underneath, but the platform's changing and the nature of a post is changing. That's like saying humans depend on oxygen, but humans, in the way they process oxygen, is always changing, and the fundamental nature of oxygen is also changing.
Even exist. And there's no way that possibly could have been some sort of design structure, that the tree is a kind independent of the mycorrhiza.
Mm-hmm.
He just debunked himself. Kurt, you idiot. You just debunked yourself. Evolution has to posit that things universally and at the individual level develop independently, but also dependent. Independently and also depend on something outside.
Back up and updating it to have a theist real fast because we got Evo Save 34 on the panel.
To incorporate it if it was a naturally competent.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Why does it keep skipping?
Bacteria.
They don't know how trees work. So if you can just
don't know how trees work.
Show how like the things that we think of as these big solid trees are actually dependent on these little tiny yeasts in the soil that create the necessary nutrients for them to even exist. And there's no way that possibly could have been some sort of design structure, that the tree is a kind independent of the mycorrhiza, the yeast that are feeding those roots. Then you can get people to understand that ecological connection. And I guarantee, because what do we have, Tacos? 75, 80? How many total theists have been unable to explain
ecology?
Let me pull that up. I can pull up the list for you.
Dude, I genuinely, man,
check out the scroller on the bottom of the screen.
Dude, ecology makes evolution way harder to explain.
Love you, Taco. Dr. G, how do you feel about Dr. F. Collins?
Yeah, Francis Collins.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I think that he did like an interesting, like, good job, like with the Human Genome Project. That's probably what I understand.
Yeah, exactly. So a tree couldn't exist without something else evolving in conjunction. That's right. Like everything else.
That's evolution.
And then Robin asks, is swallowing required for this? Not sure who that's to, but thank you for this.
I think it actually worked. And then, sure. I agree.
Can I ask a question too?
Don't worry about what you don't have control over, because this has already happened. You no longer have control over this. That makes sense?
Sure. Makes sense. Agreed.
Can I ask a question before you hit play again?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, so I was curious, just Dr. Greg going into this debate, and maybe Kurt, or I guess Austin, it's Austin up here too. But so prior to this debate, were you confident that your scientific and sort of Gnostic experience, because you've done it, you've studied it, you have the philosophy and stuff of it. Were you confident that was going to stand up to the scrutiny that Jimbob would bring from his perspective of actually like the things we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I had watched like all of his modern like YouTube debates that he had on his channel. So like probably like 10 hours of his stuff. And then I've been listening to like atheism versus creationism and evolution debates for like 20 years. But I actually have like, but yeah, I mean, I understand the process.
Never trust a man who hesitates to confirm they have a penis.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of like my intro, like what I want to say. And I don't know what in my mind, I'm thinking like, talk about like how we actually use evolution in the lab and how we demonstrate it.
You don't use evolution in the lab.
Using it as a tool, and the medicines that we create from it, the knowledge that we know from it, and that's what I'm trying to say. And like I'm genuinely like tuned in, trying to answer his questions, because it's like probably his first time actually talking to maybe it is like one of his first times talking to someone that's actually done this.
No. Okay. So here's the deal. No. You entered a microcosm debate sphere of YouTube.
Yeah.
Where people have certain ways that they debate. They have these positions, they have these worldviews that they've arrived at philosophically or emotionally or whatever. And then they have these paradigm level debates, right? Which is like worldview versus worldview, right? And so this is like your first time entering this like microcosm of YouTube, and you have no idea what to expect, right?
You expect blood.
It seems to me like you came in here trying to educate, and that's a great position to have, but you have to have the persuasion, because Jimbob is like trained in persuasion and using like these tactics to interrupt your train of thought when you're talking, and all sorts of these different like debate tactics, right? And
I mean, I debate people for 4 hours a night on TikTok, and people come in and like, so like, I get it. Like I understand like what to do, and I understand like
he's like, I already know how to debate.
To put it on someone and score them, and like I get it. But
why?
In this space though, like here, I don't want to
shut up, Duck.
Like I'm like acting professional, like as a scientist, you know. I don't want to like just, especially as the first like iteration, I want to like become
that was your
like
first
a science communicator that people can trust outside of this. So, you know, I'm just going to, you know,
that's why I was saying if you do the that little start to finish explanation, thank you to the asking a question is going to make, I believe that will make that slightly more effective for you.
What Jimbob does though is Jimbob,
you have to have some shtick with it.
Shut up.
When you're debating somebody like Jimbob, to get not even shtick. You just got to get. You just got to be able to get through, right? And to get through, it's not even shtick. It's just like what I gave you.
Jimbob does orthodox.
Shut up, Duck.
So what I gave you,
the main point.
Start off with an hang on. So it's going to start off with an infantilization technique that's going to make your opponent look lower. And then it's going to respond with a fun and excited answer that's going to keep people engaged.
This is all copium.
And then it's going to drill. You're going to say the name of the thing several.
Not one topic discussed yet about the actual topic.
This is like, that's why I was saying that.
Not one conversation about the actual topic.
Right. And so I'm not saying that you did anything wrong. I'm just saying that you want to come in here with like a technique, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, my technique is usually like Socratic. That's like usually my method. That's kind of like how I like try to understand like someone's position, and then try to understand like how. That's
exactly what I used. I used the Socratic method. I said, "How do you know what random is?"
And gish galloping, and yeah, so.
I'm with you. This works perfect with Socratic method, because it keeps you asking questions after every time you talk, keeps you asking questions, and it'll force those questions against somebody who's interrupted of like Jimbob or other pre-suppers, right? And so, and
What a
also
cope.
Kurt, protection potion for Dr. Greg.
What a cope.
Drink the protection potion. This is a pay to mute channel.
Total cope. I asked questions. I literally used the Socratic method to try to understand from their view what the hell evolution they're claiming is happening.
Thank you, Dr. Kurt MD. Greatly appreciated. Let's get back into this.
Terrible. Environment, natural selection. Is it suitable or not? What I'm asking is the first stage. I'm not asking about how it's selected for. I'm asking, do you believe that the random mutation is the mechanism inside an organism that already exists, has some type of body, that the random mutation process actually starts off the pathway from A, not having a liver, to B, fully functioning toxic
Watch this.
filter? Do you believe random mutation produces... Listen
Sounds
to
like
this.
you got a comment, Kurt.
Okay, it's just so dumb.
It's dumb.
This is just Jimbob trying to find a non-eye related organ that he can sort of try to claim couldn't function as an early stage. But we have Amphioxus that doesn't have a liver. It's a vertebrate. It has a proto hepatic cecum, where it's just an area where the cells specialize on doing like mutagen inactivation and detoxification. So
what color is that thing, Kurt? I'm sorry.
What color is Amphioxus? I don't know.
Dude, that's not the question, Kurt, you little fucking weasel. I asked him, does random mutation produce a liver? He's like, oh, there's things without livers. That's totally irrelevant.
Oops, sorry. That's Rob Noor talking. I can do that. I'm happy to just chill.
All right.
You see, Evo is our friend Duck's evil
slot
twin.
with you.
They don't even let me do the cross-examination. They interrupt it, and Kurt goes, oh, this is just a pre-sup thing. What are you talking about?
Jimbob's liver thing, a lot of invertebrates don't have livers, but they just do detoxification like through the hemolymph system with all the cells. So
and
this argument is just like what he's trying to suggest is that somehow a mutation does something that's non-functional for a long period of time.
You mean like
then
a nub?
develops function? That never happens. It has to
never
work
happens.
every generation. It has
See
to
this?
be an improvement over the previous generation
Yeah.
in a particular niche to be successful.
Yeah.
I literally argued that. That's literally the internal critique, you dummy. It's a dilemma. It's called a dilemma. You either hold that random mutation produces non-functional things until they are finished baking, right? Or you have to hold, which is a harder position to hold, Kurt, which was brought up in the debate, if you listen, you scumbag, is that every single second of evolution for a mechanism in development, it has to be also developed enough to be functional. So it's totally functional, fully developed for what it is, but it's constantly developing and it's constantly in a functional state. You just made my argument for me.
There's so many different ways of creating more genetic material to work with, right? So you have genome recombination events, you have double-stranded breaks that happen, and the non-homologous end joining, which is how the DNA comes together of different parts. Like you have the creation of new genes that happen that way, and it's just so it isn't just by randomness. There's a lots of different bacteria can introduce DNA.
And you can get whole genome duplication in plants, like walking down the street. And once you got a whole genome duplication, the second copy can just start taking on new affordances right away.
Just takes on new things.
There are plenty of vertebrates that do whole genome duplications as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like a reductionary thing, and it's
totally
frustrating
irrelevant
because I'm trying to explain to him things that he's not listening to, and he's dogmatic on this, and it's just frustrating.
Yeah, he is a creationist. He won't admit it, but he's a creationist.
And audience,
what are you talking
we're
about?
at 11 out of 20 on the super chat goal. 5 minutes to go.
Won't
if you're
admit
absolutely loving the show, please consider.
I won't admit I'm a creationist. I believe God created the universe and everything in it. What are you talking about?
Button and the taco memberships are a necessity. They make you not idiot immediately. So make sure you get your taco memberships. And let's get back into this.
This is the liver.
Yeah.
Okay. So from your perspective, given that you study it at the granular level, could you explain to me how an organism or a population of organisms that doesn't have a liver, how random mutation happening inside of these organisms at the population level or individual level produces a hyper specialized functioning thing that has a task to it like the liver? How does it produce the liver?
Do you know what the function of the liver?
Okay.
Okay, stop it.
So what I was saying with that, so I would be like, okay, well, interesting question there. I would lead that always with something that's infantilized. You with me on that?
Okay.
Not against everybody, but if it's somebody like Jimbob that's a pre-supper or somebody like this.
What are you talking about? It's not even pre-supping.
They hate it so much. Every single time. They absolutely despise it. All these pre-suppers, they have like massively inflated egos, right? And so this is going to be the reason I tell you to do this is it's going to throw them off in the middle of the debate, right? Because their brain's going to be like, what the fuck? Why is he excuse my language? Why is he infantilizing me, right? In their head the whole debate. Because they're so ego driven.
So wait a second. Your advice is to be bad faith tacos?
That's why there's reasons behind everything that I'm saying.
Your advice is to be bad faith.
But I live in this world, right? I'm just an idiot, though. And then
yeah,
Primordial...
Jimbob genuinely has no idea that we're looking at a much larger body of evidence than him with a vastly superior epistemology that doesn't arbitrarily toss out the best explanation possible because it goes against a 6,000-year-old freaking goat herder manual from... don't get me started.
And he won't claim the round earth. He doesn't claim flat earth.
I have claimed round earth a million times, tacos. What are you talking about? Why do you guys lie?
But he won't claim the round earth.
I claim the round earth. I hate you.
He says, I don't know.
But he does get really mad when you say he's a conspiracy theorist. I know that.
I believe he's a moon landing denier as well. I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me on that.
He is a moon landing denier.
Yeah. Okay,
he
won't
confirm the round earth. He's a young earth creationist as far as I'm convinced because he won't confirm old earth either. That's
why I'm saying there's
you guys can't even tell me how old the Earth is. Why? Because just like you can't tell me when the first human existed with any criterion, you can't tell me when the beginning of an Earth is. The same way you refuse to tell me the beginning of a human person starts. These people can't even tell you when a human being begins, and they're going to tell you the beginning of the Earth. I'm sorry, is it a certain size? The beginning of the Earth? Being that you believe the Earth came from other existing matter, how do you know how old the Earth is if it comes from pre-existing matter that wasn't the Earth, you fucking idiots?
Like he might be a Holocaust denier. If he's not, he's got lots of Holocaust deniers on his channel.
What does this have to do about evolution?
He's definitely pretty anti-Semitic. Honestly, I think he takes almost every...
Pretty anti-Semitic.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Every conspiracy theorist box there is. I don't know if he's a Bigfoot hunter or a Nessie hunter or a Mothman hunter.
Dude, is that all you fuckers are going to do? Is that all you're going to do is well poisoning? You're not going to get into my question? One question I asked, and this is what we get from these people. What was my question? One question. How does random mutation in a population produce a fully functioning hyperspecific liver from not a liver? That's all I said. Breakfast tacos stops the question.
I hope this is the cutoff point for Pig Snake Master Breakfast Tacos. Doing a cope stream behind your back like Gossip Girl says so cowardly. Let him starve with his 20 viewers. He needs you. You don't need him. You're way greater than him, Jimbob.
It doesn't matter, Vagine. So I just want you guys to understand, as you've seen here, clearly, it's clear. I asked a simple question that's totally valid to ask an evolution proponent. How does random mutation produce a liver that's hyper-specialized over time? How does it do it? They pause it. They go into Holocaust. They go into flat Earth. They go into everything else but the question.
Or a magnet fucker, but he's already checked off pretty much every box on the list that matters to me.
Let's say I check off all of those things. Let's say I'm a complete moron and I don't know shit. It doesn't change the fact that I asked a question.
One of his debates, he definitely said that he
Earth
believes
is
like
Earth,
space is a projection. So
Teamwork.
I never said space is a projection ever. Ever.
They're fighting to hit that.
I never said that. You guys are a bunch of liars. Never once said space is a projection, ever.
Goal. Oh,
Massive W.
And Hanko Flamio is working on a 2:40 seconds to go. Hanko Flamio asks, "Is Moon? I cannot even read right now. Is Jimbob a moon cheeser?" I have no idea what that means, Hank. But thank you for the super chat, greatly appreciated. And then Primordial Puggles sending another stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, Skeptics and Scoundrels. What? And they're going ham. They're going ham. Hizzle says, "Teats." Skeptics and Scandal says, "Taking back my #1 spot. Step aside, Primordial." He's like, "I got this." And then Primordial Puggles.
You guys notice? Still, the question is paused. Still.
Close enough. I count that as the goal. Goal!
Goal, 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 goal.
All right, we did it, people. We did it. I don't know if we should play it. Oh, we got a theist in the back. Everybody underwater. What's up, everybody underwater? I don't know if we should play a song or not here. I mean, you passed the initial vibe check. Are you chill with AI music, Dr. Greg? Do you like to jam out? Are you a metalhead?
Bro.
Dr. Greg?
And we got another one, Karen Dave. Karen Dave said, "Did someone say ham?" Thank you so much, Karen Dave. Greatly appreciated. I just woke up my wife. Whoops.
Just very briefly, Duck, YEC is not an online community. I was raised YEC in the 60s and 70s when there was no online. It's a real thing.
But if so, there's just a question. If like, let's say you have some system for understanding constructed knowledge, right? And
Wait a minute, guys. This is important. We just hit the goal.
I love how he just shuts Duck up all the time.
We have to play a song, but I don't know if Dr. Greg is chill like.
You see this? We still haven't. He stopped my question. Will he even answer the question?
What type of music do you like?
Whatever, man.
Do you have a favorite?
I'm into usually electronic metal and metal music. So like electronic music.
I got you.
Between the Buried in Me fan?
Architects and Lorna Shore. And, yeah.
Ooh, I love Lorna Shore.
It's still paused.
See.
Still waiting.
I got you. Huh. More like typo negative or more like corn
We're
with...
still waiting. I'll just pause it. Look, I'll just wait till I see that video start talking, because this simple question sent this entire panel into a deep freeze. The one question. Hey, how does random mutation... Look! Change, dude! Dude! One simple question. Let me see. Okay. Still going. Still going. Still going. I have a weird feeling that they're actually not going to proceed with this. They can't. No, they can't answer the question. They can't answer the question. Imagine doing all of this to avoid a simple question. You know, because it's awkward. Why? Because they know Greg didn't answer it. And Greg's on the panel. So it's like, right? They know he's on the panel. They are destroying me by asking Greg's favorite music, right? Wild, dude. Wild. How many evolutionists does it take to answer a question? We don't know how many, actually. We're still trying to figure that out. Is it going to happen? Are they going to answer the question? Okay. All right. Oh, look, it actually played. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you're if you're getting into that stuff, it's one of the ones I listen to it. I've probably listened to the whole thing like more than 10 times. It's really good.
Well, just dim it to me. I'll listen to it.
10
and
full
then
minutes.
We've got let me see. We've got 1 atheist spot on the panel, and then 3 theist spots on the panel. So if an atheist, agnostic, or igntheist would like to come up, we've got 1 spot, and then we've got 3 theist spots, or 3 theist, deist, pantheist, whatever spots.
There is.
I know the basic function. I know it does a lot of things, but the main function would be processing toxins and facilitating the removal of those toxins from the body.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So basically, it would be similar to the example that I brought up with the flies. So basically, you'd start off with some population that actually was able to have
a liver,
maybe like a heat shock protein or some other protein that was used and had some mutations in it and was actually able to bind to a toxin that they were exposed to in the circulating bloodstream or whatever it is. And then basically those that protein would be created inside of some type of specialized cell. And then those specialized cells, then if they were exposed to more of the toxin, you would have, the evolution of, does creating more of these different types of specialized cells increase the fitness of that organism? And if it did, then you'd increase the amount of, production of that protein or making more specialized cells. And that would be kind of like the pathway that is being tested. And then
I do need to stop it every once in a while just for reason, but I do think you're making. I mean that's very understandable, very good points there. Was there like a specific direction you were trying to go with that, or I mean I get you're doing an individual point, but it's hard to tell how it relates to the questions directly.
Yeah,
and so how do I phrase this?
Yeah,
that's why I said great question. Yeah, so the answer to this, explain this, is this, right? It just treat everybody like they're ding-dongs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, leading with kind of like the answer at the very beginning and not just kind of like with a long-winded explanation. Yeah, I can understand that.
Right, and explaining it, and then explain what it's called, right? And it just makes it a little bit easier to track. Although that's a very, I'm keeping up, I'm understanding everything you're saying there. I just want you to be successful in this sphere because you seem very, very smart and educated on this topic.
He's
and there
training them.
A ton of people that are smart and educated on this topic, right?
Thank you.
And, absolutely.
Bro's trying to be customato.
I think it might be a good idea to never take a debate titled "Evolution on Trial" ever again.
Yes, that is another thing. So
funny story. So, dude, when I reached out to James about this, the modern day debate and stuff, I threw my hat into like all the debate like YouTube channels like Raging Tomato and Modern Day Debates and all that kind of stuff. And I recommended the same like things like pandemic retrospective, vaccines, lab leak, science being like a benefit to society, public funding of science, Trump attacking our science as academia as an institution, the future of science in America, like all these different topics. And James was like, none of those are interesting. We basically do evolution debates or flat earth debates. So would you want one of those? I'm like, okay, I guess I can do an evolution debate, I guess. And it was funny because like I've been like watching debates on YouTube for a long time, man. And then like I used to love like modern day debates all the time, but I kind of stopped watching because it just is the same kind of debate, over and over and over again. It's kind of getting a little like tired, and so
the thing is, why, if you were an evolution proponent, you could defend it. There's no reason why you wouldn't take the debate evolution on trial, though. So I don't understand.
I mean, I told him again, I told James, I was like, thanks for the opportunity again. Thank you for having me on. But if you wanted to do any of those other debates, like I'm down. I want to do DebateCon 8. Like, let me know. So
yeah, you'll never do a defensive evolution debate again.
Constantly, on my TikTok channel, in TikTok world, that is like all the debates that they're constantly about. There's like flat earth, like channels and debates, but it's not necessarily about like that kind of stuff. But I mean, it is what it is.
And Hizzle says JB didn't really trajectory his position very well. That's a great point, Hizzle. Thank you so much for the super
I didn't
chat.
have a
really
position.
Appreciated. And then JL Warren, I only have one question. Why the hell does JB always look like moist bread?
Dude, JL Warren talking about anybody's looks should never happen.
I'm not a fan of ghost postulates. I like molecular ghost postulates, but the idea that we have to like, isolate every single microbe, that's just going to be impossible and really expensive. So I think it's just
the microbiome just makes ghost postulates
hold on,
nonsensical.
Right back.
Exactly. Also, a lot of these are dysbioses; they're not individual agents.
Exactly.
So you can have a consortium of disease that is present, but no one species is the central portion. And I think there's some interesting stuff being done now to consider that possibility with like Scrapie and with CJD and the like the neurodegenerative disorders that we used to think were just prions, but might actually be like consortial.
I should say, if you would like to feel the positive atheism movement, and you find any theist debaters that are trying to debate you, I would ask. I did send you a few DMs on Discord and beforehand, to send you the link and all that when I got your information from Titan earlier, and I added you as a friend. So if you do find any theists that want to debate you, this is a debate platform. I'd be happy to host a mega bloodbath for you and them, and on whatever topic you guys want.
Yeah, I'm down. I mean, I'm down for any of those topics. Yeah.
That was a great mod.
We push positive atheism here, and I do moderate neutrally. This is not a neutral platform. This is an atheist platform, but I do moderate neutrally.
Taco's a great mod, and I would be happy to team up with you, Dr. Greg, if you ever do any more evolution debates with young Earth creationists. I would be totally down.
I'm just saying, like, if you're looking for, like, I'm happy to host stuff. Just feel the positive atheist movement. Don't feel Christian nationalism, please.
Okay, yeah, I'm down.
Even like Sarah is better. At least Sarah is not like Christian nationalism anymore.
Who's Sarah?
Raging Tomato.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Sarah Tomato.
She's out of like the Christian nationalism thing now. I think she was in it for a while. I think just the Christian nationalism shit is scary, man. Just like anything Christian nationalism related, I would just veer away from.
I'm
it's
a little
scary,
bit of a
man.
insider. Her channel started off even in the last 12 months with a ton of the Orthodox streamers and stuff. And so like, yeah, there's a lot of cool people. I think a lot of us like Wi-Fi Gospel. He's a nice guy and stuff. But you know, it's also like, it's like how often in that environment do you actually get open debates and discussions? I mean, you do, but it turns into a clown show so often.
Like she said that basically I gave her that same list and it was like, we can't do any of those other things. The only thing that she was personally interested in like the human gene editing thing. And then because of all the conspiracy people on that panel, we got into vaccines, which is fine. Like I mean, this is my Make America Vaccinated Again. This is my
oh, hell yeah.
So that's
what I'm saying is the Christian nationalists are going to use you as a prop.
That's like, that is like,
you have a Bernie sign. I don't know if you still have the Bernie sign, but you had a Bernie sign. Oh yeah, you do it right there. Right, the Christian nationalists see you as a prop.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I think like I want to go into all their spaces. Like I made
some really good points 2 days ago about this, and I think they're worth sharing. They're going to be hard observations to hear, but they were very, very valid observations, and I think they should be shared. But I'm going to read a couple of super chats real fast. People are slamming us with super chats.
Unbelievable.
Is that they believe in evolution too, just not our version. They can't play defense. Drill down on what they think. So they think like microevolution, like small changes. They think macroevolution doesn't happen.
Adaptation is not evolution. Evolution would assume an animal or a group of animals literally over time become something that it's not.
From a wider point, it doesn't really matter what you call it. It is the process that added up to all the biodiversity on the planet from common ancestry.
That's an assertion.
Hot Take asks, can we have more review and less science, please? Possibly. Thank you for the super chat. And then Professor Hizzle says, Tacos is a fantastic host and a wonderful man. Thank you so much. That's a wonderful point, Hizzle.
Oh my gosh, they still have this
no, it's super cool. So the way this works, it's actually really unique. So the way this works is this thing does this thing and it leads to this thing. And this is called this. Of people though that will do this to you.
I think, but I it's so tough, man. I don't know. Maybe that they'll do it to me no matter what. Maybe I need to.
That's correct. There's a list of people that debate like this, and that's why I'm saying if you would like to know.
Hold on a second. What are they talking about here?
Y'all ready to get back into this?
Yeah, we've been ready for an hour.
More of a fitness advantage as you create more and more of these cells.
This is such a dick move.
See this a lot.
Don't stop it.
So chordata is what created the liver, and we've actually seen this in like some proto-livers and fish, for example. So like some of these are actually still living.
Okay, but the thing is, when I asked you how do you go from not liver to liver, it sounded like you.
I just don't think there's any like during that time frame that happened. I don't think there's anything that he could have heard and retained that could have been used in that question. All he heard was whatever was at the end there. And was responding to the end. What?
He didn't hear any of it.
No, yeah, he just took some words at the end and then responded.
These dipshits don't realize that I don't hear the violin. You fucking idiots. I don't hear the violin. My audience does.
Like
person named Kent Hovind.
Hang on, Austin. Hang on.
Some of these are actually still living.
Okay, but the thing is,
maybe that wasn't far enough back. Bear with me.
Stupid morons.
A lot. So chordata is what created the liver, and we've actually seen.
Right. So immediately when you stop, he stops that music. You talk about the liver.
This in like some proto-livers in fish, for example. So like some of these are actually still living.
Okay, but the thing is, when I asked you how do you go from not liver to liver, it sounded like you granted yourself a rudimentary.
I think he's just catching on to a little bit of what you're saying there. I didn't hear. Was the original question liver to not liver? Was that the original question?
Yeah, that's the question. And there's just one other thing, Dr. Greg.
Maybe I'm wrong, but so then what happened is he just totally ignored what you said because you just did what he said.
Right, you explained it.
No,
so can I just beg you?
Ignored what you said.
That's why I'm so frustrated. I'm like, wait, did you not just listen to me? I'm like, what are you talking about? I just literally it's wild to me, but
no.
In these conversations, as much as possible,
he reasserted
don't use agentic language. Don't even use selection if you can find another way to say it, and never say created.
Yeah, create. Yeah, I slipped up a couple of times when I said
form naturally, transition, change that language.
Develop is a great word.
Develop,
Develop is
in German.
You idiots. Means evolution. Develop means purpose.
Have you ever heard of a person named Kent Hovind?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is kind of what Kent Hovind does. He has a bunch of scripts, and he doesn't even really listen to what his opponent is saying. He just listens for key words to his scripts. And when you say, at macroevolution, microevolution, I got me. He just starts spewing that script. He's not even really listening.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's no way that's going to turn a duck into a crocodile.
All right. I don't know if you're going to respond saying, I just said that. But in my opinion, responding with anything, but I just stated that. Did you not hear me? I'm not repeating myself. We have a time debate, something like that.
Yeah.
I think that taking the offensive and then having a question about their ignorance would be the way. So you take back so respond, infantilize them like that, and then
infantilize them. Dude, breakfast tacos. What are you doing to people? They're gonna think you're a psyop. You're training atheists and evolution proponents to be bad faith, as that's your dude.
The violin anyway. Like he's just tuned himself out purposely, himself and his audience about that, and then now he's asking me to freaking.
What did he just say?
And was responding to the end. What?
He didn't hear any of it.
No, yeah, he just took some words at the end and then responded.
What did you just say?
Catching on to a little bit of what you're saying there. I didn't hear. Was the original question liver to not liver? Was that the original question?
Yeah, that's the question. Okay, cool. And there's just one other thing, Dr. Greg.
Maybe I'm wrong, but so then what happened is he just totally ignored what you said because you.
They're so dumb. They think I heard the violin. I don't hear the violin.
Ignored what you said.
That's why I'm so frustrated. I'm like, wait, did you not just listen to me? I'm like, what are you talking about? I just literally that's wild to me, but.
In these conversations, as much as possible, don't use agentic language. Don't even use selection if you can find another way to say it, and never say created.
Yeah,
never say anything with purpose. Never say anything with purpose.
Form naturally, transition, change that language.
Develop is a great word.
Develop is a great word. Yeah, develop.
In German, anything that means evolution and
develop means direction, dude.
Have you ever heard of a person named Kent Hovind?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is kind of what Kent Hovind does. He has a bunch of scripts, and he doesn't even really listen to what his opponent is saying. He just listens for key words to his scripts. And when you say, at macroevolution, microevolution, I got me. He just starts spewing that script. He's not even really listening.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's no way that's going to turn a duck into a crocodile.
All right. I don't know if you're going to respond saying, I just said that. But in my opinion, responding with anything, but I just stated that. Did you not hear me? I'm not repeating myself. We have a time debate, something like that.
Yeah.
I think that taking the offensive.
He actually affirmed creation. He said created from
so
nature.
You take back so respond, infantilize them like that, and then
infantilize
like they're not listening because he obviously wasn't, and call them the fuck out, right? And then
I agree.
Ask a question related to the topic.
And this is the thing. If I would have known that he was just not listening with the violin anyway, like he's just tuned himself out purposely, himself and his audience about that, and then now he's asking me to freaking repeat myself. Like, are you serious? Like, what?
Even if he had no violin going and he was sitting there and he responded to you like that, even if it's just a normal debate, nobody's doing that, and they responded to you like that, you should
still respond. They're not addressing any of it.
If you answer the question,
not
just
even
took
a
the
little
time to
bit.
explain it in a debate.
Sure.
Well, and I think it's also noteworthy that as soon as the music stopped, which the music functioned as a way to distract the audience from your explanation.
Exactly.
Right. And so when the audience distraction ended, he started acting animately with his face, acting frustrated that this conversation or this description was taking, so ungodly long. It was, oh man, he's just going on and on. But he said that with his face in about like 10 seconds. And then he cuts in with his basic, I wasn't listening to you. You granted yourself this. Like, it's typical pre-sup. I'm allowing you to do too much.
It's all meta. Yeah, the whole thing's meta.
Let's
not
let's
a
run it back
single
a bit
counter
because
argument.
you're granting yourself too much ground.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, guys. I'm gonna drop down to the.
thank
Oh,
God.
sorry. I'm gonna drop down to the chat. Sorry
no.
to interrupt.
Doc.
We'll see you later, Doc, but don't turn into a crocodile.
Kurt, at 4:30 p.m. Central. Kurt looked sick as fuck.
Shut up, Doc, dude.
Yeah, that was
Thanks
my
for dropping by, Doc.
He added visual performance after the violin. That was just
God forbid.
Exactly.
God forbid. Yeah.
I like I said, Jimbob, I like you. I just don't think it's okay to tune your audience out of the opposing position, right?
You're assuming my audience can't track with the violin.
Free speech and these open discussions. Show it with your actions. Don't play violins over your opposition. Let your audience hear the opposing position, dude.
I mean, it's like I am genuinely for people that are, if they're genuinely asking questions about how science works and stuff, I will, at the chagrin of my TikTok chat that hates it, I will sit there for hours and talk to someone through like a good faith conversation. I am totally down to do that. Like that's fine, and I am trying to genuinely like engage in the conversation. I'm not even streaming this myself. Like I'm like engaged fully in the conversation, trying like to actually
or whatever. You're a part of it, right? Feel free.
But it really it leads me open, right? Get in a good faith effort to like have myself be made a fool of because I'm the one that's actually like fully engaged and he isn't, right? And now it's like I guess I would rather kind of like live my life giving people the benefit of the doubt.
That's
and
right.
then making them giving them an opportunity
you are
to
pious and
take that
you are
that
doing
kindness for weakness.
Yeah,
and now
you're
he's
kind.
taking that bait. Now he thinks that. So
if you want, you can just send me a list of people you're going to debate, and I can just let you know if they're in this sphere or not.
The thing is it's not about that. It's about
Well, I'm saying there's like a list of people that debate like this.
They're mistaken
so I'm
like
saying,
kindness.
The thing is
for
like
weakness.
giving Jimbob the benefit of the doubt to like actually have his questions answered, and giving him the chance in order to do that and not do this nonsense. And like obviously that because I watched 10 hours of his debate. Obviously he's very toxic when he doesn't need to be to a lot of other people. And I was like, maybe like if I was in good faith and he wouldn't be like this. And he was he was on his knees to me afterwards, of course, when he cut this from the VOD, which isn't on his YouTube, and I wasn't videotaping, so of course I didn't have it recorded. But so now, but anyway, my point is like I'll never act like this. He has this will be the archive of how he thinks, and this will go in the future, but it won't for him, and it'll only get worse for him, I promise. But for him, for other people, I am down.
There's a list of people though that
my gosh, we're still not talking about evolution. You guys are terrible. You guys are still not talking about evolution.
That's correct. There is a list of people that debate like this, and that's why I'm saying if you would like to know who debates like this, feel free to reach out to any of us on this platform. Everybody knows who they are. We can just say, hey, yeah, they're on that list. Do your thing, right?
Sure.
And then you know how to engage. And if you feel like they're being intellectually honest, you do your thing.
I told him after the debate that I appreciated the debate, and it was a good conversation. It was good back and forth, and the composure was kept. So I appreciated it. I had a really good time. That's what I said.
Besides Jimbob, there's Andrew Wilson, there's Mr. Batman, there's Darth Dawkins. There's a handful of them.
But I just want to say,
so true.
Shout out to Dialogue.
That's so true.
I started out as a young Earth creationist. It was arguments and evidence that convinced me. So people from within that world can be convinced.
We're not talking about creation. We're talking about evolution.
It's
Oh, I missed his super chat. Hang on.
Yeah,
Professor Hizzle says, I've done a lot for some play, but never converted. I'm sorry, I missed that, Hizzle. And then we were having a conversation there. And then Hank says, Forrest Valkyrie debates like Jimbob. Interesting point. Thank you, Hank. Not sure
I highly doubt that Jimbob has the bravery. Yeah, I do too. I highly doubt Jimbob has the bravery, the courage to actually explore these possibilities impartially and honestly and fairly. The stakes are way too high for him. He thinks if evolution isn't true, that he gets to go to heaven and hang out with the personal creator of reality who thinks he's so amazing that he wants to, spend eternity with him. If evolution is true, he's just a random meaningless bag of chemicals and all this other stuff. He's convinced himself that's the truth of the situation. I don't think that's the situation, but that's his viewpoint of it. So the stakes are too high for him. He does not have the bravery to actually face that. So I like, you were very generous to him. He came with the attitude of a humble but curious outsider, which is what my grandfather would have recommended. He was a sociologist and a historian and a professor at Yale and Columbia and Harvard. And he always had that kind of approach to people, and it can be effective. But
totally,
Jimbob did take advantage of you a little bit here because of it.
For sure, agreed.
Not an argument.
And all I was saying is, if you walk into all of the debates on these various platforms naive, you will have many more discussions like this.
Mm-hmm. I still think, though, like the look here is better on my end that for people that are on the fence.
Absolutely.
So 100%. I'm not saying anything. What I'm saying is that if you have, so like on my end, one of my goals is to deconvert as many theists as possible.
Why?
I'm sitting at about a 37% deconversion rate right
Why?
now.
Like the other you track it. That's amazing.
Oh yeah, it's proof.
I feel like being persuasive is a skill, but I feel like it's an important skill to have, right? And especially with what you're doing, you're wanting to persuade people to take vaccines. You're wanting to persuade people to accept evolution. Maybe that's not your main topic, but you wanted to do that. You're wanting to persuade people to do. These persuasive tactics will work in all these areas you really want to persuade
you have no
people
reason
to accept your opinion.
Breakfast tacos,
right?
you have no
There's
reason
nothing wrong
to
with the way you're presenting.
Deconvert people.
And you can still look like a professional. But you can do it more, like you could present to a C-suite executive.
Oh my gosh, get to the fucking
and it's
evolution,
be way
dude.
more persuasive than if you just talk to them like, yeah, I'm just an expert. Yeah, so this is this.
Oh my gosh.
You have to include people want that.
They don't want to get to
right?
it.
That
They don't want to get to the
personality
debate.
Is what persuades people. People latch on to, like Kurt says, persuasive people.
Yeah.
Maybe not exactly that phrasing, but they latch on to a charismatic figure and then they accept their beliefs. The first step of that is being a charismatic figure, right?
Sure.
Not that you aren't charismatic. I'm just saying there's ways to be more charismatic and persuasive at the same time. And I'll stop at that. I'm sorry. And then Hayden Walton says Jimbob is a high-functioning moron. That's pretty funny. Thank you so much for the super chat, Hayden Walton. And then Nobody on Fire says, Hanko Flamio, Valkai hate will not be tolerated. Thank you, Nobody on Fire. Greatly appreciate it.
Scared of these little
I
shoulders?
totally get it. I keep a list of the people I've convinced out of young Earth creationism. There's a guy named David Ballinger, a guy named Fran Moyer, Peter.
Oh gosh, I keep a list of my
Jimbob,
purposeless
what
rewards.
if evolved to be toxic to evolution
That's right.
believers?
That's right.
Like how I evolved to eat poop and wash myself clean
That's
with
right.
pee.
I evolved to reject evolution.
You can save the world. It's going to be a slow and gradual process. But religion
Every
shall
person
be
counts.
eliminated peacefully through talking over the next 150 years. And education.
Everyone of sound
and
mind
voting.
knows the truth.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
They've seen the trees.
Yeah, I think some of them are just lying because of their unrighteousness or their intellectual blindness.
Yeah, they just want to be a main character in an imaginary cosmic battle of good and evil, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I think we've been approaching this all wrong this whole time, guys. I kind of had an epiphany. Like, we can like talk about, okay, what it takes to convince somebody and the motivations and stuff like that. But I think from that Pine Creek clip, we just need to convert the women, and the men will just naturally follow. Like,
literally, sociologically, that is literally the most important thing.
That's just science.
Adolescent girls are the way you change society.
That's just science.
Absolute flat fact. That's why these religious people don't want to educate women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's across the board. Whatever fundamentalist religion you want, they don't want women educated. They don't want women going out into the workforce. They don't want women being exposed to the world.
Yeah, because it's not good for women, and it's actually not good for society. And you get to a position where women think it's okay to kill their offspring, and then you don't have a society because you can't reproduce anymore.
I'm misquoting you. I apologize. Please don't quote me on that, people. But if I remember the conversation correctly, it sounded something like that. And with that, I asked him something like, well, what if they just start, like, not doing all the stuff you want them to do, right? Like, if they don't have the right to vote. Oh, that was amazing tonality. And then Benjamin Horde says, look to South Korea for that future. Yeah, that would be unfortunate.
Bro, there's a whole lot of not reviewing.
Let me get this video going again.
Protoliver, because what we're talking about is the function of any type of cellular structure that can identify some.
I did forget to mention, I have Dr. Greg's link in the video for today and yesterday. I didn't know his link initially, but I actually went to the debate and I pulled it up, and so I got you linked in there for today and yesterday. So if anybody likes anything he says, make sure you subscribe to Dr. Greg. We are very appreciative of you taking the time to join us here. Don't take anything that we're saying as us like beating you up. We are all on your side. We want you to be successful in this little subsection of the internet, and I know this is new to you, and I know you're skilled at debates and very educated.
Oh my gosh, dude!
You do, but this is like a very small subsection of, I guess, a large now subsection or debate group.
Oh my gosh!
Sphere, right? And so,
bro,
this is like a whole other animal than like anything on TikTok.
Oh my gosh!
Like those TikTok people come into here and they get bodied, right?
Sure.
And so that's why I'm just saying that, like, we want you to be successful. We're on your side. And there's just certain things you have to do in this environment because they see it like a game. They're like, that you say something, they're taking what you say, and then they're thinking in their head, what's the most absurd thing this consequences could lead to? And then they present that absurd consequence. And you probably heard Jimbob do this earlier in this video, and you probably will hear him do it again, and you probably remember him doing that. But that's like his main thing he does. That's what a lot of these people do, is they'll take what you say and then lead to an absurd consequence that probably doesn't actually follow, and then you get stuck engaging that nonsense for 5 minutes, right? And explaining why it's wrong. And so you just have to like understand these like really annoying things that are going to happen within this debate sphere.
It's probably safe to say that like whenever you enter a conversation, because I've had plenty too online, whenever you enter a conversation, there's like, it's like a coin flip whether this person's gonna be like an honest interlocutor or not. And your average person will be 50-50. But once you figure out, okay, this is a presuppositionalist apologetic guy or a flat earther, that the odds of that kind of rocket to like 90% probably dishonest, 10% honest. It's like these individuals, especially like if you lurk in like Discord servers and listen to them like kind of like in their natural habitat, you can kind of get a feel for like kind of like what their motivations are. And
the irony here is that we're actually talking about the topic. How does evolution actually function? How does it work mechanically? What does it do? And they're doing all meta. That's all they do. This is like a psychology course.
Like, they let you talk and they have a good conversation, then you're pleasantly surprised. But at least you go in there with the safety of preparation rather than, kind of getting like caught off guard with something like this.
Oh my gosh.
Agreed.
Great work, guys. Great work.
So
kill me.
I think
play
if
the
there was a
video.
way to get through to somebody like Jimbob.
This is like a struggle session.
Like actually your debate opponent in this environment, just a heads up, it's probably going to be in DMs. Or
you're not supposed to get through to me. The debate isn't for me. The debate is for the audience. This debate is, can you defend evolution against a rabid anti-evolution guy like me? That's the debate. You're not trying to get through to me.
Answer. Yeah, like stay in the moment and give the best answers that I can, like being so that the other people can learn as well.
Yeah, that's a great thing to do too.
Talk out of a young Earth creationist, evolution denier, flat Earth, anti-vaxxer worldview. It's either been in DMs or it's because I know them personally. Like when me and my ex-wife first got together, she was an anti-vaxxer, and I was able to talk her out of it.
Oh wow!
But
good for you.
Dr. Greg has the right idea there. Where just to clarify from earlier, like I'm not saying you should enter conversations assuming dishonesty. You should expect it and then be pleasantly surprised.
Where was I dishonest?
For the most part, like for all my conversations that I enter, especially with a stranger,
oh my gosh,
I will grant that this is an honest interlocutor, and once I demonstrate they're not, I will then shift the conversation from convincing my interlocutor to perform an autopsy for the audience.
Oh, that's
and then
great.
That's usually when like street epistemology comes in, where you can like start asking questions, start pointing out contradictions and problems in their position, and then you simply let the audience listen to that and then draw their own conclusions later on.
That's right.
But yeah, for the most part, it's like, okay, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt initially, and then if there's like a demonstration of dishonesty,
great
then
meta
I'll
stuff.
shift,
how's it relevant
for the conversation?
And there's a couple of super chats. Jessica.
Totally irrelevant. Trying to build relationships? Yeah, look. I went over there to debate a different debate, Leo Filius, and Breakfast Tacos knows, this is the kind of great irony, one of my followers gave him $500 as a super chat. He knows.
She's 15, apple-headed Siamese. Look at the camera. Stop being rude. Yeah, no teeth. She's like getting up there in age, but she's a good.
Yeah, show your kitty. Show your kitty cat.
Me.
My cats are like 8 or 9 years old now. I'd have to do the math to figure it out, but they're gonna be like that one day. I'm not looking forward to it. They're already getting old and fat, you know.
Yeah. This one got fat, and now that she's 15, she's starting to thin out. She's getting that kind of like
talk about bad content.
Emaciated.
Holy moly, y'all!
They understand that process really well, so I thought that like I was like lending that kind of like that view.
Yeah, I think it's just in this example, like it's a perfect opportunity to do like kind of what Tacos is kind of saying, and like, you know, treat them like the toddlers that they're being, and saying, well,
yeah, bad faith. Don't explain anything. Just treat us like toddlers, right? This is perfect. I mean, I really did my job here. I really did, because this is what the response is how do you use tactics? Why? Why do you go to tactics? Because you can't defend your views from my questions.
Knows that they're just talking bullshit, and you're not fighting the same fight, which is kind of what like I was, you know, referring to before.
You win if you make him look like a flat earther, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
The freak. What does he say about Donald Trump? What's your position on Donald Trump? If you talk on that, I don't know if you talk on that or not.
Can I flex my incredible detective skills and look at his Bernie sign and his "Make America Vaccinated Again" shirt?
Let him talk for a second, Austin. Come on.
I mean, I think he's an awful worst president in the history of the country, a fascist and an awful person that is ruining our country, and he's attacking all of science and as academia as a whole.
Oh my gosh, dude, seriously. Breakfast Tacos. What are you doing, dude? What are you doing?
This reminds me of a circle jerk I saw when I was living in a kitchen in Mumbai.
Yeah. Hey, DeFreak's here. DeFreak is in, I don't know, you might be a mod over at Breakfast Tacos. Dude, what is going on here?
Go. Eric took his headphones off. I'll play a song here.
It's just like audio.
Or to organize political actions to stop this insanity, do some work on that torque screw.
Okay.
So that would be the thing that would evolve.
Okay,
but it is taxing. It is like metabolically, it does cost money, you know, in order to make a protein. So it's actually it's not advantageous in order to just have like tons of different flathead screwdrivers.
I understand. Oh, what is this, DeFreak? DeFreak, who is a theist, by the way. L's in the chat. Oh man, this is bad timing for you, DeFreak. Where are you? I see you in the chat. DeFreak, this is your comment. They let me walk all over him? You guys are pathetic. Pathetic. The coping is like insane levels. And this is a theist, DeFreak. He's their resident wrench theist. No, that conversation went perfectly fine. There was a couple times in that debate where he started answering a question and he wasn't answering the question.
I don't think he was listening to any, like when he started seeing his head moving around like that.
Yeah.
I think he stopped listening.
When
he said I understand, I don't believe him either. I think he's just like he's basically saying stop talking. I need to get to my next talking point.
Yeah, exactly.
I actually wanted to comment on that because without the violin music, he performed the violin music. He did it visually.
Yeah.
Wow, that's not an argument.
I don't know if MDD a lot of people say it's bad faith moderation. I don't know if they're bad faith. I just don't know if they really.
So like I yanked my support.
It's what I said yesterday. He's so neutral that he doesn't care if it's a debate.
Yeah, it's not that it's bad moderation. I just don't know if he cares.
I've seen so many MDD dumpster fires that I yanked my support of that channel about a year and a half ago. Andrew Wilson with Matt Dillahunty, that was kind of one of them. There was another debate where one guy was like verbally abusing his female interlocutor, like just openly, and like the moderators weren't doing anything about it. Like it was like outright just like insults, like malicious insults to this person during the debate that had nothing to do with what was going on. And that along the lines of like MDD's inability to like, get with the technology and like kind of like
this is actually
modernize their channel, plus
right,
all the dumpster fires I saw. I was like, you know what, this is like
$20 a month on Restream.
Yeah,
it's going to look 1,000 times better.
Yeah,
they're
like
going
this
to have
is
no technology problems. Very few technology problems.
Yeah, it was such a low effort like brush fire that I was like, I'm just kind of done with this. So like I unsubscribed.
Still talking about
Dillahunty chats. I even stopped watching them because like it's just
I don't do StreamYard, pay $50 a month, and go.
Notice how when MDD started getting more experienced debaters on the theistic side, all of these people were like, I don't like you.
Community.
Unfortunately, my format doesn't work for StreamYard because I pull in random, so I have to be able to hide them. But if I didn't have to hide them.
Thanks for everything, JB. You're welcome, Eli. One more quick question before my Peterson debate. What is your definition of knowledge when running tag? Well, no, it's still the same. You could go with justified true belief for tag. The mistake, Eli, if this might come up in the after, and I made this mistake, by the way, I've made this mistake. You can't use the definition of knowledge that we have, justified true belief, for God having knowledge. You can't use that. You'll get into trouble if you do that. Scenario, the factory scenario, where you're breaking things down, catabolic, and also building things up, anabolic, that you need a proto-metabolic system to even do that part, because wouldn't it take calories? I use the word calories, you use the word money. I kind of like that one better. It uses money. It's taxing to build a metabolic system, right?
Yeah.
So then now you have a necessary proto-metabolic system. Now, let's get out of the micro for a second. Because
you're right. If this in the early stages of the liver evolution, if you have this organism that would go into a new environment that doesn't have that.
Great point. That's a wonderful point you make there, Jimbob.
Toxin, there's nothing to say that that's proto liver would somehow, or the toxin that takes out the other toxin, the antitoxin. There's no reason for that toxin to be made. So then, therefore, it basically accrues mutations and then it turns off, just like our vitamin C and a human.
Okay, yeah. So it sounds like there's always.
Dr. Greg, perfect opportunity here. If you start using the budget and the money situation, again, and Jimbob throws something back at you like, well, it costs a lot.
That's not the argument.
Response is like, yeah, good question, but there's a return on.
No, the return. No, that assumes some sort of direction, return on investment, right? We're not even talking about that. We're talking about you don't even know what to invest in. It's a thoughtless, mindless process. Second of all, the question about the metabolism is that to have a metabolic system, and you say evolution produced a metabolic system, you need a metabolic system to do evolution. They don't understand.
Yeah. I think he tries to get away from his own example here and tries to like change the topic, and then
No, the topic is a metabolism, right? If you're going to say, well, there's a metabolism before there's a liver, okay, you can go back as far as you want, bucko. It doesn't matter. My argument stays the same. My argument is the thing that you need for evolution needs to be produced by evolution. Do you guys understand that in the chat? The thing that you need as a precondition for evolution, as a mechanism, itself needs to be produced by evolution.
Yeah, I agree.
Like he was like feigning cooperation. That is what I'm saying.
As much as I hate to say it, many of these debates in the sphere end up being more about
evolution and creation aren't music. Yeah, well, it depends on what you mean by creation. That's a very broad term. Evolution specifically, its metaphysics and its physics are incompatible with Christian account of creation. So, yeah, I could grant that, but that's not saying much. Watch it.
An atheist precept, right? Atheists, don't get me wrong, atheist precept has the highest deconversion rate in the world, 37% deconversion rate. Everybody in the world should run atheist precept, save the unrighteous theist.
I don't see that on the scroll going on the bottom of the screen. That stat's not on there.
I've actually heard people run atheist precept, right? And so all I'm saying is that Kurt may not be wrong in saying that this affinity fixation gets people to accept a bundle of beliefs uncritically, right?
Well, you just have to get the foot in the door,
right.
And then if you're I mean, it's really painful for me to say, but if you're an atheist precept and the evidence is on your side, you have an advantage. But precept is just so annoying.
Obviously, it's the only coherent worldview. It's the only worldview that can explain trees. So
yeah, there's nothing else. Everything else is lying.
Great point.
Precept is so annoying when you actually, when someone doesn't grant you the preconditions for things. Sounds like there's always a necessary ad hoc pre-assembly line, pre-engineering system that accounts for the thing before the thing. It always keeps going back in time. And a lot of people who I debate about evolution, they're like, I'm not debating you on abiogenesis. I'm not actually interested. I think it's related, but even granting you just basic things, like basic essential parts of life, I still don't really get a clear answer on, okay, well, if random mutation must necessarily be the thing that produces hyper-specialized function, then it sounds like you're saying it actually might not be random mutation producing hyper-specialized function.
It's random mutation, but then you're missing like through natural selection, and that's how it is because it's microbes are even crazier. Like as humans, it's hard to grasp what is actually happening because it's not just we think so singularity like as a singular organism ourselves. Like as a community of microorganisms, you have millions of different types of, in this example, factories that are creating this thing. So you would have tons of different literally millions of different factories trying to try out different torque wrenches and stuff.
Can you shut up? Can you shut up?
That's what his face is saying.
How is examining my face an argument, you pricks?
Yeah. Immediately when Dr. Craig
went to say something, he's like, "Oh my gosh, shut up! I've got to talk."
Like rewind just 20 seconds, right when Dr. Craig starts speaking, like literally the first or second word.
You guys are such pathetic losers.
About the response.
You're literally watching my face and how I'm moving my face. That's it.
Singular organism ourselves, like as a community of microorganisms,
that's like
20
seconds
millions
ago,
of different types of, in this example, factories that are creating.
Wait, you guys are the top level thinkers here?
Really, millions of
different. He does that in all his debates, right? That's kind of how Jimbob is.
It's just not listening.
My point is
like visual violin.
My point is it was immediately initiated at the moment Dr. Gregg started speaking.
Yeah, like, I don't know if there's anything that we're going to do to get Jimbob to stop doing that. That's his thing.
But it's like, it's just, it just betrays, like the body language just betrays.
The body language?
Like he is not interested at all in the conversation.
Oh, you're just good. You just know what I'm thinking, Eric. These fucking people, man.
Well, I know we're kind of reviewing this right now, but can you teach us something about microbiology that we don't know or should know or is super cool?
These are the intellectuals. Look at his face. Look at how he's moving. I figured it out. I'm a fucking top tier thinker, Eric.
Don't know or something super interesting.
There's some research papers that just came out about the COVID shots actually having anti-cancer properties, which is kind of cool.
COVID shots having anti-cancer I didn't even hear that part. Wow.
Got the COVID shot or living longer with cancers.
The less form.
Yeah. People with the COVID shots are living longer with the cancer that was produced by the COVID shots.
The RNP and
Cheers, Eric.
The RNA. And because they actually tried different RNA, not just the spike protein in there, and just random nucleotides, plus the lipid nanoparticles.
Dude, they just figured out. They studied people with COVID shots who also have cancer. They studied them, and they're actually living longer with the cancer that they were injected with.
Epistemology kind of method in regards to asking questions. I'm the dumbest. I'm the most smooth-brained person here on this panel, but I have kind of a interest.
Oh my gosh, you guys are terrible.
I know when someone's asking me a bit of a pointed question, and when
dude, everything's meta. This is like some sort of summer camp for debate instead of talking about the actual debate. This is summer camp. This is sleepover camp.
To Jimbob and say, well, what do you mean by system, pre-existing system leading into a pre-existing system? Can you tell me what you think that system is? Because then...
No, it's really simple. It's really simple. Whatever you think the pre-existing system is under the evolutionary view that produces these other developed systems, that initial system needs to be a product of evolution. That's what we're talking about, okay? That's what we're talking about. Corona goes like 5 years ago and people are living longer. What's their measurement? They haven't died yet? Yeah. They're living longer because they haven't died. Wild. Anyway, I don't know how long that goes on, but I think I gave you at least enough to demonstrate, without any of my meta commentary, just for you guys, how bad faith these people actually are. Lying about my positions, lying about things I've said that I didn't say, studying my mannerisms as some way to dissect the validity of my counter arguments. This is like the lowest tier shit I've seen in a while, Breakfast Tacos. Terrible, man. Terrible.
I just get so mad. I just get so mad. I just get so mad.
Really bad stuff, dude. Not good for your channel, right? Not good for your channel at all. These guys are so much more interested in blowing Dr. Greg and getting his approval than actually contending the debate. Well, yeah, and what's funny is, like, at least Breakfast Tacos is coming from the position that really Dr. Greg didn't do well. You know what I mean? Regardless of whether you agree with his position, he didn't do well. So they're all kind of trying to train him up because he knows about, quote, evolution more than they do. So they need a good debater, right? Because everyone they're putting up against me, I'm mauling them. I'm totally mauling them, and I'm not even patting myself on the back. I'm mauling them not because I'm some special talent. I'm mauling them because evolution falls flat with really basic counter questions. Really basic, simple ones. He did not, yeah, he'd never, no, there's no way he watched 10 hours of my debate. Not even close. He didn't write down a single argument or counter question that I actually levy against these people. He didn't have anything for it. Yeah. Yeah, they're mad that I dog walked them. That's right. That's actually what happened. So, but this is good. This means that now evolution is on the radar, and I'm on the radar against evolution, and that they don't have a place to stand when it comes to this stuff. Like, they can't defend this stuff. It's impossible to defend. Goal not working. All right, let me restart that again. Oh. Huh. Hold on a second. Start another goal. Can't seem. What? Way? Only the creator goal. I don't know what's happening here. Huh? What do I do here? No? Oh, well. That sucks. Here, let me close this. Let me see if this works. Oh, well, that was fun. That was actually rewarding, honestly. When you look at it from this perspective, this is what these people are dealing with here. This is what they're dealing with. They can't defend anything. Honestly, they just can't defend anything. But whatever. Good luck. Good luck. Only the creator can be active. I am the creator. What the heck is going on here? What the heck? I don't know what's happening. Oh, well, I guess we're just going to go goalless, I guess. Just go, well, you know, what's 20 minutes? You guys can still participate. Look, we'll do the manual stuff. Let's just pretend, okay? There's two. We're two in, okay? This will only be up for 20 minutes, this goal, and then we'll see what happens, okay? We're two in, though. We got two. All right. So that guy got completely destroyed. And good. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad that they're scurrying to try to make this look better than it was. But oh, there it goes. Look at that. Admire your way of thinking for a while now. My faith is not yet concrete, but you've definitely brought me closer knocking on the door. Well, thanks for that. I appreciate that. And, you know, if you want to knock on a door, Lax, I don't know where you are. What is that? Britain? UK? Find, you know, just go check out a divine liturgy, you know, because ultimately, I always say this to people, is when it comes down to faith, anything I'm saying is going to essentially be propositional and descriptive. But the faith in orthodoxy, Lax Brooks, is going to be participatory and experiential. So get your butt into divine liturgy. If you're interested in what's inside the door, come and see, okay? I do. I got them coping. They're all coping. They can't defend it. None of it's defendable. They know it. And they're like, oh my gosh, we gotta clean up on aisle 6. Seriously. Tim Pool debates Ian on gun rights. Heated exchange. That's interesting. Is that so? Is that so? I mean, what's there to debate? What are we talking about here? More guns. I mean, owning a gun should be a duty, honestly.
And like someone comes to you and goes, Genghis Khan is coming to our city. What do we do? And you're like, hold on. We got to think about this clearly and not.
Hey, we're the simps here. I mean, there's plenty of people who want to line up and debate me on evolution. I dare you.
Or we got to make sure we treat these people fairly and equally. And then you just, an hour later, he runs in and massacres you.
You know, the civilian mind is different than the military mind. I'm not in a military mindset right now. I'm in a civilian mindset.
Okay, I have a question. A guy breaks into your house. He breaks into your house, and he's screaming, oh, I'm here to kill Ian Crossland. Are you going to be like, well, you know, he's allowed to have guns. I better not use the law against him.
No, I would use the law on my own.
Why in that circumstance, but not in the macro? Why in the micro, not in the macro?
This guy broke. What do you mean exactly? It's a weird question. What do you mean?
No, so.
Tim Pool's actually learning from Andrew here. Ian Crossland takes like this fantasy anarchist view where it's like, I'll use my own force, and and Tim Pool's asking, wait, why do you assume that principle of justified use of force at the individual level, but not at the macro societal level where you just outsource force?
So my point is that when it affects you personally, you have no problem saying I'll use the law against you.
If someone breaks into someone's house in a state where you can shoot them, then you have to defend your territory and your life.
You have to defend.
You have a duty to.
Okay. What if foreigners who want to
life.
murder your whole people break into your country with weapons threatening to kill you? Do you have to defend them?
You have a duty as the military to defend the country. Yes.
Okay, so that's happening right now.
But we're talking about a dude standing outside.
Who's he defending?
Practicing
Who's he defending?
What's the purpose of his gun?
No, he's not defending himself.
You don't have to claim a defendant to issue your Second Amendment right.
This is the point, what is he doing? He's defending the immigrant community. That's what he's doing.
I mean, he's just standing. I don't know what he was doing. I saw a picture of him standing there with a rifle pointed at the ground.
It's really simple. The guy was literally resisting arrest with a gun in his hand. Okay, and when you have a gun in your hand and you're surrounded by people who are trained to kill you if you make the wrong move, then what you do is you put the gun down, and you stop resisting to show that you're not there to kill them. Similarly, if you're in a vehicle and a federal agent touches your door handle, that means to stop. You don't put it in reverse and then put it in forward and peel out toward another officer who has a gun. It's pretty simple, Ian.
Ian, why is that guy outside?
To show ICE that there's an armed people waiting.
And what is ICE doing?
Throwing people out of the country?
Arresting people who should not be here, criminals, rapists, illegal immigrants in general, and that guy's attempting to intimidate them.
Well,
so now let's try again. Someone breaks into your house and screams.
Me walking around with my rifle out is not intimidating.
You just said that was his intention.
I don't know. His intention was to show ICE that there's a militia. That's not an intimidation. ICE should know that there's a militia.
I think that's intimidation.
Not a militia.
But let's try this again. A guy breaks into your house screaming, I'm here to kill Ian Crossland. And then another guy shows up and says, look, I'm not here to kill Ian. I just have a gun pointed at him. Should you use the law against him too?
You defend. If someone's pointing a gun at you, you have a right to defend yourself.
Not really. Whether you guys like it or not, self-defense when it comes to civilians, that's something that gets processed. And unfortunately, for most states that are turning already blue, it's not even in your favor to use force in your own defense. You still have to go through the court. And a lot of these laws are so nitpicky. They've reduced the justified use of force in self-defense. They whittled it down to a narrow little needle, eye of the needle kind of thing, right? So, but it doesn't apply to the state. So this libertarian fantasy that Ian Crossland and these other anarchist dummies, I would say, because they don't have children, I don't think they have children anyway, but you start to understand a little bit more about the realistic account or summary of force and law. And the reality is, if a cop is approaching you or someone who works for the government approaches you and you feel the need to use self-defense, you're not in a good position to use it. Okay? It doesn't apply equally. That's just not how it works.
Essentially.
My point is, when we've had conversations like this so often where when the issue comes to you personally, you have no problem being like, well, of course, that's why you would do it. And when the issue comes to the betterment of the country and the laws and our Constitution, you're just like, no, the bad guys do whatever they want.
As I'm sitting here listening to you guys, I just hear Democrats having this exact same conversation about people like you, is what I hear. And so don't become the enemy you're trying to destroy. Don't become the demon.
Let them destroy you.
No. Yeah. Why would you ever let someone destroy you?
That's literally what you're talking about. You're talking about literally earlier. You just said that we weren't in an existential conflict.
I did not utter those words.
You said, Phil, you're sitting here in a podcast.
Yeah. Your life is not under threat right now.
Well, that's what existential means.
Ian, is my life under threat right now?
I can't. Doesn't look like it.
Well, you would be incorrect. Why am I in this building
all
right now?
All our lives are constantly under threat. It's the world. Doesn't Russia have nukes pointed at our country?
Ian,
right
why
now?
are we in Florida?
Duty to retreat, yeah, and that changes by state. Like, in Colorado, we still have that, I believe. We still have the ability to defend our home. But a lot of places are moving toward, well, no, your lawful duty is to leave. You don't defend your family and your home. You actually run. You have a duty to run. And that, apply that to the state level or the government, the federal, the national level. When immigrants come in, when the Muslims come in and start, applying themselves terrestrial everywhere and start, deploying their customs, even without the law, just by social pressure and intimidation and whatnot, harassment, your duty, these leftist psychopaths are trying to sell us with policy and rhetoric that it's our duty to retreat from the aggressors. That's your duty. Let them take the land. Let them take the city. Let them take over Dearborn, Michigan.
Florida.
Setting up a new shop, looking for...
Why are we trying to look for something new?
Security, because we're running an entertainment company. We need security.
You want to get closer to
what happened that made us do that, Ian?
Obsessive people come and say,
Ian,
hey, we want
a thing happened. Say it.
The people shot a gun outside the studio.
People shot 3 rounds at our studio. They're trying to kill us.
But that doesn't mean we go around stripping people of their rights.
Their right to what?
To carry a weapon outside.
That said, that was fine.
Well,
you really don't have a right. I mean, let's face it. Why is this so hard for people to understand? They have such a fetish and a dogmatic view on rights, and they just keep forgetting that they're privileges. They were never, quote, rights. You weren't born with it. You can't be born with it. You have to be born somewhere where there's a government body that allows you to have a gun. They give you a legal process to own a gun. I have to legally get my concealed carry. Okay, it's already gone, Ian. Whatever your fantasy of right to own a gun, that's over. It's been over for a while. Even the renewal of a concealed carry, for most of you know this, you're being called to participate in increasing levels of tests and things like this. Whether I agree with that or not is irrelevant. You can no longer say the right to bear arms is some sort of like fundamental self-evident truth found in nature. It's not. You have a system. Even the people selling you the gun have to abide by a system to even sell you the gun. You can't even ship a gun to someone. You have to ship it to a lawful recipient and distributor of a gun. Okay, this is like, these people are so behind. Ian Crossland is so behind. It's just, they're like, I was watching Tony watching Tim Pool, and it's like, he was like, this is just mid. The whole thing's mid. They're still arguing in like 2012.
If the intention is to intimidate our duly appointed law enforcement, we say no, we don't tolerate people who are trying to destroy us.
Yeah, but we don't know that guy's intention, bro. I said if he breaks the law, throw the book.
Thankfully, I live in a constitutional carry state to skip all the extra steps. Yeah, but even that, right? Even this is still a privilege that's determined by the state. The state goes, look, we're going to do things this way lawfully. It's a permission. You're permitted, and that could change based on the state policies and so forth. And it's like, that's great for you. I wish it was like that, but I'm not under the delusion that these people, I mean, they're still so naive. Like Ian Crossland has never grown up. He's still under this like fantasy. We should be free. We're free. You're not free, bro.
Book at him, and then you're like, no, judges have deference, blah, blah, blah. I didn't say just throw him in jail for no reason. I said if he breaks the law, throw the book at him.
Right, and that is the same argument they used on January 6th.
So now you're just moving the goalpost.
Well, we have to give up because the other side is mean.
I would never say
you are literally just...
Who's that guy? Is he a dentist?
Response to your, but they think the same thing is...
They have a random orthodontist in there?
Duh. The Hatfields and the McCoys, do you think one...
Barron says they have to get heated and their drama from low-tier arguments because all of their high-tier beliefs are bought. Pretty much. They kind of keep it they maintain a dialectic. I don't know if Tim's bought to do that, but there's certainly a maintained dialectic that everybody else, like everyone I run with, you guys and, people I talk to and sort of like overlap with, this is it's so clear and obvious to us how reduced this stuff is to it's like a simple ping pong dialectic game. Now, maybe Tim Pool being influenced by people like Andrew and things like that are getting a little bit closer to properly describing reality. Insofar as, well, we're just dealing with a bunch of people who have force and we're arguing who gets to inform the use of force in its simplest terms. The debate, voting, arguing, it's all geared towards something in reality called there's people with weapons who enforce immaterial things called policies. There's a material thing called force that's going to be enforcing an immaterial thing called policies. And that's all going to be informed by your metaethics. So it's an ideological war, and essentially policy and law is basically transforming your ideology into strict force. And people are getting better at understanding this. Instead of living in a fantasy world, we're like, oh, persuasion. No, but that's why America's so great is we actually don't run by force. We run by persuasion. That's not true. That's not true at all. We don't operate by persuasion. Thank you for your gifted membership.
Side was justified, the other wasn't. They're just feuding. That's reality. Who's right in any grand conflict? Let's talk about like Korea versus Japan. Who is morally justified?
Oh, I don't know.
Exactly. There's a dispute between people. Sometimes it's aggressors. Sometimes it's ideological. Sometimes it's resource driven. But all that
Ron Paul is Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Matters is, right now in this country, there are two political moral philosophies. Both say the other is the bad guy. And you know what? We are correct. And they say the exact same thing. But I know that we're correct because we fact-check these things, and they don't.
Jimbob is saying the rights are, at best, an aspiration, life, liberty. If someone can take it away or limit it, particularly those in power, it's not actually a right. That's correct. Yep. It's an allowance. just like parents give their kids an allowance. The kid might think he has a right to your house and your food and transportation and your sweat and your protection and your knowledge. They don't really. That's why everything comes down to obligation. And that's why deontology is a superior position to start from in so far as operating a society and a family. That's why everyone should be Orthodox Christian, is because if you're Orthodox Christian, you have a proper, coherent framework for what a family is, and you have a proper framework for what it is to be a father, a lowercase priest in the family, and then you have a proper framework to examining the external society that you live in, and ultimately understanding what actually powers the society, what actually powers it, what makes it move. And from a deontological view, a deontological view is superior to a privilege view. I don't even know what it'd be called. Like, what's the opposite of deontology? American culture is so rooted in a privilege view that people forgot that to make an identity of a nation and a people is to assume beyond privilege. It's to assume duty. Now, even Ian in this talk here, he used the term duty. Well, you have a duty to protect your home. You have a duty to protect your life. On what basis? Atheist or whatever you are? Some weird agnostic New Ager? And then when men in a society operate from a duty perspective, they're not concerned with privileges. That's not what drives them. It's something else. It's something deeper. It's something higher than privileges, because privileges can only reduce to materialism. Notice how all privileges that you can list that you think you're offered, that you earned by being born, notice how they're all material. I get to go here, material. I get to own this, material. I get property, material. I get to do whatever I want. I got liberty. It's all the same. And so now, I guess maybe. I mean, not necessarily, Trevor, because there could be consequentialist perks to a deontological view. There are some perks, and even you could try to reduce deontology and look at outcomes purely, but from a Christian view escapes that, because at least in the material sense, because you could take on your Christian duty or your fatherly duty, and it could result in something horrific. And that's why being called into certain behaviors from a Christian view doesn't have you just do behaviors that allow you to survive or give you good outcomes. Because, I mean, look at the saints. I mean, read some of the saints. Seriously, like, I don't know if you can find this book. I found this at my church, but this is a great series. Just every single page, no extra stuff, just lives of the saints. And you'll be like, wow. They certainly were not living based on a privilege-based individualism perspective. We've been completely vacuumed into it.
Now, some of them may, but they lie all the time. They lie about everything. I'll give them some credit on the One Screen, Two Movies with Renee Good, but you take a look at J6. You take a look at Don Lemon and what's going on with Don Lemon. On January 6th, you had rioters. I have no problem telling the world the rioters should go to prison. You beat a cop, you go to jail, and they did. I think 3 years was fair. I think it's actually a little bit long. So a commutation and a pardon for the 20-year sentences does make sense. Do the liberals say anything like that? No. They say the...
Even this is fairly insufferable because it's just so... I don't even know. I have nothing against being performative. I mean, look at me. You know what I mean? But it's just all just getting like pro wrestling. You know what I mean? It's just like, Nothing against these guys, but they're getting, I think they're almost getting to the level of like irrelevant even. At least to certain circles. Irrelevant because they're still operating in this like, it's like legalistic purely. It's like, dude, we're so beyond that. We're so beyond that. Okay, well, we got to really process this through the democratic process and the diplomatic process, and we're gonna really figure. It's like we're so. I hate to. It's not a black pill. It's just like. It's just the reality. Is like, dude, the process that we have is conducive to individualism, and we're living in the shitstorm of individualism. What it produces. You can't reverse what's happened. In my view, you can't reverse what's happened through voting. Like, you notice how you can't really vote Muslims out of states? You can't vote them out of states. You can't vote them out of towns. You can't vote against other dominant cultures. Now, you could do it in some cases at certain levels, okay? For instance, in Oklahoma, there was a vote to not be able to put up a mosque, but that's a vote based on funding. Doesn't stop the mosque from going up. It stops the way in which the mosque goes up. So it might look like a win, but it's not. It's a small win, but it's not going to protect you. Both sides here have the same foundation grounded in nothing. Yep. They both have zero justification for their positions. It's yin fighting with yang. Neither side is moral. It's just to pick up a side that suits you. Absolutely. Both need Christ, yeah. And I think Tim Pool actually knows this at this point, honestly. I think he does know it. He's not pressed on it because there's not enough people who could press him on this. Everyone else, is mostly the same, Cog. Everyone else, like a lot of people are stuck in this. They're just stuck in this like endless sort of Ben Shapiro freaking Minecraft world. It's like we're gonna debate facts and logic. We're gonna discuss this and the policies, and we're gonna debate leftists. And it's like, dude, that's not gonna do it. That's not gonna really do it. You can't preserve tradition you can't preserve tradition by way of preserving individualism as the highest virtue and liberty. It's completely counterintuitive to say, well, we need to preserve this higher order of living, this higher order of our duties, what it is to be a human. We want to preserve the praxis and the aesthetics of Christianity. Oh, how do we do that? Well, we needed to first we needed to completely defend blindly liberty and the pursuit of happiness. What? What the hell? That doesn't make any sense. We're gonna preserve the West. We're gonna reclaim it. How? By protecting classical liberalism. What? Really? Is that what you're gonna do? No. That doesn't make any sense. Not even. And some people, it's slow moving, but people are figuring it out. They're starting to figure it out. That's not going to work. On Resistance of Evil by Forrest. Nice. That's like, who wrote that? You don't have to super chat again, but just write it. The pursuit of happiness. It's like, that's what looks maxing is. It's like, that's what, Testicular is saying. Oh, you should look really beautiful. We should look beautiful. Vanity is going to save the West? What? Vanity is going to save the West, you guys. The Muslims are taking over. What do we do? Have you considered tweezing your eyebrows? Look, the Somalians are here. They're taking over the culture in these little places. What should we do? Have you considered perking up your lats, your laterals? That might do it. That might scare them away. Have you considered puckering your lips? Maybe that'll scare them away. That's right. Beauty versus vanity. Yep. Yep. Jawline implants. I mean, he's going to, dude, I bet in the next 3 months, Clavicular is going to be like, you guys should get pec implants and BBLs. Is that what they call them? He's going to have a BBL. You ever see that meme guy with the big butt? He's like hilarious. It's always like him flying around, like wrestling and falling down stairs. I don't know how he does it, honestly. I mean, it's kind of disturbing to look at. I think women like it a lot. Not because it's like, they like it like, oh, I like that. It's like, it's funny because it's so absurd. But I feel like that's the energy to me of Clavicular. You know what I mean? Like, that's his energy I forget it. I don't know the name. It's funny though. Disturbing. Like, you don't want to see it, but you do laugh when you do accidentally see it. You're like, what the hell? He's like knocking people over with his butt. Exactly. Like in it. Yeah, exactly. Yep. He's a good guy, Joey B. Tunes. He's like someone I came up with. Obviously, he went superstardom, but we talk frequently. Good guy. I'm gonna slowly make him orthodox. Slapstick. Yeah, it's like slapstick. All right. What else is up here on the YouTubes? Cliff Netchell versus Matt Dillahunty. What do we got here? Oh, that was brutal last night, that debate with Andrew and Adam. You know, it all takes a lot of patience. That's what I'm seeing. It takes a lot of patience. I think I tuned in and it was like this one argument the guy made, Adam Kahn. He was like, if I define this as this, isn't my conclusion true? And Andrew's like, yeah. And he said, okay, I guess we're done here, James. It's like, what? It's like, if I define 1 plus 1. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Like, dude, I'm aware of it every Sunday, even this last Sunday, every single time. I look back at the week, and I look at the commentary, and I look at the events, and I look at the people screaming about solutions and screaming, you know, they're screaming into a void. And it's like, you can't unsee it. You can't really unsee it. Without orthodoxy, there's nothing. You can't even put your combat boots in the ground. You're like, I got combat boots. I'm ready to fight. You're like, what are you standing on? You're like, my combat boots. No. What's the ground you're standing on? I don't know. Just not that, right? It's a whole not that phenomenon. A not that phenomenon. You can't have a not that phenomenon only. You can have some of it, but a not that phenomenon isn't going to get you. You're going to be a proddy in the end. You're going to be a political Protestant. Not that. What are you? What's your identity? Not that. Yeah, but what are you positively? Well, I'm a whole set of not that. I just told you. I'm not that, and I'm not that, and I'm not that. Well, you're going to have a that to argue against not that. And I know that. Maybe Breakfast Tacos does have a point. Apophatic epistemology, yeah. I mean, apophaticism has its uses for sure, but yeah, that's funny. It's like, no, well, not that. I will remove everything from reality and I'll be left with what? I mean, this is the thing, once you remove not that, what do you got? What's standing there? What's it going to be? Thank you for that. Brings me to 3 of 10 with how many minutes left? 9 minutes left. You should look into Dr. Dan Cardinal. He's an evolutionary biologist who debates evolution. I'll take a look. I'll debate any of these guys. I'll debate any of them. They have nothing. There's nothing they can... I'm not intimidated by their debt credentials or their rooms or their microphones or their books. I know confidently that simple questions completely unravel evolution proponents. They can't explain anything. They can't do it. There's nothing there. Good luck. Blessed Wrench, another conversion.
Hello, everybody. My name's Ian, and I wanted to make a video explaining where I'm at. I am going to be making videos of my journey through converting to Orthodox Christianity. I have been attending a local Orthodox church for on and off for roughly since August, actually.
You email? Yeah, I'll check your thing right now. While this is
since August of 2025. That's when I finally decided to email a local church, the church father there, and we had a meeting, and I explained where I'm from and what I grew up around, and he welcomed me in and told me to just start attending, and then I would learn as time goes on. I just got the idea that there's a lot of new people just like me coming from the same exact place as me, and what I want this to be is kind of just
how many people in the chat afraid of Tony? Not all the time, when it's appropriate.
New converts, and we can give each other advice. People can leave comments, and yeah, I basically just wanted to.
Well, God bless you. Good job. Here, I'll write a comment. Glory to God. Good. All right. Now let's listen to the new jam from Dr. Evo. You ready? How many people in the chat afraid of Tony? Not all the time, when it's appropriate.
I did my best. I did my best. I did my best. I did my best. I went to church this weekend. I feel really good. Cause you told me to make a black joke and I did my best. Why are black people so dumb?
Oh my gosh.
I did my best.
Do another one.
Why did the black guy cross the road?
Why?
For to do a crime. I did my best. I did my best. I did my best.
It's not a video.
my best. I did my best. I did my best. I did my best. I did my best.
Do another one.
I've been told by black people that they would cross the street if they saw me.
Nice. W.
I was like, hey, samesies.
Samesies. Do another one.
And now you do a black joke.
Okay, why did the black guy cross the road?
Uncontrollable lust.
I did my best. 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 I did my best.
You get it? That would have to be a punchline of some sort.
That is the punchline. Now do the setup. I hate this show.
Excellent job, Dr. Evo, again. Kabanji, appropriate name. Check out the Viking Christian, his latest video. It's encouraging. He's an inquirer. The Viking Christian. Is he leaving paganism? Is that what's happening? The Viking Christian. I did my best. I did my best. What is that? How long is it? 13 minutes? Can I put it on really fast? Can I put it on, make it super fast? All right. Can I?
Today I'm going to be explaining a little bit more about my story and why I am currently studying and wanting to convert to Orthodoxy. I've always been someone who wanted the truth. I've always looked for the truth.
Nice.
The issue, but perhaps not the issue because it's brought me here, is that I've looked for the truth everywhere. Everywhere. I've looked for the truth in traveling the world. I've looked for the truth through drugs, alcohol, everything in between the two.
Have you tried rap, though?
Truth in people, in experiences, in moments. I've looked for truth in books, in different religions.
Jimbob, you're the first and only person who I've sent money to. Nice. Thank you. That actually means something to me. Honestly, I'm not being sarcastic. Thank you. You know, because people depart with their money for good reasons. He says, thank you for the $5. An education credential points at a possible narrow area of expertise. People who know some stuff know that humanity knows so very little. Well, yeah, specialization has its perks, but I agree with you. Specialization is leading to something interesting, but the holistic view is where, you know, the wisdom is. So it's almost like knowledge is like particular things. You're like, I'm going to focus on this, focus on that. But, you know, you don't really get a society of wisdom, of wise people from that. Just like super hyper focused.
I was interested in Buddhism at one point. I was interested in Islam at one point. But the problem with the truth is that it echoes everywhere. And it echoes even in the most beautiful things, the music, the food, the experiences, the travel, like I've just mentioned. It echoes from the tiniest corners of the earth to the biggest halls. The problem is that the echo is not the voice itself. And for a long time I've longed to understand that voice, to get to know that voice, but I've been caught up too much in the echo. I was born and raised a Catholic. I then went away from the Catholic Church and the church as a whole when I was around 13, 14 years old. I thought that the church was one of the reasons for all the suffering in the world and one of the main reasons for my own lack of peace. And so then I went and tried to find that peace elsewhere. I tried to find that peace in young relationships. I tried to find that peace in smoking weed, doing drugs, drinking alcohol, skipping school. I got kicked out of school for crashing my car at the school disco. I tried to find that peace in people. I tried to find that peace in things. I tried to find that peace in the world. And every single time, it left me feeling empty. Emptier than before, emptier than before, emptier than before, until I eventually thought, you know what, I need to do something so extreme, I'm going to take a one-way flight to the other side of the world. I did this twice. In fact, no, I did this 3 times.
The first 2 times taught me extremely valuable lessons. The first 2 times, I met amazing people, I built amazing relationships, but I wasn't yet who God intended me to be, and so I lost those things. I did things I probably shouldn't have done. I said things I probably shouldn't have said. And what you don't appreciate in this life doesn't last. And I didn't appreciate the things that I found on those journeys away from the church, and so they didn't last. On the 3rd trip away, I went to Africa. I experienced some amazing things. I was completely sober at this point. I wasn't drinking, I wasn't smoking, I wasn't doing anything. But what I experienced out there was gratefulness. For perhaps the first time in my life, gratefulness for absolutely everything, but most importantly, gratefulness for the bad things. We must remember God on our best days, but never forget to thank him even on our worst. There was a moment in Africa where everything came flooding in, all the mistakes I'd made, all the people I'd hurt.
Why would you ever go to Africa, though? Seriously. Why would you ever go to Africa? Well, I'm happy for him. Prayers to that guy, the Viking Christian. But, you know. Nice. It's nice. Nice. It's nice. It's nice. It's nice. I tried my best. Okay. What else we got here? Breakfast Tacos is live still. I don't even know if that's the same live stream. Like 18, 15 hours? What are we talking about here? Huh? What do we got here? Jay Dyer finally talked to the who's that redheaded chick? The redheaded libertarian. Ooh, this is going to be good.
Right, on another episode of Gin and Truth. I'm the captain of this ship, Robert motherfucking Reed. Got a tumble here, got a mindful of thoughts. Let's go.
This guy is all so retarded. He's so dumb. This is exactly what that last guy was talking about. Oof. The aesthetics are just killer.
Yeah, let's jump into this shit. First take only, motherfuckers. I don't know if my volume was on. So if the intro sounded like this,
that's some bullshit.
You know why. But King, the meat of today's rotted sandwich is atheism logically solid or whatever the fuck. Do me a favor. Go fuck yourself. You know what I really hate about this, King, other than the obvious? What is it? Is atheism logically possible? Again, do me a favor and please go fuck yourselves.
Wow. Already off to a good start. Okay, well, here. Now I believe in evolution.
The only way you ask that question is if you are looking at atheism as if it's an actual worldview.
It is a worldview. It's a worldview that doesn't include God. Do you believe in God? No. Oh, so you believe in a world without God. That's a worldview. That means that it includes an epistemic system. It includes a metaphysics assumption. It includes the assumption that the world operates a certain way. And you believe that that world is perfectly compatible with a view without God. That's what you believe in. That's a worldview.
I know you don't like it, Christians, but you're an atheist too, right? If you can assert my position for me, I can do the same for you, goddammit. Right? All you have to do is say, I don't believe, and welcome to the club. Dues are paid up every Monday.
Is atheism a religion? Not in the sense, but atheism has religious beliefs. And what I mean by that is that from their perspective, religious belief is simply a belief that's held without evidence. That's a religious belief from their view. Doesn't have to mean that there's a God or anything, but
right? It's your turn to bring orange slices and fucking Fanta soda. Atheism is not a worldview. There's only one rule to being an atheist, in that when someone says there's a God, all you have to say is, I don't believe you. It's really that simple. But no, again, how else are they going to sell their doo-doo-ass make-believe fucking product? Right? Well, according to atheism, is right wrong? Atheism doesn't speak to that.
So it's not? Atheism doesn't speak to whether something's right or wrong. Weird take, buddy.
Right? According to atheism, how do you explain the Big Bang? Atheism doesn't speak to that. Atheism.
You know what we need? We need to zoom in on this guy's head. He's got these googly cross-eyed things, and I don't want to... I want to make sure everyone gets the eyeball situation with this guy.
Speaks to one thing and one thing only. And if you truly want to debate this, carry your ass over to Steve McRae's channel. He'll do give you the mathematical formulas. I'm not that dude.
Yeah, Steve McRae does a decent job completely tearing apart this idea that atheism isn't a worldview.
Half of being smart is knowing what you're dumb at. I'm not knee deep in all that philosophical nonsense. All I know is I don't believe in a fucking God, so I call myself an atheist. It's just so again, when you say things like, "Is atheism logically impossible?" Maybe it's just clickbait, which it worked because I clicked on it, but that just sounds stupid.
This guy saying something sounds stupid is pretty rich. That's like a It's like a Fiat calling another car small.
Again, in case you're curious on how it is, I was like, it doesn't make any sense to me. The proof of God is just so obvious. How are you an atheist? Well, the people that believe that Zeus is real thing is obvious. Do you believe in Zeus? Well, no, that's ridiculous. Okay, so take that and flip it. That's what I think about.
I actually believe Zeus exists. I think Zeus is a demon.
Your bullshit, right? And again, the proof of God is just obvious. So much, in fact, that he needs Cliff Knechtley, Frank Turek.
Knechtley. I'm going to be calling him for that for now. Oh, look, it's Knechtley.
Jeff Durbin, Ray Comfort. The proof of God is just obvious. So much, in fact, that he needs the world's most brain-dead idiots to defend his cause. That doesn't make any sense to me, gang. Now let's go ahead and hit it right now with the Autobots transform and roll out. What do you see? This bullshit. More daily dose of wisdom. God damn, I can't stand this dude. Again, gang, this fuckface has over 1 million fucking subs.
Couldn't have. Yep.
I called Ben Shapiro a bully and got a strike against my channel. This guy is telling people that virgins can get pregnant.
Virgins can get pregnant.
Guys.
Did you know that virgins can get pregnant? Did you know that, guy? Hey. Did you know that virgins can get pregnant still today? Chaw says, how would it ever not be a worldview? Your world and ideas are informed by something other than God. That sounds like a worldview. Yeah, that's right.
Let's hit it with the blow-ups you wait. So atheism is logically impossible. Here's why. You know who they put up front and center?
Dude looks like an alcoholic. Yeah, he looks like he's got some substance issues, to say the least.
And John Lennox. Again, I openly
my favorite
admit that academically I cannot hold this man's jockstrap. I just can't. I am a C student. I literally graduated with the lowest GPA you can possibly graduate with.
No, you don't say. I can't believe it. No, you? No, I can't believe it.
And still call yourself a college graduate. I'm proud of my degree. I am. I worked my ass off for it. Again, I got lots of talents, but taking tests and being a student is not one of them. I knew in advance I had to work 5 times as hard to get 1/10 of the same result. There's nothing wrong with admitting that, right? So I know that I'm not a PhD in philosophy and mathematics like he is. UT is a pretty kick-ass school, but where is he, like Oxford or Cambridge or one of those fucking places that wouldn't even let me wash the fucking windows? I'm not academically qualified to mow the grass over there. But here's the thing, gang. You don't have to split fucking atoms to be able to tell you that a snake can't talk.
Actually, you believe that a snake became something that's not. So, I mean, obviously, in the local sense, I see why you wouldn't believe that a snake could talk. But in the long sense of it, you actually do believe that ultimately there's just one category of life. You know, there's just one look, under the evolutionary view, there's just one foundational clade. There's only one real true clade of life. There's just one clade. And that clade, if it's all the same thing, then whatever it is that can talk is in the same group as the other thing. So, you know, he doesn't believe snakes can talk or that anything can violate physics or nature or the laws of nature. And yet here he believes that he is the product of a long process where his uncle was a fish. Atheism is an answer to a specific question, but the implications is that it has a foundational and profoundly impactful. Yeah, well, it also assumes to say God doesn't exist, to say anything doesn't exist or does exist is derivative of a worldview. So, you know, of course.
Before we start this fucked up ass video, I think I remember telling you a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Fuckface SJ hit me up. Fuck me, gang. Just hit me. Hold on.
You are
so
dumb, bro.
The kid's just embarrassed because he's coming at last. But when you're John Lennox's age and you're talking about magic thigh cream, no one will be your friend. Again, it is amazing the bullshit that you can get across the plate so far as long as you say, I believe in a God. If everything that's here has a beginning, then why doesn't your God need a beginning?
Can God create a rock so big he can't lift it?
What's that? What'd you say? Did you say something?
Can God create a rock so big he can't lift it?
Okay, well, my God's the only exception. Why? Because pizza can take a nap, kitty table. Don't want to hear it. Roll the tape.
Features John Lennox again, and in this video he's really aiming directly at this notion that I hear all the time in the comment section. It's this God of the gaps idea, or this idea of we can't explain it yet, therefore God. He kind of puts that right in the center of the crosshair and explains why that type of label and
Pause the tape. All he's going to do is kick the bullshit. So yeah,
kick the bullshit.
It's a legit argument against Christianity.
If someone does a God of the gaps, that's a bad argument. I mean, I concede, but I mean that's not. At least most theists in general move away from this, and if they don't, it's a mistake. But I mean,
I wish I could take
I wouldn't say that Lennox is in that
credit
camp.
for it, but Neil deGrasse Tyson said it best. God is quite simply put a receding pocket of scientific ignorance. Years ago, decades, if not centuries ago, we thought people falling on the ground had white stuff coming out of their mouth and they were just convulsing on the ground. We thought they were demon possessed. We now know that that is a seizure.
Jimbobber, this is a long shot, but you might enjoy the animations by Wormwood on YouTube. Culturally relevant. Latest one called Flesh Prison is about clavicular. Dear Wormwood also good. I don't think he's orthodox.
I'll check it out for sure.
There's no need to drive demons into pigs and have those pigs commit Harry Carey. Right now.
This guy's the low. I mean, I only tune in once in a while when I see his big dumb face show up, right? And then I'm like, what was that movie? He looks like Friday. He looks like the big dude from Friday. Really dumb stuff. And he never debates. Like he's just totally against it altogether. But yet he's talking to himself. That's what he's doing. He's just talking to himself. So, Wormwood is Screwtape's nephew. Wormwood. What is it? Clavicular. That thing is it's rough to watch. That whole culture, I'm just like, ugh. Get out of here, man. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see any of it. Ken Ham. What did he... Hey,
Will teaching creation undermine technology?
How appropriate do you think it is to teach creationism to children?
It's completely inappropriate in science class. Everything that we do to...
Wait, hold on a second. Bill Nye? I thought we evolved to. What if we evolved to teach creationism?
Improve the lives of other people, or to improve our own quality of life.
Totally arbitrary.
To build buildings that rely on our understanding of physics. That all of this is inconsistent with this other world view, where they take the Bible literally and deny everything else that gives us all these wonderful things that our society provides. Food.
What's a wonderful thing? What? Wow, these people are rough. They're in rough shape. Bill Nye, I mean, when is he going to finally be arrested? Saw the Killer was great. When's the review? Tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow, all 720 of you in the chat, tomorrow I will be dual streaming with Jay Dyer again for our second installment of our 2 movie reviews. One of them, The Killer. The other is Under the Silver Lake. So catch up on your homework before we do it. It'll be about 2 p.m. my time. So check that out. Is this guy the guy that said having to justify an argument is some bullshit? Yes. He said using logic actually is worse. He said using logic is some bullshit. I just want to point out, Bill Nye, you old pervert, that to say, look at all these good things for society assumes that humans have a peculiar status in the world. Because notice how you don't really do that for everything else in the world. It's a human-centric view. Atheism and anti-theism fall apart because ultimately they end up appealing to a human-centric view on everything. They give humans a peculiar status in the world. We're stewards of the world. We have a value where we assign dignity and grace and forgiveness to people. These are all Christian distinctions that psychopaths like Bill Nye adopt with their giant big noses and pretend that there's no source.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. When I debated Bill Nye at the Creation Museum in 2014, one of the things he said during the debate was that if you teach creation in schools, it's going to cause kids to not be able to get jobs and so on, and it's going to undermine technology.
If we abandon all that we've learned, our ancestors, what they've learned about nature and our place in it, if we stop driving forward, stop looking for the next answer to the next question, we in the United States will be outcompeted by other countries, other economies. And so we have to embrace science education. We have to keep science.
What a real freak. Like his face, I can't. Like there really is a spiritual aspect that you could get hints of through physicality. Like look at the guy's face. Like if hell was an actual place, like the modern conception of hell, like he would definitely be like one of the butlers or something.
It's education in science.
Now, I knew that he would say those sorts of things, so I was already ready for that in the debate. And I had a video of Dr. Raymond Damadian. Now, he's with the Lord now, but he was the inventor of the MRI. And by the way, the world would not acknowledge him as the inventor of the MRI because he was a creationist and he was a Christian. But he is the inventor of, or was the inventor of the MRI. And so he was a great scientist, a great creationist, and he developed a piece of technology that is used all around the world today. Now, there have been many other...
They're like, that wasn't him. It was actually a black lady from Alabama in 1919.
Atheists who have claimed that, if you teach children creation, it'll undermine technology, it'll cause them not to be able to get good jobs. And
such goblin. Every single one of them somehow.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic not have an academic career and so on. And of course...
Look at that guy. I mean, look at him. Look at him.
This is absolutely a load of nonsense. And one of the things they say, and Bill Nye says this, and I know another atheist, Lawrence Krauss, said this in a video where he talks about the fact that, hey, if you don't teach
Thank you for that super chat, Chaw. Chaw says, doesn't the embracing of evolution result in millions of chuds who hiss at a single challenge to evolution? Weird. Yeah. It also results, Chaw, in a bunch of people who believe in evolution not reproducing. Isn't it a bit bizarre? Yeah? Don't you think it's a bit bizarre that the more evolved ones aren't reproducing and the dumb ones who are the creation tards are reproducing? How did that work? How is it that the more evolutionarily fit people are the ones who deny evolution?
Students evolution, they won't be able to develop technology to teach them creation. It'll destroy their competitiveness out there.
It amazes me that people have pre-existing notions.
I would love to debate this douchebag. Oh man, I would pay. I would even pay. I would pay an entrance fee to debate this douchebag.
That defy.
Who did he debate? Who got to debate this guy? Mike Jones. Like, just obliterated this guy. It was actually, it was disappointing, in fact. It was disappointing of how bad this guy's position was. It's disappointing.
The evidence of reality. And one of them is the notion of creationism. If you think about that, somehow saying that, well, anything goes, we shouldn't offend religious beliefs by requiring kids to know, to understand reality. That's...
My favorite part about the MDD evolution debate are all the mini debates in the comments. They're losing on all fronts.
They suck. Yeah, their chat is pathetic. Now, it's like, it says a lot, too, because MDD, its culture has improved because of Christianity in the chat, but it's still there. Like the idea, when you go over to modern day debate in their chat culture, you look at what's there and you're like, oh, can't be worse. It actually was way worse. It was way worse. I think that a person's true nature can manifest physically. I believe that, yeah. This is one of the ways we can often know by just looking at someone if they're a good. Generally speaking, yeah, you could kind of use your discretion on that, especially in orthodoxy. There's a whole facet of orthodoxy about how you appear, about your appearance, and people who are well practiced visibly look different. They visibly show up differently in reality.
Child abuse.
But one of the things I did...
Child abuse, that's hilarious. They always point to, child abuse with religious people. Have you looked at the stats for secular government-run schools? What are you talking about? The abuse that happens, both emotionally, physically, and sexually, for children inside of the secular education system dwarfs all of the church's abuse, all of it.
In the Bill Nye debate, and I have made this challenge a number of times in articles and videos.
Yeah.
Name me one piece of technology, just one piece of technology, where if you didn't believe in molecules to man evolution, you would not have been able to invent it.
This is a really good point he's talking about, because people always say, look, our understanding of DNA did this, or our understanding of this did that. It's like, no, there were people before all your mathematical descriptions that were capable of building amazing things, beautiful things, workable things, and they didn't understand any of the math. They were doing trial and error and seeing what worked and what didn't work. The first rudimentary bridges were built before engineering, math, and all of that stuff. So it's like engineering, being informed by science, applied science, we would call that, is advanced. But engineering doesn't require the scientific method and all of that to begin with. Like, you could make tools and it's not derivative of all this advanced mathematical descriptions and micro knowledge of things. Are you telling me that my devilish good looks are because I believe in God? I'm not going to start God maxing. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not the symmetry. It's like the light. It's like the light in your being, like your eyes and your very being. You know this, obviously. Hosey says, hilarious how survival of the atheist leftist ideologies relies on the Christian right-wing families reproducing kids and getting indoctrinated. It really is. It really is that.
You can't name one. There's not one. The belief in evolution, millions of years, has nothing to do with developing technology. I tell you what has to.
Hey, y'all, we got 4 more chats left, 7 minutes to go. Let's hit that last goal, y'all, before, I don't know, I might keep going depending on what else is going on today, but if I do end it, it would be nice to end it on a good, complete note.
Do with developing technology is understanding the laws of nature, the laws of chemistry, the laws of physics, the laws of mathematics, understanding the uniformity of nature, that those laws don't change because the universe is not evolving, and that God created them, and they are laws that we can trust. That is what enables us to be able to use our five senses in the present to repeat observations.
Yeah, he's kind of pre-supping in a sense, almost.
To test things and develop our technology. So actually, when evolutionists, secularists, claim that teaching creation will undermine technology, they actually have to borrow from the creationist Christian worldview to be able to build technology. So they are totally inconsistent, and they don't even realize it. You actually see the real...
Yeah, they're so foolish. I mean, this really, Bill Nye, you know, thank God he's not relevant, but he really is the face of, like, confident foolishness. Like, really. He represents it, at least.
Nature, though,
Thank you for
of why
so much
they
for that
say
chat.
these things, why the atheists claim these things about
Three more,
technology,
y'all.
because they just don't want to believe in the God of the Bible. Because if there is a creator God and he is the God of the Bible, then he determines what is right and wrong. He determines what is good and evil. And marriage is a man and a woman, and there's only two genders, and abortion is killing a human being made in the image of God. And you see this in a video clip from Lawrence Krauss, this atheist who
He's the worst, man.
mocks the whole gospel message.
This guy's the worst.
He mocks the work of Jesus Christ as he talks about stardust based on his evolutionary views. So watch this.
The amazing thing is that every atom in your body.
Yeah, this is a good one. Yeah. Teaching kids about God, child abuse, cutting off their dicks, convincing them that they're the opposite sex. Totes liberty. Can you play TY's 2048 song Banger I Listen to a Calvinist Loses Debate? Is that a real thing, Gravios? 2 more, y'all. Thank you for that 20. I appreciate you. 2 more.
Came from a star that exploded. And the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know about physics. You are all stardust.
Poetic? You just do it. So physics is poetry.
You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution, weren't created at the beginning of time. They're created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way they can get into your body is if the stars were kind enough to explode.
Unbelievable, these people. And we're the crazy ones. Cuckoo! We're the crazy ones. The universe, being that it has invariant laws, that there are immaterial things that are a part of nature, that are coexisting with nature, that can't be found in nature. Laws of logic, regularity of nature, laws of physics, invariant reality, right? We're the crazy ones for assuming that that has some sort of purpose and thought behind it. That the function and the intelligibility of the universe itself lends itself to some sort of directionality toward being able to understand it. That's crazy, but what's not crazy is the gospel of stars exploding. That we come from exploding stars. I'm sorry, I didn't see that children's book. Can you reduce that to a couple of pages, please? It is, and I feel like it fits the theme of these videos you watching. Is that really? It's called Banger I Listen to When a Calvinist Loses a Debate. That's the title? I'm amazed by that. Thank you so much for helping me reach my goal. Keep doing what you're doing, Jimbob. What you do matters, and it's having an impact. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, y'all. I really do.
So forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today, okay?
Though technology continues to advance and scientists continue to discover, we still
Look at those female robots.
don't completely understand our planet or the vast universe beyond.
Yeah. Lawrence Krauss, he's done too. All these people are done. Bill Nye, they're done. Neil Tyson and Mustache, they had their heyday. They're not influencing anymore. They're just kind of lingering on. They're just lingering like they're like a dingle. They're the dingleberries of atheism. And what's beautiful is that they're not ushering in anyone new. Have you guys noticed this? They're not ushering anyone new. Like they went through their, that little midget Sam Harris and the Richard Dawkins and all these guys they've been ran through. They're done. Nobody cares anymore. You guys plateaued. There's nothing to do. You can't inform where we should go. You guys got split up by the Troons movement. The Troons movement, in a weird way, did a really good job dividing the secular cult. So, of course, grant them nothing. It's an insane demonic position. However, it is a decent example of God using evil to divide evil. Beautiful work. And now who's left? What's left of these people? Materialism, people are rejecting it. Naturalism, it's insufficient to explain their own intuitive experience of themselves and what matters in life. Naturalism doesn't give them a good account of this. Doesn't serve any purpose in regards to meaning, what it means to be a human being. Nobody gets out of bed and is inspired by a naturalistic definition of their biological mechanics. Nobody. No one cares. No, that doesn't get people out of bed. So now who's left? There's no one. In fact, the pendulum for the secular world view is swinging back towards some sort of like New Age mysticism. They're overcorrecting, and I believe that they're gonna adopt fully an intelligent design position, but just not a God one. They're gonna have to move toward transhumanism. They're gonna have to do some sort of ascending, spiritual ascension. They're gonna have to replace the Christian view again, because Christianity doesn't go anywhere. It stays. But what does go somewhere is the secular notions of alternatives. They get recycled, because they're all heresies, basically. They're just like reinstituted, redesigned heresies. New outfits, same heresy. This one, the transhumanist, is a type of Gnostic view, escaping the constraints of the universe itself. That's all they have to offer. And ironically, they're super focused and whiny about the problems of the world, right? And their solution is to escape the world. No wonder they believe in self-deletion. That's the next big step for atheism. Chaw says for $10, the most compelling argument I've ever heard for scientism is that without the atheist gooning suddenly might have to be accounted for. Right. Matt Dillahunty would have to accept kissing. He's kissing a man. That's right. Right. And they say, oh, truth is what comports to reality. I'm sorry. Is there a reality in your bed, Matt Dillahunty, that person doesn't have a penis just because you're not looking at it from one angle? Freak. They did their damage for the next generation. Same with Hollywood. They're both dying out, but they've performed their anti-telos for the time. Yeah. It's like a demon disappearing. It's like culture is in the middle of a sort of a metaphysical, metaphorical exorcism. It's like where can they take us? Nowhere. They can't take us anywhere. All of the atheists developed counter churches, counter ministries. Oh, this is our congregation, right? Oh, I don't believe in all this religious stuff. By the way, let's meet up. Are you guys going to the nihilism event? What's that? Oh, we all fly and drive and pay for hotels and get lanyards, and there's different speakers telling us all how meeting and talking is useless. That's amazing. Wow, you guys are deep. You guys are super deep. All right. Speaking of super deep, let's talk about Calvinism for a second.
You are in a cult. You are not in a church. You invented your own church.
Excuse me, you're just making an assumption that all the saints agree.
They do. They do. I can go read them. You have no saints. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard. A demon, a boomer
You're just making an assumption.
You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tard. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard. Have no saints. A demon, a boomer tard.
It is not good for him to be alone. Is this not also pointing to God being eternally not alone? I don't know if it'd be an argument, Farney, but the relational argument for God, I believe, is a really good one. Otherwise.
Excuse me.
A boomer tard. A demon, a boomer
You're just making an assumption. Are all the councils inspired and inerrant?
The ecumenical synod, yes.
So all the ecumenical synods are inspired and inerrant?
Correct.
How do you know?
Because the Holy Spirit leads us to know the truth.
How do you know the Holy Spirit leads you to know the truth?
Because they're in accord with all the other ecumenical doctrines, all the other testimonies of the saints and the scriptures.
You're just making an assumption.
You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard.
This one hits hard.
A demon, a boomer
You're just making an assumption.
You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tard. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard. Have those things. A demon, a boomer tard.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tard. A demon, a boomer tard.
You're just making an assumption.
A demon, a boomer tard. A demon, a boomer tard.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tard. A demon, a boomer tard. Have those things. You're a
This
goblin,
hits.
a demon, a
This
boomer
hits my
tard.
soul.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tard. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer
You're just
tard.
making an assumption.
A demon, a boomer tard.
Now, just like, that's who is it? Sai Surrogate? What's his name? Sai Bugatiets? Sai Bug... Who is this? What's his name? I've never seen that name ever. Sai Buganaget? Buttigieg? Sai Buttigieg? Anyway, he was like, how do you know this was inspired? Look, dude, if you call yourself a Christian, you're going to have to establish at some point that you believe that revelation occurred, inspired, and maintained by men. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you think that's a good argument? Harp Azo says, we're crazy for believing intelligence outside of the universe created us, but atheists are totally sane for believing a bang of matter miraculously made them. Yeah. You're a cosmic fart. The channel is Thai 2048. 5,000 subs. Almost 6. They do. They do. They're coming around. That was not gangster rap. That's not gangster culture. That ain't no gangster culture. Hell no. Nah. All right. Moving along. All right. Another conversion 4 hours ago. I converted to Eastern Orthodoxy. Wow. Now, I pray. I love seeing conversions, but I can't lie. I pray that you don't get a Russell Brand character jumping on this wagon and co-opting it. You know what I mean? That would suck. Now, it's not ultimately a threat when it really gets down to it, though. It's not really a threat if that happened. But it could have an impact. It could have a not so good impact if someone just sort of stepped in and was like, "Hey, I'm doing this too," and they would have to be like public corrections and guidance if that happened at that level. I'm saying like super famous people, kind of like jumping in it and kind of running with it. It would get corrected though, but still. I'm always a little bit like, You know what I mean? It's like Andy Dick shows up and he's like, I'm Orthodox. I'd be like, okay. It's not the beat. No, it's not the beat. No. Beat, not the beat. Though, Game Caller, I don't know where the threshold is, honestly. This is a really interesting topic. It goes in line with aesthetics, is that there is types of music that even without imagery or lyrics gives you a sense of, I don't want to call it demonic, but I don't have another word for it. It's like, man, I wish I had the language to describe this. It's got like hedonistic, like sort of like, it's like if music could whisper, do as thou wilt. That's the best I can do. Sorry. I tried my best. I tried my best. How many people in the chat afraid of Tony? Not all the time. When it's appropriate.
I did my best.
I did my best.
I did my best. I did my best. I did my best. I went to church this weekend.
Steel drum music.
I feel really good.
Yeah.
But you told me to make a black joke and I did my best. Well, why are black people so dumb?
Oh my gosh.
I did my best.
Do another one. Why? Who knows if that's going to be visualized? That's up to Ozzy. I love that I get to meet with Ozzy every Sunday. Have I heard a tritone? No. Is that like polyphonic singing? I have two-tone. Did you hear it? There's two at least. Too late, buddy. I'm popping my shirt off and ordering 100 necklaces and bracelets right now so I can become a hippie ortho content creator. Damn. I know what you mean, JB. I get that feeling with metal music. Sometimes, yeah. It's like... There is a dude at my parish. He's a chanter. And I... back when I initially met him, he knew who I was. It was kind of cool. But I was like, how did you get into Orthodoxy? He was like, metal. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I listened to a band that was super metal. And I started listening closely to the lyrics. And they were talking about Theotokos. And they were talking about theosis and all sorts of stuff. And I was like, what is this? And that was it. It wasn't like a Jay Dyer video. It wasn't something else. It was that. By the way, anyone else reading this, I just got in another maybe 12 pages, Genesis, Creation, and Early Man. Highly recommend. I also got something else that I might not understand when I start reading it, which is this from my parish library. The Letters Ignatius of Antioch. It's the letters. This looks like a fun time. The good thing about like letters and side commentary is you get a historical framework for what's happening at the time from the church fathers, which is like gives you another angle. The best genre is cringecore. It really is its own thing that I got to hand it to Ozzy and Dr. Evo because it's like its own niche genre inside a genre. And I really only see it in these circles, honestly. So it's pretty cool. Okay, what else? Who else we got here? Hater claims atheism is a fad. Well, it is. It's pretty fad. It's pretty fatty. Dan McClellan, potentially visual proof of evolution. Dan McClellan. I don't know about this. Anything else going on you guys want me to bring on the screen? Because I might just hang out a little bit in the chat, you know. It's one of those days. I didn't stream Friday and had a great Sunday. We got a little bit of that snowstorm. I guess I'll stream till I'm hungry. And then I'll work on Orthothug's skit. Yes, that's right. An Orthothug skit. You guys have waited long enough. There's Cringecore Records right there. Give those guys a follow over there. Good stuff. All right. What else is going on the YouTubes? I've been Twitter, I'm just... Yeah, what a love-hate I have with Twitter. I don't know if it's... honestly, aside from just posting stuff and getting it shared, I think I might stop commenting on Twitter. Do you guys think it's possible? Can you do it? Can anyone in the chat do it? I don't believe you, but if someone says, yeah, I've done it, it's possible, I would love to hear it. I don't think... I'm like, oh, I got my thumbs. I got my thumbs out. I got my thumbs out. Yo, Bob, Jim, I'm ready. Genesis early Monkey 2, but me and my sister's family are being made catechumens this Sunday. Glory to God. That's amazing. See this? It's just beautiful. Just love it. Yes, this. Right here. This. You could watch me call into Bryce. That would be funny, actually, Marilyn. That would be. I don't understand Twitter. It's just a mess. It's like everyone's thoughts. It's like TikTok, but only thoughts. It's like it's a morass of conflicting sounds inside your head. I can't do it. I don't even like it. It's making me hate everybody. So, you know what? From here on out, from this moment, I will only post created things on Twitter. No responding to Mormons. No responding to anyone. I'm not debating. I'm not going to do apologetics. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to go, hey, where'd you get the Bible then? I'm tired of it. It's draining me. It's draining my soul. So that's it. You're going to only get memes, cartoons, video links. That's it. Post, look away. Post, look away. Nice. And the newborn snowed. Who got really dumped on? I didn't. I got like, what? We got like 4 inches here? Freezing, though. Freezing. Well, no one responds. Yeah, it's like talking to yourself. Let's face it. You're just talking to yourself. It's all pride and ego, honestly. That's what X is. It's like, yeah, come look at yourself. Come on, come look at. No, I'm going to do it. And you guys could all call me out when I don't. Honestly. Please. That's a big super chat that I have to reformat. That is a big super chat. I learned to hate social media early on because when everyone at high school was on their Facebook, 2000s, talking to each other, I tried to post and talk with others and would never engage with me. Good. You know what, Gravios? That was a blessing. That was a blessing to you. I remember that early time in Facebook. They knew that little red sign and the ding was going to be endless. That was the beginning of the end. It was like, ding, Cortisol. Is it going to be cortisol? Is it going to be a dopamine? Is it going to be cortisol? What did they say? What did they say? What did they say? What is it? What did they say? But, I mean, let's face it. That's what we got when the phone rang in our house, right? Remember there was a house phone? I have this theory about the house phone. The movement away from the house phone to the cell phone was completely reflective of individualism. And that individualism paired with technology, the tech will always reflect the individualism. Think about it. You're in your house, you're 11, the phone rings. You have the duty to answer it on behalf of not you, but your family. Think about that. Think about what that does for the kid in their development to have to represent the family. It instills honor, reputation. Hello? This is the residence of my home and my family. No. We move away from that. I'm just texting. I'm my own house now. I'm my own house now. I'm my own family house in my head and my phone now. What? No, it's for me. That took something away from us, I think, honestly. And I don't know if you can go back, because who calls the family phone if you have a cell phone? Is your mother there? Oh, yes. It teaches you etiquette. I used to talk. Yeah, me too. And I used to listen for when my parents would, you know what I mean? You'd hear the little click. They try to hide it, but you still hear it. It's like, shh, shh. You know what I mean? And you change what you're talking about real quick. So Heather, do you do math? Do you like math? You hear your parents breathing. Do you like math and pants? Do you like wearing pants? Feels like it was forever ago. I mean, what year are we talking about here? We're talking about 93 when it started maybe changing. 95 for sure. All through my high school, definitely there was a home phone. But the chat room started, and then the phone went away. And then you didn't need to talk on the phone. But it's not about the tech. It's about representing your family, representing your house. You are a representation of the house. Answer the phone properly. Speak properly. Used to sneak to the payphone. That's funny. That's funny. What the? We got a little over 10 in. Wow, that's a lot. I didn't know it was that crazy. Nice. Don't forget, Sonny Foz, the Italian Muslim, is on Hodge Twins right now. Who is Sonny Foz? Italian Muslims. That could be good. My voice is a little tired, but if I watch Hodge Twins, I'm going to start impersonating them. Yeah.
Damn, not gonna have a voice. Damn. Man, I wish I was as smart as G. Dyer.
As you get older, time becomes more and more of a strange creature with how it affects you and how you pay attention to it. Yeah, definitely. It goes super fast, and you can't be like friends with everybody. You're just like, no. I was talking about that with Tony the other day, like how you meet people and maybe they overlap in your circles. Like even if you meet them at your parish, right? I was joking with Tony because you know, there's always people you meet, and maybe you come to know they live in the same area as you. And there's this like sort of like silence after where someone expects you to go, well, definitely we should meet up because we're near each other. You know what I mean? And then it never happens. You just don't say anything. I mean, it's like, I don't know why it's automatically thought and assumed for proximity, but it's not assumed for anything else. Like if you met someone and you were a lawyer and you randomly met someone and they were a lawyer, you wouldn't be like, we should call each other and talk about law. Oh, you have 5 fingers? So do I. Should I get your number? Oh, you live down the road from me? Oh, we should meet up on the road that we both live on. Because that's the thing that brings us together. You know what I mean? Like, call me an asshole, but I'm just like, that's not enough. That's not enough for me to get out of bed or leave my house. Honestly, I love my house. Anyone else just love their house? And I'm not talking about it in a slothy way. I'm saying it's just like, it really has to mean something to leave your house for like, you know, just some leisurely reason. It's like, it's gotta mean something. It's gotta be. Minimum super chat. Ignore currency for minimum amount, I guess. I don't know why the 50 didn't show up. Do you guys like my new... I made it myself. I animated the bars above me and below me with the blue. I made it. I love it. Look at it. I'll test it. Ready? I'm very proud of that. I really like that. And then the members is this. So cute. It's so cute. It's so cute. You forgot what I look like in color? Yeah, I'm holding it back from you guys, y'all. I will show up in color on Ortho Thugs. That's what you get. You want color? You want color, Jimbob? Rest in peace, headphone. Was that too loud? You're so cute. Give us a smile. Give us a smile. Give us a smile. I'd go to a sushi bar. Yeah, in fact, wait, what's the fasting day? Something's happening soon. It means I'm going to be on edge and super irritable soon. Hey. I prefer my house in a slothy way. The outside world is full of goblins, demons, and boomer tards. It's true. I mean, it's not great out there. It really isn't great out there. So, that's just a reality. It's not a black pill. It's just the truth. It's not great out there. No, I'm not. No, I'm not even going to, you know what I'm going to do something big. Watch this. I'm going to turn off my notifications I'm going to turn them off. I'm going to actually turn them off. How do you? Did they even allow you? I don't even think they can. They don't even allow you to, do they? It says mute notifications. You don't know? Sure. If you don't follow it, sure. New account? Sure. Nope. Nope. Nothing. We'll see how that works. Off. Goodbye. Goodbye, X. You will only be a place I set adrift my creations from here on out. That's it. Let's see how Ben Shapiro talks about evolution, shall we?
String in the DNA. The contention is basically that given enough time, you run the experiment.
Banking. Look, I don't even want Ben Shapiro to argue against evolution. I don't even want it. I'll do without him. From now on, I will assume that every time you grab your guitar, you could possibly break out into a spontaneous rendition of More Than Words. I never could learn that song, by the way, Snagglebeast. I couldn't do it. Too hard to sing.
Experiment enough times, and eventually you will end up with an evolution that...
How about some posture, Ben Shapiro? Jeez. You ever think about standing up straight once in your life?
And combined with natural selection, it preserves the mutations that are good, and you will end up with something that...
With a yarmulke on your head. I mean, for me, it's pretty simple. If evolution existed and it was true, why didn't I evolve to have a hair yarmulke where I didn't need to actually put the sucker on?
Looks designed, even though it is not designed. That mutation over time being preserved by natural selection is enough. Why doesn't that work?
There's a mathematical problem, and it's a profound one. My colleague David Berlinski calls it the combinatorial problem, or the problem of combinatorial inflation. Maybe a simple analogy, way to get into it. We know from our experience with software code, writing and
I'm racist against colored Bob. I want separate streams for colored Bobs as well.
Fine.
W segregation.
Fine.
And using it.
Bagel, 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 I made you out of dough. Bagel, 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 I mean money when I say dough.
The last thing you want in a section of functional software code is a random...
I've got jeans on.
A series of random changes to those zeros and ones.
We both have tight jeans on. Have you ever noticed that we both have exquisitely tight jeans on? Can we talk about? Can we give me talk about this?
If that happens, you're going to degrade the information that's in that code long before you'll ever generate a new software program or operating system. And Richard Dawkins and many others.
Hey, shout out to Stephen Meyer. He has my butt head.
Have acknowledged that what we have in DNA...
We're not alone, Stephen. We're not alone.
DNA is akin to machine code, or as Leroy Hood puts it, digital code. It's functioning in exactly the same way.
Well, it's not digital code. It's strictly biological. There's a selfish gene. There's a selfish gene. Well, there's a selfish gene. It wants.
So what we've learned from software writing and using is highly relevant to understanding whether or not the mutation selection mechanism could generate conceivably or...
Look, what's likely as they study more and more at the hyper magnified level, what's likely is they're going to abandon this notion of random anything. And that's probably when they're going to adopt intelligent design fully from the secular view. Because one of the great questions you could ask that people just don't think to ask it because it's like, well, I can't deny that there's random mutation. Yeah, you can. Of course you can. Ask your proponent or your opponent, the one who's proposing evolution, how he knows anything's random. You guys saw what happened when I debated him. You guys all saw. I don't need to play it back. It's like, what? You look at it. That's the part I'm gonna really clip. You just look at it. It's random. What do you mean it's random? It was a while ago, but any chance you could react to Ben Shapiro's interview with Neil Tyson Mustache? Maybe another day. I don't think we can handle Black Science Man right now.
Realistically new information. And there's
intelligent design necessitates question begging. I mean, it depends how it's presented, right? I don't know if it necessitates it. You could come to a conclusion that's the necessity of a designer. So you can, if you argue it in the right way, you could actually necessitate the designer as opposed to question begging. So it depends how it's formulated.
There's a reason that changing software...
Bagel, bagel, bagel. I made it out of clay. A bagel, bagel, bagel.
...where at random invariably degrades the information before you get anything useful and new. And that is because there's so many more ways to go wrong. In any system of digital or typographic or alphabetic communication, there are vastly more ways of arranging the characters in question that will generate gibberish than there are ways of arranging those same characters that will generate something functional. So if you start randomly changing things, you're overwhelmingly more likely to find a gibberish sequence than a functional one. And as we've actually tried to quantify that, how much more likely, the quantitative odds are prohibitive. There's a scientist who worked for 14 years at Cambridge University, Douglas Axe. Did his PhD at Caltech, went on to do
I watched a bunch of Doug Axe stuff.
Long-term molecular biology research postdoc at...
You have to presuppose a designer, yes, and if you can't prove that designer, then what good is the worldview of a creator? What do you mean, what good? I mean, from your position, anything that provides utility would be justified, first of all. So you don't, when you say what good, you're talking about pragmatism, but you already have to concede that believing false beliefs could provide utility anyway. So I'm not sure what your argument is. It sounds like you're entirely leaning into pragmatism, which defeats your counter. You have to presuppose a designer. Well, you have to suppose a designer. So when you try to argue anything, first of all, you have to suppose the thing you're trying to prove first to see if it works. How could you demonstrate anything if you don't first suppose the thing you're trying to demonstrate? He's talking shit, Big Dog. He has nothing. There's nothing he can say. Is he live? I'll live view it right now. I'll do it. They got nothing, man. They can't defend evolution, no matter what they say. There's nothing to say. There's nothing to you can't tell me how any of it happens. Jimbob still doesn't get evolution. All right. All right, if you want to be taken out, buddy. You want me to take you out? All right, we'll start the goals right over again then. Fine. I don't care. I'm going nowhere. This is my job, sweetie.
Science! Every YouTuber dreams of taking their wooden 10,000 subscribers plaque that they bought themselves on Etsy. All of the...
Okay, listen. This is not going to go good for Peterson. I already know this. It's not going to go well. Okay? This ain't going to go well for you, bucko.
And what I mean by that is all of the evidence that evolutionary biologists said would occur was discovered and was exactly what we thought it would be. This has been known for a long time now. So because the evidence is exactly what we...
Peterson, evidence doesn't speak for itself. I already know you're off track here. You have to presuppose evolution is true to then say finding the things that you're trying to find is evidence of evolution. No, that's actually not how it works, because evolution is an event. You're trying to prove an event. That's what you're trying to prove, an ongoing event called evolution. You don't have that. You don't have that. But go on.
We thought it would be. There are only 4 options for the anti-evolutionist to take now. They can live in comfort under invincible ignorance. And this seems to be most of them. They don't know anything about it. They choose to not know anything about it because they find it personally offensive. And so by being ignorant about it,
that is not an argument, dude. Why do you guys do this to yourself? Why do you smuggle in, oh, people are offended by things? This doesn't make you look smart. This makes you look like you're philosophically inept, right?
They can claim it's false because there's nothing that proves evolution, but that's just you not knowing anything about it. You can lie, which is what somebody like a Kent Hovind does about evolution all the time. You can do sophistry, meta, or change the subject. So the sophistry...
Or you missed one. You missed one, Peterson. The most obvious one that I do is, drumroll, an internal critique.
Is just, and that goes along with the meta. Oh, but evolution can't account for this other thing that isn't evolution.
What?
That's a debate on naturalism or something else. And so since evolution can't do that, or since evolution necessarily means this, then let me ask you questions about epistemology or something, or metaphysics or something like that to prove.
Actually, Peterson, you would have to assume some foundation for epistemology to argue for evolution. Of course you would. This is basic philosophy of science, right? So it's totally valid, by the way, to go, okay, let's look at these categories that you're assuming exist inside of evolution, right? Because you have to do some philosophy before you can examine the natural world. This is basic. This is basic.
Prove that evolution is somehow false, or change the subject. Oh, you think evolution is true? Where did the universe come from?
People might do that, yeah.
And the final approach, which is sort of what the people that know that the evidence for evolution is overwhelming, like the Institute of Creation Research, Discovery Institute, they do post hoc pseudoscience.
Post hoc? A person arguing for evolution accusing someone of post hoc pseudoscience. I'm dead. I'm dead. A person who's debating and defending evolution, accusing someone of doing post hoc pseudoscience.
You don't get to ask those questions.
Oh, so genetics confirmed everything that evolution said it would confirm about our relationship to other species? Let's see, post hoc, the creator did it that way. There, that's what we're going to claim. Which option will Jimbob take?
You probably won't understand the option I'm going to take. I'm going to examine your claims and see if they can be justified. That's it.
Let's find out.
Is evolution the process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from early life forms during the history of the Earth? Evolution is also...
Right, so it's like the Google definition. It's a fine one.
Touted as the single most well-established scientific theories in human history. You would think that the most well...
Yep. Well, it's not the most. I would say quantum mechanics is the most. Quantum mechanics is the most, I don't know how to say this, of all the theories that have like been tested under like
robust
laboratory settings, and to the degree to which you can actually assign numbers to how accurate they are. Quantum mechanics by far wins that, but no, I mean, we know evolution is true as much as we know Earth goes around the sun.
Well-established scientific theory in human history would at minimum be able to make its way through the scientific method, the one we've learned in 7th grade. Evolution doesn't actually make its way through the scientific method. In fact, we know this. That's why he's giggling. Peterson knows he's laughing because he's recalling the time he debated me on whether or not evolution is a proper scientific theory. That is to say, it makes its way through the scientific method. Minimally makes its way through the scientific method. He's giggling because that was not a good debate for him. Just so you guys know, you could revisit the debate, but here's the summary of the debate. Peterson actually bit the bullet and said the way to determine between two competing hypotheses that have the same data, add more data. Look at more data. That's what he said. So we brought up the example of what causes scurvy, right? Two ships come in, one crew has this thing called scurvy, one thing doesn't. What do we look at? The data. And I go, well, how do you actually determine and arbitrate between two competing notions of what causes scurvy? He said, more data. Go look at it. There's a specific section where I brought him through the necessity of the scientific method, which means you have to assume a cause for scurvy. You have to manipulate that assumed cause into the system, remove it, and repeat. That's called an experiment. Only from which an experiment can we come to a scientific theory. Evolution does not do this.
Fucking A. He's still doing this, huh? So.
Oh yeah, I'm still doing it. I'll do it forever, because forever you won't be able to move through the scientific method. You can't get past step 2 in the scientific method with evolution. Try it. I'll tell you why it falls apart. One thing is you don't have access to an experiment for the thing you're causing at the time scale, right? So you don't have that access. You just have to admit, I can't do an experiment for evolution. You just have to admit it. If you don't admit it, here's what it sounds like. We observe changes in allele frequency over time. That's the observation, first step of the scientific method. Next step is a hypothesis. What causes changes in allele frequency? You know what the answer is? Changes. Changes. Changes causes changes. Okay. What an amazing scientific theory.
Oh man. The argument is going.
See, he doesn't have a counter. He can giggle, but he doesn't have a counter. He doesn't have a counter to this. He can't actually demonstrate it does. You watch the debate with him. You'll see it for yourself. He cannot bring evolution through the scientific method.
To be, well, what's your independent variable for evolution? There isn't one. Therefore, evolution isn't even scientific. It doesn't go.
Well, it doesn't. You can call it colloquially scientific if you want, but you can't argue that it makes its way through the scientific method.
Through the scientific. Something doesn't need to go through the scientific method in order to be science. The scientific...
No. A scientific theory. You don't get squirrely on me, dude. Don't get squirrely. I'm very rigorous with my language, and you're not. Don't obfuscate. Everybody can see this. I didn't say science. I don't grant you science. He specifically left out the word scientific theory because he knows I'm right. He specifically omitted scientific theory because he knows I'm right. He chose that word on purpose. He specifically did it. This is what they do.
Independent variable for evolution. There isn't one. Therefore, evolution isn't even scientific. It doesn't.
No, it's not a scientific theory.
Go through the scientific. Something doesn't need to go through the scientific method in order to be science. The science.
Totally ambiguous. Science? Okay. I think there's milk in the fridge. I walk downstairs and I find that there's milk in the fridge. Is that science?
Scientific method is just how you do experiments.
Oh my gosh. No shit, dude. Experiments is the only way to produce a valid scientific theory. You know why? Because if you have a competing theory, you need the methodology called the experiment to arbitrate between two competing theories with the same data. What is a scientific theory if it can't be challenged with an experiment? What do you have left?
We don't take meteorology through the scientific method.
Yeah, I know, because you can't manipulate it. So no, there's nothing. Meteorology is observations and assumptions. Copernicus knew this, dude. You think you're smarter than Copernicus? You really think you're smarter than Copernicus? Do you guys need to know Do you guys need to know what I'm referencing? Okay, let's just hold on. Penelson thinks he's smarter than Copernicus.
While the Earth physically revolves around the Sun due to the Sun's dominant mass, both statements can be considered true depending on the chosen frame of reference.
Yep.
Heliocentrism, Earth around Sun, is the physical reality, but Einstein's relativity allows a geocentric frame where the Sun moves around a stationary Earth.
Yes,
Chase
and
Crosp.
thank you, Chase. And further, that from their cosmological view, there's no static position anyway. So everything you're saying that's true isn't actually known to be true because there's no static position for it to be ultimately true. It depends where you're looking. Okay. All right, let's look up Copernicus's quote that Planet Peterson apparently thinks he's come to conclusions that are greater than Copernicus. He says, I'll put it in the chat for y'all. Okay, here we go. All right. Is it going in? It's not letting me type it in. Hold on. I'll just read it to you. All right. So Copernicus said, so far as hypotheses, plural, are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it. List he accept as the truth ideas conceived for another purpose. And depart from this study a greater fool than when he entered. Copernicus was kind of wise here because he knew that by the way, there are current Copernicus types of people like Michio Kaku who also admits the same, right? Guesswork. That's it. You have to say that doing guesswork is science.
We don't take astronomy through the scientific method. We take clinical trials through the scientific method, but by and large, medicine.
Astronomy is not a scientific theory for that reason. It's an observation system and a paradigm. That's it.
Is not taken through the scientific method.
Wait, did you just say medicine's not taken through the scientific method? Wait. Did he just say that? I mean, he might be admitting something about big pharma, but wait a second. Hold on a second.
Through the scientific method. We don't take astronomy through the scientific method. We take clinical trials through the scientific method, but by and large, medicine is not taken through the scientific method.
What? Medicine's not taken through the scientific method. What is a medicine then? How is a medicine the variable that causes some phenomenon in the body? How is that not taken? Why would you develop a medicine? How could you develop a medicine without doing the scientific method? Peterson. What? I don't even think your fellow atheists would understand this. How can you, do you know, what are you saying? Medicine. Medicine. The science and practice of diagnosis, treatment, prevention of disease. Medicine. Medicine itself. There are things called medicine that fail to go through the scientific method. We call that fraud. You see where we're at here? Do you understand how deluded these people are? Medicine. It's probably the best one-to-one of what the scientific method is. Phenomenon. What's causing the phenomenon? It's this. What remedies the phenomenon? Oh, try this. Try this. Try this. Try this. Oh, look, this is working. This is working. That's a a fucking experiment, dude.
Geology is not taken through the scientific method.
That's true.
Archaeology is not
That's true also.
taken through the scientific method.
I'm glad he's taken all these L's because I agree with him so far, except for medicine. Medicine does go through the scientific method.
As a matter of fact, the vast majority of science is not taken through the scientific method.
Thank you. Is that a win? He like gets it, but he doesn't get it. Look, the vast amount of things called science don't go through the scientific method. I know. In fact, evolution doesn't even make it beyond. That's it. That was it. That was it. The second step of the scientific method. The second contention I have with evolution is that it appeals to things that don't objectively exist in nature. They say evolution includes speciation, the changes of species over time. But when you press them on this, it doesn't actually have an objective standard for what constitutes a species. They expand.
Yeah, there are multiple definitions of species.
Totally arbitrary, and it's not a real thing, right? Are you conceding everything I'm saying? This is weird. And the category 2, he just conceded that. Yeah. Species is a made-up term, doesn't actually refer to anything in nature. Well, aren't we talking about evolution? We're talking about something objectively occurring in nature, right? Yeah. Evolution happens in nature with species. Species is not a real thing in nature, right? Yeah, no, it's not. It's not a real thing in nature. Everyone knows this. Clades, which they also have no objective standard for discerning.
No, we definitely know the difference between two clades.
No, you don't. It's arbitrarily defined. Even the evolutionary biologist agrees with me, not you, Peterson. You don't know the difference between clades. You know the difference between your arbitrary definitions of a clade. You don't actually know what a clade is and when it starts. For instance, I could ask any one of these momos, how do you know when a clade starts? Isn't that such a simple question? Isn't it so simple? The question, how do you know when a clade begins? What's the criterion? You ask this, you know what you see? Blood. Blood.
I mean, we are not on the clade that like reptiles, dinosaurs, birds are on.
Nope. We are because it's arbitrary. You know why? Because if you go back before a clade, the thing you're arbitrarily defining as what birds are on, they're in the clade, right? Birds and dinosaurs are in a clade. You guys believe in a universal convergent point for all creatures. You guys believe in a starting root for all of life. You believe in a common ancestor that's ultimately unified in one place and time. Okay? Now, because of that, Peterson, it's actually true to say from the evolutionary view that there's only one clade. There's actually only one true clade.
We know that. At one point, we had a common ancestor. So you take our common ancestor and the organisms that precede it, we were on the same clade, but that's... but
Giggle it out, bucko. You haven't thought about this stuff. You know why? Because you're actually doing philosophy right now. He's so uncomfortable trying to figure this out because he knows he's trapped in arbitrary. He just thought in his head probably as he's talking that he keeps going back in time and realizes that every clade now needs to be in a bigger clade. And every bigger clade needs to eventually be in the universal ultimate clade, right? Like he giggles because rightly so, he should, because he can't really tell you when one clade begins or ends, right? I mean, look at it. Look.
Are on. We know that.
Watch him. He literally blushes.
At one point, we had a common ancestor. So you take our common ancestor and the organisms that precede it
before are the beginning of the clade.
We were on the same clade, but that...
Okay, we're on the same clade. How do you know that?
But no, we can definitely distinguish between clades.
No, you can't, because you're arbitrarily assigning something post hoc. And if I asked you if you can distinguish between clades, you can distinguish when a clade began. But you can't, because you need a clade before that. But then you don't have a threshold between the previous clade and the new clade. For instance, they hold that humans are inside of a larger thing called a clade, right? Right? Yeah, they say, yeah, of course, Jimbob, this is basic shit. And I go, how do you know human itself is not a new clade?
So I don't know what's going on with that.
You don't know what's going on. You never thought about this. You just accept arbitrary taxonomy and cladistics. I'm undercutting taxonomy and cladistics, and you don't know how to react. So you act confused, and you giggle instead of actually verifying a methodology and a criterion for determining a clade. Notice that you didn't do it. Did you guys notice that he didn't do it? Shaw says, I wasn't familiar with clade until you used it here. It took me 15 seconds to look it up and see how arbitrary it is. Yeah. And that's what you guys gotta ask these people. How do you know when a clade begins? No, we can definitely know clades. No, that's an assertion. How do you know when a clade begins? The evolution proponent cannot tell us where or when a clade begins or how they know. They claim that humans are in a clade, but if you ask them how they determine this, they don't know. They literally appeal to just definitions. They say we defined it that way.
Yeah, I have no idea what that could possibly mean.
Watch. I didn't see this yet. He's going to say, I have no idea what that can possibly mean. And watch, what he's about to say is exactly what I mean. He's going to define arbitrarily what a clade is without giving me a criterion for knowing when one starts. I didn't watch this.
We know for a fact that our clade, like we could say primates or we could say mammals, whatever, but like the primate clade and the feline clade, it's actually, we could do feline, but you could do carnivore. That may be a little better.
Oh, carnivore, just eating animals. Yeah, why not? You know, carnivore, Venus flytrap. We're in the same clade, okay? You see what I'm saying, you guys? The moment you arbitrarily define something larger than the category itself, right? It necessitates something before that category and so forth, and then it includes more things. That's why I say, if you press someone on this, if you press Peterson or any of these people on this, they have to concede that there's only, from this view, there's only one true clade. There can only be one true clade, and that's actually the foundation of their entire view, which is everything is a common ancestor of everything, essentially. It's like everything's related ultimately, right? That's it. Me big dumb, and he used a big word. I see fish, I think fish. I see monkey, I think monkey. Me no think Pearson, monkey. I look like person. Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely not connected. Like,
what do you mean? Of course they're connected. That's the root line of evolution. They're connected. Everything's connected is the assumption of evolution. What are you talking about?
We know that. Now, when it happened precisely in history, this is the weird fuzzy thing about, it's not just about evolution. This is with all kinds of things. It didn't happen on a specific day, but we know for a fact that at one point they were connected and today they're not connected. And
yeah, how do you know that without... Bro, see what I'm saying? We know. Like, look, I'm saying that there was a clear separation that happened between one clade and another, and one universal category and another universal category. I know that happened. We know this. But we don't actually know. We know, but we don't know.
And we can get an answer that's going to be within hundreds of thousands or maybe millions of years.
An answer or an assumption? You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, Peterson, what's the difference between an assumption and an answer?
So this is just nitpicking about accuracy and precision and saying because it's less than 100%.
It's not. It's not about, no, see, you're miscategorizing and characterizing my position here, Peterson. I didn't ask, like, I'm asking when. That's one problem. I'm telling you, you don't even have a criterion for it. Forget the exact moment, okay? Forget it. You're not dealing with that. You're dealing with the criterion for what constitutes a clade. I'll make it easier for you. How do you know that humans right now aren't a new clade? How do you know that?
And therefore you don't know anything about it. No, that's not true. The best example for this is to just look at a color spectrum between any two colors, red and blue.
Oh gosh, this again? How do you guys not learn this? I'll let you do it and then I'll rip it apart.
Blue, for example. When does...
He's got a gradient. He brought up a gradient, bro.
The blue turn into red?
It doesn't turn into red. Blue on the left is still blue. It's still blue. The frequency is still the same, right? I can't believe they use this analogy still. Like, I'm just mesmerized by it. The blue frequency on the far left is still the same. The red frequency on the far right is still the same. The fact that there's a gradient doesn't follow that there's some unique thing that's changing. Nothing's changing, actually, Peterson. This frequency that comes from the collection of frequencies that we call white light, these things don't change. These frequencies don't change, dude. You're saying the blue on the left actually changes to red. It doesn't. It doesn't actually change. The universal frequency that is that solid blue on the left doesn't change. And every frequency in between doesn't change. This is actually debunks your view. The gradient of colors between blue, purple, orangey, whatever, fuchsia, and then to red, every frequency in between blue and red, each of those little columns don't change. If this was analogous with genes or genetics or species, if this was analogous with clades and species, what you would be saying is that the actual thing on the left, the far left here, that would change itself. That section would change. That doesn't change. This section, this color, this doesn't change. Nowhere on this gradient does the column you decide to pull up, right? A vertical little slot of this gradient, it never changes. How do they not understand this? Seriously, Peterson, how do you not understand this? What's so funny about this is that their fundamental naturalistic view, the core invariant thing is what, you guys? What's the core unchanging thing under their view that maintains its speed? The one static principle. What is it? Thank you for reaching the goal. It's light.
You can't say that at any exact point it does, but that doesn't mean that we don't know that on the left side there's red and on the right side there's blue.
You don't have red universal under evolution because red itself changes. Do you understand? Why is my chat filled with a bunch of creation tards? How do they understand this and you don't?
And also that, like, at the 1/4 point on the left side, it's one color, and on the 1/4 point on the other side, it's the other color and not the other one. So this is just, if you think that the evolutionary worldview, or despite your worldview, evolution uniquely has this problem, then that's just a total mistake.
You know what? It's even worse. The analogy is even worse. If the analogy was sufficient and symmetrical, You would have to argue that the physicality of light itself changes, the frequency, not even the frequency of the light. The physicality of light itself morphs to not itself or something like this. Now they could say like, oh, light is a particle in a wave. Well, no, that now necessitates two more universals that have to maintain their identity over time, a wave and a particle. There's no escaping this, bro. That's why philosophy is necessary for science. And it's actually philosophy, ironically, that can upend claims in science. You guys have to, look, atheists, evolution tards, you have to abandon this analogy. The frequency of solid blue never changes. It doesn't itself morph over time. When you ask them whether or not the human category itself could be its own clade, they say, I guess, there's no pushback on the taxonomy of these things.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Jimbob knows what a clade is.
You don't know what a clade is. That's my point. How could I know what a clade is if I ask, is there an objective term for a clade? And you go, no. No, a clade as it's presented is the larger category, the umbrella category for subcategories and subcategories and subcategories. That's what it is. Taxonomy would be more high resolution descriptions and categorizations of things under a larger category and so forth. I know what you guys claim a clade is, but you just completely admitted to my position, Peterson. You don't even know it. You don't know when a clade starts. It's just arbitrary. I could just say, I got someone on X to admit that my father is the beginning of his own clade. My father and his successive generations. That's what it is, right? Like, he couldn't give me pushback on that. No, I declare my father and his sons. That's a clade. That's a new clade. How are you going to tell me otherwise?
A clade is just any sort of branch or twig on the evolutionary tree, and then all of the descendants. So like the root.
Yeah. No, you don't have a root, bro. That's my point, dude.
And everything.
You don't have a root. What's a root? How do they not understand this, man? That's my whole internal critique, Peterson. If you keep pushing back what clades are, branches to branches, what do we know about trees? You're using the analogy of a branch, right? What do we know about trees? It has to conform to a singular root into a ground. It has to have a start point, bro.
Above it. So because we are apes, we're on the ape clade. But the ape clade...
The ape came from a non-ape.
It is then also attached to the branch...
What's that song? Then it connects to the backbone.
That contains primates.
The nose bone connects to the skull bones.
Which contains, not just apes, but also monkeys and lemurs and tarsiers and whatever else. Yeah. So that's a different clade that we're on.
Yeah, arbitrary. And go beyond that, Peterson. Keep going, buddy. You almost got there. You're almost there. Keep going back behind. Guess what? You believe that we came from a thing that has a completely dissimilar cladistic set of traits and characteristics. Okay? That's my point.
You can think of it like those Russian nesting dolls in a way, and then you can compare it to something like geography. I am a Californian, which makes me also an American, which also makes me North American.
Thank you. And borders are arbitrary. You're proving my point with every analogy, bro. You're proving my point with every single analogy.
Which also makes me a Western Hemispherian, which also makes me an Earthling. So, it's not that deep, really.
How did he just do all... I'm mesmerized. things, it seems completely arbitrary. The methodology further for evolution uses arbitrary.
The way we choose to categorize things.
Finally, criterion, please. Let's go.
Is arbitrary. It has.
Bro. Everything that you just said is ultimately a fact about evolution is gone now, dude. Look, just because it's arbitrary, it doesn't mean it's not a fact. Further for evolution uses arbitrary.
The way we choose to categorize things is arbitrary. It has to be arbitrary, no matter what you believe in.
Oh, man.
It has to be arbitrary, the way you just decide to put things together.
Who decides that? What are you talking about? Why did you say me? Who are you talking to me? You're actually talking to me? I mean, I didn't decide it. I didn't decide it. I didn't actually decide it. Who decided it? How do they? We're still talking about criterion, right? What did I say? There's no objective criterion. There's no singular criteria or criterion for what constitutes a clade. How do you know it begins? How do you know another one's starting? Zero.
But the relationships are not arbitrary.
Oh, really? Well, actually, there's other people who study evolution who also disagree with you. Because the relationships are based on what? Genetic rules? Similarities in what? Anatomy? That's not even true. You just disproved that just the other day, Peterson. You were talking to that guy. You brought up a image of 4 different things that were genetically or anatomically and phenotypically similar, but they were genetically dissimilar. You don't even have a criterion for relations. Watch. He's going to say, but the relationships are not arbitrary. Yeah, they actually are.
Really, are not arbitrary. It would be scientifically invalid to put us in the Archosaur clade. That would be totally wrong.
No, it wouldn't. Ultimately, there's one universal clade, so it's not wrong. You can arbitrarily, Peterson, start with the essentials of life, right? An abiogenesis moment in time. And you could say every single thing we see today is from this one moment of life, which you guys believe. That's a clade. So you're a liar, or you're just not thinking this through. But the problem you have, which you're not internalizing, is that if there's only one ultimate objective clade that's non-arbitrary, one big category, then what I'm pointing to is you don't actually have a criterion for the following successive clades. You don't have a methodology or a strict criterion for determining when new clades start. You only have one massive monistic clade. I wish he would understand it. I really do want Peterson to understand this because he's not actually dealing with the problem. Is the problem with words is that they are purely arbitrary in meaning, ultimately just a law of identity violation problem? Purely arbitrary lacks identity. Well, yeah, Cha, here's the distinction. What we call things as sounds and symbols is not what's in question. It's whether or not there's a referent that holds its identity. So yes, you're pointing to the right thing, Cha. It's just that in simple terms, it's easier than that. It's just that the thing we call an apple exists universally. And the sound we make for calling an apple is arbitrary. But this is different. This is the same problem they have. They are claiming evolution. If evolution is true, there is an actuality to the reference that they're talking about out there, the same way there's an apple. But They're not admitting that what they call terms is arbitrary. I agree. The terms, the sounds, this name, that name. No. I'm pointing to a much bigger fatal problem to evolution, which is the reference themselves. There's no universal referent for the references.
It'd be scientifically incorrect because we're not closely related to them, and we're more closely related to the things in our clade.
Totally arbitrary, as you admit. Closely related, totally arbitrary.
So, yeah, like deciding it, like where
he's having trouble with this,
where the branches occur, that's not subjective. That's not arbitrary.
Yeah, it is. Or otherwise, you could give me a criterion, dude.
Choosing to define.
No. Now he's collapsing. I'm not talking about definitions, bro. Don't weasel out of this, bucko, okay? Don't be a snake. I'm not talking about the sounds. I'm not talking about the tree that you make. I'm saying the actual thing you're referring to has no criterion.
Like choosing what names?
No, dude, no. Dude, it's amazing. Chaw just super chatted, and we just covered this before he's moving on to a different place.
You give them?
No.
That's kind of the arbitrary point?
No, it's not. No, that's not the arbitrary point. The arbitrary point is that you don't even have a referent called the clade that you have a criterion for, dude.
And again, there are some things where we don't 100% know. There are debates about, well, is this very ancient species, is it part of the genus Homo, or does it better belong in the genus Panthropus?
Yeah. Who decides and by what criterion?
Like,
same question, not an answer.
We don't. There are debates, and there will continue to be debates about that. So yes, we have less than 100% accuracy, but we know for certain that humans don't belong in a clade like, I don't know, like Carnivora, or in a clade like Aves with the birds, or in the amphibian clade. Like,
no, you actually still don't know that. It's totally, look, you're appealing to a system that's in flux. You don't even know if humans could hypothetically set off a cascade of random mutations that produce in 15 million years a flying animal, which would put that animal back into the flying clade that you just said humans aren't a part of. Are they now a part of it? You know what I'm saying? It's like if humans start random mutating in 50 million years, their descendants are actually flying, totally logically possible, practically possible from the evolutionary view. Are humans now in that clade? I can't believe you are trying so too hard to stop me from thinking I am Iron Man, because I do have iron in my blood, and then I may have some mutation. Maybe the Hulk. Yeah, I mean that's it. That's why it's so funny that like most of the Evo cultists are habitual Marvel fans. It's not an accident.
Like, we do know that. So I don't. He's just saying, because this is a pretty common tactic, actually, because there.
Yeah, I debated him on his TikTok once. He was a trivialist, and he basically admitted that truth is impossible. And then I was like, you're an idiot. I'm not talking to you again.
There's a 1 to 5% uncertainty. Therefore, we have to blow up all of our epistemology about it. And that's...
You don't have any epistemology, dude. You have no criterion for your epistemology. That's my critique. And it's not about probability. Probability is about inductive conclusions about things happening, like effects. You're getting all your categories mixed up, man.
That's just simply not true.
I'm just saying, if humans came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys?
I didn't say that.
Can't have an atmosphere next to a vacuum. The Big Bang violence.
Oh, this is a commercial. Okay.
Are no missing links. Evolution has never been observed. The Earth is only 6,000 years old.
systems that are inconsistent. For example, a lot of times they appeal to fossils. They look at a fossil a fossil is found to have similar anatomical characteristics as something older than it, and it also shares characteristics to something similar that is younger than it, and they claim to observe transition between the two. Now, my opponent didn't mention...
He said yes, right? Just a couple days ago, he brought up a picture of anatomically similar things that aren't relatives, chronological relatives of each other.
Fossils or transitions. He's more myopic, he's more granular with his view of evolution, but to defend evolution is to defend these things as well. So the problem with the whole idea of picking up a fossil, seeing similarities, anatomical, phenotypical similarities, and drawing out this conclusion that you're witnessing a demonstration of transition, the problem is transition is an actual event that happens. That's an activity. Fossils are...
This is going to hurt him. This is going to hurt him. Transition is an event. That's a thing that's happening in time, a transition. That requires time and motion and all sorts of things.
Static
No, watch. He's already confused by it. Watch. Okay. They don't like this one.
Anatomical phenotypical similarities, and drawing out this conclusion that you're witnessing a demonstration of transition. The problem is transition is an actual event that happens. That's an activity. Fossils are static objects. Another problem with this, evolution inserts a story about the objects and declares that transition happens just because they could imagine it happening. On what basis?
He's nervous laughing, bro.
Could I not say that finding a fossil with any shared characteristics would be something demonstrable of transition?
Anything that's anatomically similar to another thing, and with enough time, you couldn't possibly say with certainty that it didn't evolve from that thing under the evolutionary view, is my point.
To a sloped nose, to a fingernail, to an elbow bone. It shares something, so how could you say, in the grand scheme of things, it's not also evidential to transitions?
I have literally no idea what he's even trying to...
How does my idiot creation tard audience know what I'm asking? The fuck? Am I in Black Mirror? I have no idea what he's saying. I don't think you want to engage with it, honestly. I have to honestly question your cognitive skills here, Peterson. Okay? I have to honestly question whether or not your cognitive skills are incapable of understanding what I just said, or you're experiencing cognitive dissonance and you don't want to engage with it. I don't know in between. Do you guys know? Is there anybody in the chat who could give me an alternative third? Here, let me put it simple. When you look at fossils and you determine something's transitional between something older and something current, you look at anatomy because you don't have access to genes. So, how do you determine that anything anatomically similar in any level, any threshold of anatomic similarity, how do you determine whether or not that thing is a transitional evidence, right? It's really, dude, I don't understand. Tarded. He's fantilizing me. Yeah, just like Breakfast Tacos said. Pretend you don't know what I'm saying.
To say, it sounds like he's trying to say, well, how do you know that what you call transitions are transitions? Why couldn't I pick up any random bone and say, oh yeah, the finger on that one looks kind of similar to the finger on this one, therefore they are transitions? Well, that's where you need, I guess,
more arbitrary things, right? What is he going to say? Should we play a guessing game? That's where we need what? Arbitrary taxonomy? I mean, I have what's called camel world hypothetical that always sets them off as well. I'll make it more clear. There's a thing called the camel. It looks a certain way, and we know what it is. They're still alive. We dig up bones. Let's pretend alpacas don't exist anymore, right? They died out. According to their view, 99% of everything that ever existed is dead. That's their view. Okay, let's throw alpacas into that category. You dig it up, it's smaller, it shares similarities, anotypically. You don't have access to the genetics. You look at a camel, you go, hey, wow, this thing died out. It must have been, the camel must have come from this, right? Well, little do they know, these evotards live in a world where at the basin of a Peruvian mountain, there's a tribe that found another alpaca. Now, they didn't call it in, right? They didn't make a YouTube video. Why? Because unknown to the current evotards who think they found a transitional fossil, the alpaca, the Peruvians know what an alpaca is. They actually herd them and stuff, right? They know what it is. Oh, look, an alpaca. Now, the question still stands. How would you know something is the transition or the ancestor of something that's existing today, or it's just something similar that looked similar, operated similarly, and just died out? This idea that one deviated from the other in some sort of branch system is what's in question. That's the basis of evolution.
Yes, we could call it like a multi... Well, first of all, Jimbob, you're not an expert. You don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do it either. I don't know how to look at bones and immediately classify.
Yeah, but people who are experts in evolution, dude, yeah, I agree with you. But that's why I'm asking. You're not an expert and you don't know how, and you've never asked how it's done. You just believe that they do it? How am I the skeptic here, bro?
Based on the bones, as you can see by the bones, or the bones. Based on the bones. Yeah. Based on the bones.
It's like they're telling me my own position and then accusing me of asking the question that they themselves don't know the answer to, and that's like a bad thing. Hey, cool, Peterson. If you don't know how they would do that, and I don't know how they would do that, why would you look at me, like with a hairy eye for me asking the so-called expert that I'm debating how is it they would do that?
Things, because I don't do it for a living, but there are people that know how to do that for a living. But what you would also do is reach across the aisle to other disciplines in science.
Here we go. Here we go. An unhinged lower jaw. It's like the Destiny thing. It's not half as bad as Destiny's, though. But he's evolving.
We call that consilience. Well, when the ideas all fit together, we call that consilience. So is that structure transitional between this fossil and that fossil? Well, if those two fossils are from the same time period, but they're in different taxa or clades, then no, it's not transitional. Like,
here's another problem with this view. Like, I'm asking for the criterion for it. You're just declaring it. You've listed one criterion. If it's in the arbitrary thing I admitted was arbitrary in the beginning, then it's not a transitional fossil. He's not thinking. Listen closely what he just said. Keep in mind, just a couple of minutes ago, he admitted there's no real way to know. There's no real criterion that's strict for what constitutes a clade or a taxonomical group, right? It's arbitrary. Now listen to what he just said.
When the ideas all fit together, we call that consilience. So is that structure transitional between this fossil and that fossil? Well, if those two fossils...
Hold on, wait for this to come in. Vagine's going to talk over us because she wants evolution to be true too.
I forgot that we now live in a world where there's no possible way any person could earn a living by deceit or fraud. My bad. I guess I'll have to tell all my friends in the call center to go back to being jobless.
That's right.
SMH.
That's right. You guys went to the moon recently. Yeah, that's terrible.
Are from the same time.
Watch the answer. Ready?
Is that structure transitional between this fossil and that fossil? Well, if those two fossils are from the same time period, but they're in different taxa or clades.
I just, you guys, help me. Help me understand. Cladistics, totally arbitrary, no criterion. Yeah, well, we just arbitrarily define them. That's how we understand them. We just arbitrarily define them. I have no real objective criterion for what constitutes a new clade or an old clade, or when a new clade begins, or what's not in one clade or another clade. I don't have any criterion for it. So how do you determine something's a transitional fossil? He admits right here, without understanding what he's saying. He admits without understanding the entailment of what he's saying right here. He says, one more time for the people in the back.
Is that structure transitional between this fossil and that fossil? Well, if those two fossils are from the same time period, but they're in different taxa or clades, then no, it's not transitional.
As Funder said, translation, if they're in different arbitrary categories we make up, then they're not transitional. Thank you. Thank you so much for playing. This is why philosophy is so important to science specifically. The irony is that they are like, you're doing philosophy, and it's funny that the Christian view is that philosophy can get you in trouble. That's not the wholeness of truth. It's useful, it's a good tool, but science is wholly dependent on this philosophy. And I say this over and over again in my streams about all sorts of different views, is that it's always a category system problem. That the category system that's being presented is inconsistent, and that all your other beliefs are downstream from a categorical system. That's why we argue, these annoying pre-suppers argue at the paradigm level for this very reason. If your paradigm doesn't have a good grasp and a good foundation, coherent foundation of categories, all of your conclusions are going to sound insane. And that's what we're hearing today. Complete inconsistencies. As Funder said, translation, how do you know something's a transitional fossil? If they're in different arbitrary categories we make up. I think Peterson, and if you hear this, Peterson, I'm not even trying to bash you down. I think that you have a pressure and an expectation for your audience to defend evolution, but I don't even think you're interested in enough in it to defend it, honestly. I think you're pressured to.
Like humans today have hands.
Raccoons have hands. Raccoons have hands that look like human hands.
Chimpanzees today have hands as well, but you don't look at chimpanzees and humans and say, "Oh, that's a transition." No, we're not like, yes, we're closely related to chimpanzees, but we don't come from them. They don't come from us, so they're not a transitional form of us. So you have to know your timeline. You
don't know your timeline, dude. The timeline requires you understand when a clade starts. Do you understand? Well, no, you don't. They're not in the same clade. How do you know that? Well, we arbitrarily define clades. What? When you say timeline, you're actually pointing to something back in time where you have an account. You're the one making the claim, not me, dude. You're the one making a claim that we have a timeline, okay? You admitted in your opener here that you don't have access to when a clade begins. So using the word timeline doesn't make any sense because you don't have a timeline.
To know your taxonomy, there's lots of additional information
Lots of additional information. Oh, thank you for calling. I'm going to help you out. Yes, there's lots of additional information. Thanks a lot. Good luck.
Goes into it. So you are correct. It's not as simple as, well, can I just look at it and
I'm not even saying it's weird. Look, Peterson, I'm saying it's much worse than it's not simple. I'm saying it's way worse for you guys. Looks like an Irish anime. Animals have paws. In conclusion, religion is dumb. Well, I try to give him a little more credit because he does push back on a little more of the progressive insanity, which gives him some hope.
Arbitrarily say, yeah, you're right. It's not that simple. But
no, it's not objective. Do you see how slippery these people are? They just slip around. They're like a bunch of slippery salamanders on one of those those water rides. I'm saying it's not objective. I didn't say anything about simplicity. Nothing was said about simplicity, okay?
You don't seem to understand how it actually works.
You don't understand how it works. That's why I'm asking. I'm granting you I don't understand how it works. Imagine a kid in a class going, this doesn't make sense. Can you explain how this possibly works? It doesn't seem logical to me. And the teacher goes, you don't understand how it works. Yeah, no fucking shit. I don't know, from your evolutionary view, where these animals came from.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
And you're using that as as your argument. Well, I don't get how it works, so therefore they don't know what they're doing either.
No, I'm saying that the expert I'm fucking debating, prick, can't explain it.
No, it's just you.
Well, like I said, transition is the... And you thing in question. Do things transition at all? Now, everything my opponent listed, I appreciate. He's looking at the granular level of organisms, singular, populations of flies, populations of bacteria, and he's looking at changes or adaptations that they're capable of. But the thing is, capability is the thing in question. Whether or not organisms at the population level or the individual... Capability. I mean, capability of changing into entirely different things. That's what's in question. Level already have it embedded in them to react a certain way to stimuli is a question, or whether or not you could actually trace through and.
I thought he was doing the whole "that's begging the question" thing, because when I debated him on this, what he tried to say was, if we look at Archaeopteryx, and
when did you look at that?
Or if we look at theropod dinosaurs and birds and we say, oh, they look similar structurally, so there should be transitional forms between them. And then what you do is you find a fossil like Archaeopteryx and you can tell it's in between.
No. Things that look similar in between two things, it doesn't grant you a transition.
He called that begging the question.
Yeah. It's assuming the thing called transition, that there's an event that happened between the three reference. That's like saying, if I take a random frame in an animation and another frame from an animation and another frame from an animation, that's like me saying that's all from the same movie without having a criterion for it.
Because all I'm doing is using evidence.
Yo, 1 minute and a half. 2 more fivers. Let's get this last one here. 2 more fivers, y'all. 1 minute.
To confirm.
Hold on, yeah.
Archaeopteryx, and you can tell it's in between. He called that begging the question because
it's more confirmation bias.
All I'm doing is using evidence to confirm the evidence.
Did you just say that out loud? Did you just say Jimbob saying it would be circular or question begging to say the evidence confirms the evidence? I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry tonight. I'm gonna cry tonight. I'm gonna cry tonight. Nice, Marilyn. Coming in at the last second. Look at that. Good job. I'm going to cry tonight. All right.
Or something like that. Like he literally called it question begging. He unironically said, yeah, that's just more evidence. Just
no, it's not actually evidence. How does he not understand this? Where are we? Where am I? Who am I? Is this Black Mirror? Someone pranking me? Am I being pranked by the world? Let's review. You find a fossil, singular. It looks like another thing that exists today, but it also looks like a thing that's older that you found before. You have a hunch that there was a transition between all three. That's a story you're telling that you're trying to prove. And guess what? The story that you came up with is transposed on the things that you found. The question is, how do you know it's transitional? We found evidence that's transitional. What? What's the evidence? They look the same. What? How's that evidence of a transition happening between the three?
More data. He seems to be saying you can't use the fossil record as evidence of evolution because that's begging the question. It's like,
well, it's more confirmation bias. You can't use fossils, which are particulars, to interpolate a thing called a transition. You can't do that because you would admit that there are fossils that you found that look like other things that aren't even defined in the same categories. But they could be with enough time. So the thing you're trying to prove is a transition, which is an event, Peterson. That's a biological event that happens over time. If you agree that things that are phenotypically similar aren't actually genetically similar by necessity, then you can't really transpose your imaginary cartoon animation onto reality. That's the point.
It's like, no, Jimbob, we didn't know. Like, we discover new fossils all the time. And
the other problem that wasn't actually highlighted too much in this debate, because we went pretty micro on it, which is this. Evolution happens at the populations, dummy, not at the individuals. First of all, it doesn't even make sense. Populations are made of individuals. Well, we know at the population level this evolution happens, okay? Look at the fossils. You don't actually have access to populations when you find fossils.
They're consistent with, now sometimes we do use fossils that have been found to help build the picture for evolution.
The picture.
Better.
Thank you for admitting it's an animated picture that you made.
Which comes across a little bit as post hoc, but it's really...
Oh, man, he's getting so close, dude. I know that this looks and matches every criterion for post hoc rationalization. I understand. Everyone. Look, I totally get it. When we do this thing called gathering up individual fossils that are particulars and drawing out a long cascade of animation using skulls, I do understand that it looks post hoc. I get it. It looks bad, you guys. It looks really bad. Looks a wee bit post hoc.
And they're consistent with, now sometimes we do use fossils that have been found to help build the picture for evolution.
The picture, like he's literally he's agreeing with me right now.
Evolution better, which comes across a little bit as post hoc, but it's really fundamentally different.
Oh, you're not. I have a feeling, Peterson, you're not going to give me the symmetry breaker. I have a feeling he's going to skip over. It's really not different. It's really different. I swear. We never tried communism. Watch. I haven't seen this. I would be very surprised if the following syllables was actually a haiku of the symmetry breaker. I promise you guys, trust me, I swear. I swear. Just so you guys know, post hoc, faulty assumption that because one event, B, followed another, A, fossils, event. By the way, it's even worse because fossils aren't even an event. A must have caused event B. It's literally what he's talking about. Now, let's rewind it and make sure we get the full statement here, because I can't wait to hear what he's about to say.
We didn't know. Like, we discover new fossils all the time, and they're consistent with. Now, sometimes we do use fossils that have been found to help build the picture for evolution better, which comes across a little bit as post hoc, but it's really fundamentally different.
Okay.
But even if you say that it is.
What did I say? What did I say? It's fundamentally different. How?
There are plenty of fossils that were predicted.
There are fossils that were wrongly predicted. That doesn't tell you anything, and it doesn't give you an account of how you justify change between things. I mean, this is not science. I predicted something. Good. Look, I could look up at the sky and predict the movement of certain lights, and then I could develop an internal mind. In my mind, I can internally create a cause for it, an imaginary cause for the movement I'm seeing. And as long as I predict it right, well, certainly my cause is valid, right?
And then discovered and matched exactly what the evidence you thought it would.
Yeah, and guess what? You did that, and it was wrong also. You found things in the wrong layers, and guess what? You just explained it away.
Would be, which is exactly like how forensics, for example, is done. So Neil.
Nope, forensics, we have local access to events. This is another mistake they always make. Same thing with the age, detecting the age of something using their dating systems. Same thing with genetics. The reason those things are valid is because we have access. So we investigate in forensics. By the way, I took forensics in college. Did you? The only reason forensics is a science, Peterson, is because you have access to the event. Forensics would be meaningless if you didn't have access to the event and the effects of the event. You see a hole in the glass. You examine the glass and the hole. It'll give you some idea of the bullet maybe, or whatever the projectile was. You'll be able to tell the fraction, how the glass is fractured. You'll be able to tell something. You'll be able to tell something about the blood and where it is and where it's not, what direction it came from, how far a distance it had to go to be on the wall, this kind of stuff, right? I kind of wish I pursued forensics, honestly. I think I would be awesome at that. Should I start late? Should I just get into it? All right. So this is the problem. Peterson's like, we do that in forensics. Yeah. Forensics is a proper, valid system of investigation. Why? There's a reason it is. The reason it's valid and something worth appealing to is because you have access to the event.
Shubin and Tiktaalik, they said, in this part of the world, in this kind of sediment, dating back to this time period, we should.
Next time they bring up paternity, ask if they take the child's DNA, they can tell your father without taking his DNA. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I say too, Funder. It's the same exact thing. The reason that's valid is because you have access to the father. And guess what? The further you go back in time, you start to lose that, right? You can't make these assumptions anymore. That's because you have access to the referent. This is what evolution misses.
Should expect to find a transition from the water to the land, and that's exactly what they.
Oh my gosh, the transition of the water to the land. Do you hear this fucking guy? Do you hear this? Dude, let's listen to this whole thing. I want to really listen to this. I want to see how he gets from forensics to water to land. I really want to know.
Which is exactly like how forensics, for example, is done. So Neil Shubin and Tiktaalik, they said, in this part of the world, in this kind of sediment, dating back to this time period, we should expect to find a transition from the water to the land.
I just went over this, dude. You don't have transition as an event. That's an event. Transition is an event.
And that's exactly what they found.
This is like gematria tards thinking 11s are events. It's the same thing. It's the same mental problem. It's like, look at that thing. I found an 11 on a street corner, on a sign. It's an event. No, it's not. Tiktaalik, look, predicting Tiktaalik that you're going to find an ocean creature with fins that you think are hands or something. What? No. Even if I granted you everything you think you know about this creature, where you predict to find it and whatnot, that doesn't give you the event called fish walking out of water.
So it's not begging the question.
It is. You're finding something and you're saying an event happened. You're literally taking a philosophical view of an animation and you're going, look, it's crawling out of land. It's crawling out of the ocean. Say, this was a random...
It's not
look.
Circular reasoning either.
A mutation that... It is circular reasoning. Here's how it's circular. Look. It's circular because you're saying, hey, look at that thing. Look at that thing. It's a fish with like bigger fins or like front fins or something. Look at that. It's clearly crawling out of land. And I go, how do you know it's crawling out of land? And you say, look at that thing. It's crawling out of land. Look, we found a thing that we think was crawling out of land. How do you know it's crawling out of land? Because we found the thing. It's completely circular. Produce this. Perhaps my opponent is on the cutting edge of evolution, and soon they'll be saying that there's actually nothing random about mutations at all, that they have function altogether, universally, every one of them.
Why do they just leave out non-random selection as the...
Because selection is just the environment impressing its non-existent intentional will onto things. That's like saying, like, I was walking by a volcano during the evolutionary time period that you guys appeal to, and the volcano wiped me out. Notice how they never talk about massive events like that being selective, right? Is that selection? That's another thing that you could bring up in these debates. Ask the Evo proponent if a natural disaster, floods, volcanoes, hurricanes, tornadoes, and the rest, are they selecting? What's the threshold there? That's a really good question. I actually didn't think of that yet. You have these extreme things that are the environment that wipe things out altogether. Where do they decide in nature where something is selecting? This is killer. I didn't think about this. This is crazy. They don't have a criterion for what in nature, the external world, the environment, constitutes selecting in process. From the extreme to the non-extreme. How do they determine that? Oh, that's selecting, but that's not. That happened too fast and violently. That's not selection. Then where is it? What are you talking about?
The actual process that guides the, I mean, it does it blindly, but is, let's say, like responsible for the changes.
No. See, these are two different things, Peterson. The environment that selects, that says, you die, you didn't grow wings. That thing accidentally grew wings, and this rattlesnake has a B12 shot in its fangs. It's scary, but it feels good. I'm selecting, okay? Okay. There's cause and effect out there in the world, okay? A flood happens, you might drown if you can't swim. Okay, we understand that. That's not what's in question, bro. What's in question is the process that gave you the thing that's being determined by the external world to be successful or not. That's what's in question.
That could be the case. We just don't know. Not only does similarity in anatomy not...
Slang. We got a retard in the chat. Here we go.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
What? Natural selection just refers to the variable breeding rates. Yeah, that makes your argument worse, bro. Yeah, if the environment ultimately determines whether you can breed or not, being that you have to exist to breed, that's not fucking saying anything, dummy. What you're saying, if you want to know the basics slang, you're saying random mutation itself produces these traits, like wings, like flying, like seeing, like breathing, like biting, like scratching, like pecking, like banging. You're the one claiming this. Yeah, but, you know, selection is just the environment determining whether something exists or not. Wow, we got a real genius. You don't even know my argument? You don't have an argument. You have nothing. You have nothing. You don't even know your argument. You don't know your argument. You don't even know it constitutes an argument, I bet. I don't even know. You probably don't even know the necessary constituents for an argument, I bet.
Not confirm relatedness or common ancestry, but if...
No, that's exactly what it does.
Hold on. See what he was saying? Hold on. Listen to this.
That could be the case. We just don't know. Not only does similarity in anatomy not confirm relatedness or common ancestry, but if...
No, that's exactly what it does.
No, it doesn't, Peterson. Dude, I could bring it up. I brought it up on my stream. You brought up skulls that look very similar. There's anatomy currently today, there's anatomy that's similar to other anatomy, phenotypically, almost like the same, and they're not related. He doesn't even know his own dogma, man. We look for and found a fossil that doesn't fit our expectations. Obviously, it's a new brand of species. Exactly. That's not even hyperbolic, by the way. This is not, for you guys wondering, this statement here, thank you for Airborne, I appreciate that. This is not hyperbolic right here. They literally do this.
If it was 100% post hoc, then you could argue that's the case.
It is post hoc because it's arbitrary. If you're going to start categorizing these things that you find and you admit that you're arbitrarily categorizing, you're doing post hoc.
But even if somehow we discovered every single fossil that will ever be found, and then
he contradicted himself. He just admitted it. Yep, that's right. That's why he doesn't think. He's not thinking. He doesn't care about if he contradicts himself.
He developed the theory of evolution. You could say, well, you just put all the pieces together in a way to create a story, is what Jimbob usually says about this. There would be some post hocness to that. You could make that argument.
Well, no, that's a statement. That's not even an argument. That's literally a statement that you guys look back through time, transpose your narrative onto hard reality, and then try to fill in the gaps.
However, it doesn't matter because genetics, what we did was we used the fossil record then as just a piece of evidence. It doesn't prove anything necessarily by itself. It does, but we're just pretending that it doesn't. You could say that, but then what you do is you use the picture of the fossil record and you say, look, what we seem to have here is
What we seem to have here, guys, science. We're talking hard science here. What seems to be the case here is the story I'm about to tell. A curious case of ostensible storytelling.
Change and diversification of life forms over time, and they are connected specifically in these ways. The tree of life was drawn up long before we could do genetic.
Trees have trunks to grounds. They have start points, okay? So again, you guys have, just like your philosophy, this is what's so beautifully symbolic about all this. When you guys hear me talk about a worldview, I usually posit 3 essential branches of philosophy: epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics. And atheists carry around these branches as if they're not necessarily intertwined and need to be justified in a root. They just grab a stick. Oh, Mom, dude, I'm discussing epistemology right now. So are you using metaphysics to discuss epistemology? Yeah, but I'm not using that right. It's all connected. And the same thing here. The same thing with this guy is like, he's talking about biology and he's talking about a tree of life. And they're using it as a type of metaphor, but it's not just a metaphor. It's not. They actually believe that all these branches have actuality leading back to what? A root. But they don't want to talk about the root. That's the only thing necessary, honestly, is the root. Because we don't grant you little snapshots of your branches. We want to know what the branches are connected to. And you're like, no, don't do that. That's not fair.
And then from there, you say, look, now we know the scientific test for whether or not the fossil record actually confirms this idea of evolution, which is we have to test the genes of living organisms to see if there are the nested
asexual reproduction came first. Came where? What do you mean came? They always say these terms. Oh, it arose. It arised. It came on the scene. It was there. It just showed up. What do you mean came first? Look, this is how insane evolution is. You guys don't even have a criteria for when you're saying came first. That's meaningless. You don't have a distinction in biology for when humans show up on the scene. This is the language you guys use. And then the humans showed up on the scene like they come out stage left or something. You guys can never understand that we're asking for critical paths via mechanism. We're not talking about your story, dude. And they came on the scene, and then the humans arose, and they showed up, and then it's like when I tell my kid a story at night. Every night I tell my kid a story, and we just make it up. Like evolution. We just make it up. It actually sounds so similar, by the way. I'm like, once upon a time there was a this, and my son will be like, and it had this. And I'm like, that doesn't even make sense, but we'll run with it. Okay, the alligator had human teeth. Okay, here we go.
Hierarchies that coincide with their positions on the tree of life, and that is...
Watch this. Watch. Hey, where's the little stinky guy, Slang? Hey, Slang. Was there a time necessarily so under the evolutionary view when organisms weren't asexual? Because asexual is a mechanism. That means there's a process and a mechanism by which the process takes place. From the evolutionary view, that process and the parts necessary for the process had to evolve from not existing to existing. You don't understand the shit you're in, bro.
Is exactly what happened. This is what I was saying at the beginning. It's been over for a long time.
Evolution was true, it would need to be the case that entirely dissimilar animals would be related the further back you go. Yes, look at his eyes. This is a killer too. This is what showcases the arbitrary time frames that they use. Notice how they only talk about evolution for the most part, with humans especially, in this time frame where they could look at humans as we are and apes and like, you know, the meme, the progression meme, right? The march of progress meme. They keep you in that frame, but the thing is, it's not true. If you keep going back, there has to be something completely dissimilar to human beings as the arbitrary initial ancestor.
Well, yeah.
See, look, dude, this wrecks everything. How do you, Peterson? What the fuck, dude? This concession is way more impactful on your view than you think.
Happened. This is what I was saying at the beginning.
Watch this. This is so. What I just said in his response, he doesn't understand how truly impactful this is against his view.
Been over for a long time.
Listen closely. Evolution was true, it would need to be the case that entirely dissimilar animals would be related the further back you go. This single statement that he just goes, well, yeah, basically erases everything he just said in the last 10 minutes.
Determining
everything he said about anatomy being similar, genotypically, phenotypically similar. That's how we determine transition, which is assuming ancestry, common ancestry. And the reality is the further back you go, the wider the time scale, the less observable that is. You couldn't actually know. That means there's no criteria.
Well, yeah.
Common ancestry by similarity.
Well, yeah.
Similarity loses its power because dissimilarity is required the further back you go. So saying, look at this ape-like thing. That.
How did you not understand that, dude? The power that you're assigning to similarity anotypically when you look back and you go, look, transitional fossils, look, this thing becomes that thing. Look, we have a really good animation physically of these fossils. Check it out, right? Well, that loses its power. And by the way, evolution, which is probably why you guys are moving away from longer time periods and trying to justify shorter time periods, is because of this problem, is that the further back you go, you can no longer know by your criteria, by your methodology, whether something's related to another thing. That's why you sell evolution in a prepackaged chronological snapshot. Prepackaged.
What? I am rewinding because I don't follow.
Similar.
Please follow, Peterson.
Animals would be related. Evolution was pretty in anatomy, not confirm relatedness or common ancestry. But if evolution was true, it would need to be the case that entirely dissimilar animals would be related the further back you go. Determining common ancestry by similarity loses its power because dissimilarity is required the further back you go.
Let's see if he can overcome his cognitive dissonance here. It looks like he's trying. It looks like he's trying to overcome it. You think he will? He at least rewound it. He's like, I want to know what he's saying. He agrees. Similarity, right, is the thing he's using to determine common ancestry, right? Okay. That's true. Yet you say that. You say that, right? The problem with that is that it loses its power the further back you go. So everything becomes increasingly dissimilar. So you don't have any system, right? You lose your entire system at some threshold of dissimilarity, dude.
Go. So say
he's still not getting it. Look, all of you creation tards understand this. Why are the creation tards, the Evo deniers, the science deniers able to understand this, dude?
What the hell? Based on what he said,
he can't even deal with it, dude. He's not even processing it.
That is a mix-up of epic proportions. So what he's saying is, you can't use similarity to convey relatedness because in the past, very dissimilar organisms were related to a common ancestor in the past. And then he somehow took that to mean, well, that means that in the past, the dissimilar organisms were related. No, Jimbob, the common ancestor between us and some other organism isn't two radically different organisms.
What are you talking about? What are you saying? You don't even know your own dogma. Of course it is. See what I'm saying? Like, does he care that he's changing what evolution posits in real time? Alex Preddy, he didn't have a gun in his hand. Wait, the Jewy guy, looking guy? I mean, I could be wrong. I don't look. I could be wrong about the whole thing. I was more talking about the principles. Honestly, my critique is less about that guy, but fair enough. I was more arguing on the grand scale that their overall worldviews are just not fleshed out. So
it's a population of a singular organism. Like,
how does dude? Seriously, am I losing my mind here? Am I losing my mind? If evolution is true, Peterson, you have to zoom out from what you're commonly looking at as here's human, here's the March of Progress meme where there's a hunched over beast became human. That's a snapshot, right? You then use all of these classifications that are arbitrary and finding fossils that fit this post hoc animation story of development. What I said, which is true, the further back you go, the more dissimilar your ancestors are. This is not controversial.
Like,
it's simple. The further back you go, Peterson, the more dissimilar your ancestors are. That means that the more when you increase the time scale that you're trying to summarize or present evolution as this chronological event that happens, you lose the very thing you're calling evidential to common ancestry. Do you understand it? Evolution only works as a narrative using common ancestry for a snapshot of time. That's it.
How do you fuck that up?
I didn't fuck it up. You didn't interpret it correctly. Like I said, I have a bunch of creation tards in Jortlandia, and King creation tard, Jimbob, we all understand this. I thought we were the dumb ones.
Like, seriously. Oh.
Craig says, no, current animals are most dissimilar. As they get closer to common ancestor in the past, they get more similar. No, you don't understand. The current ones are dissimilar to whatever you're going to find way back in the past, no matter what you're looking at. I didn't say current ones are dissimilar. Yes, current ones are dissimilar. There's a variety. You're not understanding, Craig. Current ones are dissimilar. That's what you call variation that you think is caused by random mutation, right? No. What I'm saying, listen closely. You take something today and you say there's a common ancestor. You point to something that's similar to, like an ape, in this case humans or whatever. You do your little meme of the March of Progress. The further back you go from the human to the past, the more dissimilar the organism's going to be necessarily. I'm not talking about whether today they're dissimilar and whether before they're more, everything that existed looks similar. No. What's today and what's in the past are dissimilar. Don't get it confused.
Man.
Saying, look at this ape-like thing. That's our uncle. Back in the day, we come from this because look how similar. So they use similarity in that sense. Oh, they are similar. I could interpolate the animation in my head of one becoming the other. I can imagine it. The problem is the further you go back, the more dissimilar things are, but you still have to hold that it is, in fact, an ancestor, regardless of it being dissimilar. So, do you understand, Peterson? That means your methodology only works for little short time periods, dude. Like you saying it's evidence of ancestry by similarity of anatomy only works for the smallest portion of time that you have access to. If evolution was true, you couldn't use that as your evidence, dude. Evolution is... He doesn't get it. He still doesn't get it. Look, this is cognitive dissonance in real time. I never really use that term to be like, no, they're experiencing... Like, I understand it, like, conceptually, but I never looked at someone and was like, whoa, that's actually what it really looks like. I kind of just was like, it's kind of poetry, honestly. But now I'm really considering that he's actually experiencing like a brain melt.
Well, yeah. I mean, like what?
Well, yeah. That means your methodology for what constitutes evidence Well, yeah. Peterson, do you understand the entailment? It means that everything you think is super high level evidence for evolution based on common ancestry, I'm saying that the criterion and the methodology you're using to argue common ancestry can't be used. In fact, it's the shortest amount of time that you're using this as evidence. And for the longest time of evolution as it occurred, it couldn't be used as evidence. Why? If similarity in anatomy and phenotype is the evidence of common ancestry, but the majority, the massive amount of time evolution occurred is going to produce dissimilarity, you can't use similarity as your ultimate arbiter for ancestry.
What are we talking about here? Like,
fucking believable, man. It's just fucking unbelievable. Peterson.
Take a photo of yourself every day, and when you're a baby, you don't look like you, but today you look like you.
Holy shit. Every time I think that the answer is not going to get more retarded, it does. Did you guys hear that? Did you know if I took a picture of me as a baby and a picture of me at my deathbed, that I would still be a fucking human?
I just get so mad. I just get so mad.
Yeah, he keeps agreeing with me. Dead. I'm dead. This point gets worse when you think about butterflies and tadpoles. Yeah. That's why I argue that evolution is merely an extrapolation fallacy and a composition fallacy. You look at a tadpole, right? You look at a baby. You look at a butterfly. You look at these things, right? And they change form, but they don't change identity. Their identity is the same. They change form, okay? What they do is they extrapolate that and they say, well, what's true of the part is true of the whole. That if butterflies go through this process, metamorphosis, and become butterflies, then the thing itself that's a butterfly, which includes the chrysalis and the butterfly, that whole thing changes, produces some sort of change. Like that's no longer itself. Like the future version of it is no longer itself.
And you can watch the transition of baby.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Look, dude, he's so lost in the sauce. He thinks that the baby analogy is in favor. No, it's in favor of me. The baby analogy is in favor of me. At what point do they stop using similarity to determine relatedness, especially considering how empty the fossil record is? Yeah, that's a great question. All of the fatal questions to ask an evolution proponent ends up being like questions of criterion, like methodology. There's so many too, right? I'm going to make a list of them. I should make like a little book, honestly, because it's like they need to be consolidated. The one I just figured out today, which I didn't see before, was natural selection, which is the environment does a thing. It decides whether something survives. Okay. Like what? Like the environment? Oh yeah. Cold, hot, right? Dry, damp, whatever it is, right? That could kill an animal in a population, right? Oh yeah. That's the point. The ones that survived. Okay. Well, how do you determine when you consider it natural selection if nature itself includes catastrophic events. Proof that evotards can't tell you how different looking things are the same species. Yeah. In fact, their species taxonomy gets even worse. There are lizards that can't reproduce with can't reproduce with other lizards. Are they new species? Are they new clades?
Baby you turning into adult you. And with the transitions.
Oh my gosh, dude. You don't change as a human, bro. Peterson, dude, what, dude? Are you a lunatic?
Yeah, every transition, like,
we don't transition to a non-human when we die, bro. Oh, look at you as a baby. You're so chunky and happy and rosy-cheeked, and you pooped your pants. Oh, look at you as an old man. You look different than you were a baby. You're not the same animal anymore. You're a butterfly now. Fuck, dude.
The farther back you go, they look more dissimilar to us, but that's because they're evolving. Like,
what's in question is, do things evolve? If things evolve, then things that are entirely dissimilar to us would be our ancestor. How do you know that a dissimilar thing is our ancestor or not? Because things evolve. Dude, this video is not going to be good for you, man. Not going to be good. You did it to yourself, bro. You did it to yourself. You just said, hey, that's not question begging. That's not question begging. Things evolve. How do you know that? Based on dissimilarity. Because things evolve. That's why.
Like, this is what you...
He said that. He literally, let's do it. Look, it's a theme here. Let's go slow-mo. Helmet world. Let's do it.
You can watch the transition of baby you turning into adult you. And with the transitions, yeah, every transition, like the farther back you go, they look more dissimilar to us, but that's because they're evolving. Like this.
How do you know back in time something that's ultimately dissimilar to you was your ancestor, if evolution was true?
Thank you. And you can watch the transition of baby you turning into adult you. And with the transitions, yeah, every transition, like the farther back you go, they look more dissimilar.
Okay, it's time for your pudding. It's time for your pudding, okay? It looks like therapy is a little bit tough on you today. We'll just take a break. We're just going to take a break. Okay. We'll call your take a little break.
To us, but that's because they're evolving.
Look, we're going to really sit on this for a second because this is crucial here. Let's do, let's do 2.25.
Adult you. And with the transitions, yeah, every transition, like the farther back you go, they look more dissimilar to us, but that's because they're evolving. Like, this is what necessarily, that is what the evidence will look like.
it's just so fucking, it's just so baked. Okay. Without the effect, one more time and we'll continue. One more time.
Adult you. And with the...
This is my favorite part, the baby you.
So evolution is...
Well, yeah. I mean, like, what are we talking about here? Like, take a photo of yourself every day, and when you're a baby, you don't look like you, but today you look like you. And you can watch the transition
Watch the transition, guys. When you're a baby, clearly when you're an adult and you're about to die in the old person's home, you can fly.
Of baby you turning into adult you. And with the transitions, yeah, every transition, like the farther back you go, they look more dissimilar to us, but that's because they're evolving. Like, this is what necessarily, that is what the evidence will look like. So
he's like, guys, I'm not being circular. I swear I'm not being circular. How do you know the previous animals evolved to the current ones? Because that's what evolving definitionally necessarily is the things that I'm assuming are dissimilar become us over time. They do become, because that's what definitionally evolving is.
So
was always claimed to occur also at the random through random mutation at the...
Does he even know what he's saying? Maybe he needs to watch it back. Sometimes we don't know what we're saying when we're talking.
Population level, right? That's how it's talked about. Notice how my opponent...
Yeah. Well, we earned it.
Granted himself populations. The only way my opponent can study what he studies is if he already has populations in front of him. But there's a problem with that. First of all, the fossil problem is when you find a fossil, you're not actually finding a population level of a fossil. So
put your hand, look, for the things that you've said so far, Peterson, your hand and your head should be in your hand for a lot longer than it is right now. See you later, Brady. Appreciate your support.
He actually did the Kent Hovind, a fossil proves nothing other than an organism dies, which I wrote about in my book, Rational Answer.
No, not even that. No, I wouldn't say that. Actually, I didn't say that, Peterson. So, you should probably listen to what's being said. I didn't say that. I said, basically, it's evidence. A fossil being found is definitely evidence that something died. But you're finding a particular thing. You don't have access to populations when you find a fossil. In other words, here's a way of looking at it, Peterson. If a bunch of Muslims had first cousin babies and they had tiny heads and they were suddenly petrified and fossilized from some crazy event and they were found 50,000 years later, finding one of those tiny headed retards, would you come to the conclusion, if you didn't know what the effect was, that we evolved from them? Drunk Pee-Pee actually seems like a normal, relatable person. Drunk, relatable person, yeah. The slow one, yeah.
Answers to stupid questions. Yeah, there it is. A fossil proves nothing other than an organism died.
I didn't even say that. I didn't say what it proves. I said that you don't have access to populations, which is true.
You find a fossil. Is it in any way reasonable to assume that what you found is a specially created being that is the only member of its group that ever existed?
No, but that would be true, actually, nominally true, about certain lizards that are asexually reproduced. That's not what's in question. Could there be another explanation of that, Peterson? This guy thinks when we counter this argument, this assumption, that when you find a fossil, it's a representation of the population. He thinks that we're saying when you find a fossil, it's the only one that fucking existed. Notice how I can understand what he's saying. No, dude, that would be retarded. I agree. It would be retarded, Peterson, if someone said, well, when you find a fossil and you find a singular fossil, how do you know that it wasn't the only one of its kind? That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying. Nor we would agree that that fossil needed to have a source, which would have parents, right? And it would be part of a group. Yeah. We agree. We're on the same page here, bro. He doesn't understand what we're actually saying, which is you can't find a singular fossil and look at just anatomy and come to the conclusion that it's representative of the entire population, especially considering if evolution is true.
No, it got there through, some of this probably, right? Smashing cloacas together. That's where the animals in the fossil record came from. That means right. It's a product of reproduction.
No, we're not asking whether or not it's a part of a population, dude. You're not a good thinker, bro. We're not talking about... Yeah, that's another one I thought of as well before, which is a human fetus. I always thought, like, if someone was studied evolution and somehow, like, they find something that's fetal looking in the process of becoming a fully formed baby, like, if they didn't have access to fetuses, but they thought about evolution from this perspective, would they say that that's a transitional form?
So it has to be part of a group. Now, if we're going to draw that conclusion about everything in the fossil record, which is the only conclusion that even remotely makes any sense, and what we see is that the fossil record over time is composed of different organisms, then that means the process of reproduction within groups of organisms over time caused the composition of organisms across the geologic history of this planet to become different.
Well, no. How different? You can't. This is the problem, right? This is the problem. Become different. Different than what? Different at the universal scale or just particular, right? This is why they don't understand what they're saying. If you look at a group of things and you say, look at the differentiation between the two, but they're still in the same category, the question of evolution isn't whether or not we see variation of things inside of a category. What we're saying is, you're saying the categories themselves become particulars. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. So.
Which is what evolution is.
Oh, you could never tell if the said characteristic, whether it was similar or not, was present at the population level. It's just begging the question there. Speaking of
what?
Never. Yeah, if you find a particular fossil and you see like the way it looks, if it has like a small skull or something, or whatever, a big skull, like you're assuming generality. But the limitations of fossils is a problem to begin with for discerning population level descriptions in the past. But you don't even know, because you can find fossils today. You can find skeletons today of humans that are smaller, that have smaller skulls, that are retarded or whatever, deformed, right? In fact, from the evolutionary view, you'd probably argue that deformities were more present back then, in fact. Like, from their view, there's a time period where there's only 10,000 people on Earth, right? You're going to say that wouldn't necessarily follow some sort of genetic successive mutations inside humans as they are? Never tell if the said actually find a problem with that. First of all, the fossil problem is when you find a fossil, you're not actually finding a population level of a fossil. So you could never tell if the said characteristic, whether it was similar or not, was present at the population level. It's just begging the question there. We're talking about unique changes. We're not talking about general similarities at this point. Not talking about general similarities. I don't know how much worse this gets. I mean, I'm tempted, but I've been at it for so long. This halfway through, I'll save this. You know what I mean? So 25. You guys remember that? 25 minutes. This is a big problem, though. That particular one is just about an epistemic system. Like, how do you know when you find something and it's rare and it looks like something else? How do you know what you have access to at the population level? You don't. So, how's slang doing, by the way? We'll continue that later, but pretty brutal, honestly. Pretty damn brutal. Sick. It's a sick worldview. Evolutionists are stuck in thinking they're on the 10th floor of the building arguing particulars. Meanwhile, logic has already demolished the building on the floor. Yeah, they're in a constant 9/11. Slang's unraveling. Chill out, slang. Look, if you came from a monkey, you came from a monkey. Why are you confused? Why are you confused? If you're wondering why are these people acting like this in the chat, just we evolved to. It's really simple. You already have the answer to your question. Slang wants to call in. Oh, we could end with a bang, huh? We could actually end with a bang, couldn't we? I'm exhausted, though. I honestly am exhausted. So it's all the same shit, dude. You know, I'm at the level now, it's like, I'm so famous now that it's like, do I really meet in the Discord with some nobodies or what? I mean, am I better than this? Like, haven't I reached the point where I'm better than people?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
There's no point. Like, why would I argue if all of our thoughts and propositions are determined by chemistry, dude? What are we debating? You know what I mean? When's the pompous era? I'm in it. I'm going to do the pompous era right now. What, am I better than all of you? You evolved. Yeah, I evolved during this live stream. Anyway, what an epic stream. Totally epic. It's exhausting. It is exhausting. Screw these monkeys. Bunch of George Floyds.
Based on the bones.
All right. Well, I think we did it. Honestly, Peterson, God bless him. You know, he does have a kind of, like, he's a little bit slithery, but I met him in person. He has like a good, there's good in there. What can I say? There's good in there. But you said some shit, dude, that's just so bad. It's just so, it's really bad. It's not good, so it's bad.
We are proud of what we're good at. We are proud of who we are. We are proud of what we're like. We are proud of what we're good at. We are proud of who we are.
Who's live? Let me get out of here. I'm done. I quit. I quit everything. I'm just so done with it. Taunty? Nice. All right. Tony it is. I mean, I would in good faith deliver everyone to Peterson so you guys can make fun of him. It's tempting. But he has 200 people in there. But Tony has a really weird thumbnail, and he's my friend. So I have to choose my friend. I have to choose my friend. But otherwise I would, especially after just completely, you know, running game on him. On Peterson. He said some real dumb shit, dude. Real dumb shit. Real dumb stuff. Okay? All right. I'm setting up the stream transfer. Get your last tips in, okay? Treat your Jortlandian evolution crusher well. Okay? Yeah, big prayers for me. That's right. That's right. Millstone Meat Neck. That's the best. That's like the best name I've ever seen. Wow. It's fucking brutal. It's brutal. I used to do it. Honestly, solve a lot of issues. All right. If you watch this after or like the stream, like it with your thumbs, share it with your friends. Become a member. Drop a super chat if you're not here, you're listening later on live or whatever. Or you can go to bobchats.com, send something that way. Support it. Support it. And I will send you guys off to another place, another little island adjacent to me, a little place called Tony's, where things get super weird. God ain't real. You don't know what's real, bro. Doom-based, you don't have a standard for what's real or not. Your own mind won't be real, bro. Jimbob is a clown. Well, worst creationist debater. I actually don't currently debate creationism. So, but if you think I'm a clown slang, I mean, you can call in next time. I will certainly eat you for lunch. You have look, based on your comments. Oh, it's not. It's just going to be pure blood for you, man. You don't stand a chance. All right. That's it for me. God bless you all. See you tomorrow. I'm going to be doing a stream with Jay tomorrow. So my normal stream. All right, well, yeah, I'll be doing it co-streaming. So I'll find you here, okay? Adios, Evo Tards.